Christmas with the Grumpy Landscaper, a Dos Fuentes sweet holiday romance by Heather Tullis. This series can be read in any order.
The bucket truck jolted as it hit something solid, and Todd swore. Quinn stopped backing up and pulled forward a few feet so he'd be able to see the damage. Perfect. Now he'd have to explain to his clients that he'd broken something in their yard. He popped out of the truck, leaving it parked partway into the narrow, winding road, and circled to join the recently hired team. What was that? Quinn swore at sparks flying from the damaged transformer, half buried in the flower bed's decorative grasses. You were supposed to be watching for things. What were you looking at? Sorry, Quinn. I was looking mostly at the tree, and the power box is hidden in all that decorative grass. The Carex progressilis had been planted to disguise the box, so it was hard to blame the kid. Quinn sucked in the words he wanted to spew and redirected his focus. The light that had sparkled through the neighbor's window when they arrived was gone. Great. Todd looked like he was afraid he would be cussed out, so Quinn pulled it back. We back over things often enough, and the grass is tall. Pretty sure we just took out all the power in the neighborhood. Grab the fire extinguisher from the second compartment behind the driver's seat just in case. Last thing we need is for the owners to come back to a pile of ashes. Thankfully, it had rained the day before, reducing the fire risk. With the ongoing drought in California, that might not be enough, though. He pulled out his phone, and grateful that he had a cell signal in a town where reception could be spotty, did a quick Google search for the power company. He reported the damage so they could fix the issue quickly. Quinn split his attention between the sparking transformer and guiding Todd as he backed the truck to the pear tree 20 feet away. This tree needed Christmas lights as well, and it was out of the way enough for the electric company to fix the power box. Thank goodness the McGregors were away from their vacation home. Bad enough, the rest of the town would know he was responsible for the outage within an hour or two. Rumors spread faster and farther than dandelion fluff in the tiny town of Dos Fuentes. When the power company's truck pulled up, Cameron, the electrical distribution supervisor, hopped out along with a couple guys from his crew. "This your handiwork?" Cameron asked. "Guilty. Sorry, we didn't notice the transformer when we backed in. I'll get you the insurance information." His insurance company wasn't going to like it, but that was a hassle for another day. He had been working for Partridge Landscaping since he left high school and had taken over for his uncle 3 years ago, buying it on a payment plan. Over the years, he'd hit all kinds of things while backing up, but this was the first time he had taken out a transformer. Hopefully, it would be his last. Quinn climbed into the bucket and maneuvered the boom over to the tree. He started hanging lights in the tree while Train blared from his Bluetooth speaker and Todd decorated nearby bushes. If they worked fast and the electric crew didn't take too long, they could move on to the next house before 11. He loved the Christmas season on the Northern California coast. Reasonably mild weather, plenty of yard work to do, and extra income from Christmas decorating. Add in the holiday cheer and goodwill towards men, and it was nigh on perfect. That was until he saw a woman striding toward them from the house next door. Her willowy frame leaned forward as she marched determinedly toward them, her brown hair in a tight bun that added to the impression of someone who was too tightly wound.
Anna's first inkling of trouble came when the power went out while she was rinsing shampoo out of her hair. 10 seconds later, the water turned cold, and she shrieked as she jumped out of the stream. What had the landlord said about the tankless water heater being so great because you wouldn't run out? Oh yeah, it required electricity. Growling, she turned and dipped her head under the shower of cold water to finish rinsing her hair, then took a quick spin to rinse off. Teeth chattering, she jumped out and dried off. When she reached for her blow dryer, she realized it got worse. First day of work at a new job, and she would be far from her best. She sucked in her breath and counted to 10 as she dressed. Annoyed at the lack of window in the bathroom, she moved to a living room window for light with her makeup and a tiny pocket mirror. Of course, her mom called while she was juggling the mirror and makeup in insufficient light. Could her morning get any worse? "Hi, Mom." She pushed the speakerphone button and returned to her face. Hi, dear. This is your first day at the new job, isn't it? I hope it goes well. Her voice dropped towards the end of the sentence, expressing the doubt she had already broadcast. Thank you. What do you have planned today? Anna shifted the attention away from herself. I'm getting my hair done and having lunch with the girls at the club. Did you really have to move all the way to California? What will you do if one of us isn't there to help you? I guess I'll just have to take care of myself, like I've been doing for the past decade. Seriously, you'd think she had been begging for help and advice daily from the way her mother acted. She was not a helpless child. It's just that you've never been so far away, and if this job doesn't work out, you'll be stuck there, 2,000 miles away. You know, you're not too old to go back to school to become an attorney like your father and sister. Anna had heard this argument 100 times over the years. She whipped out her mascara wand and gritted her teeth. This is a great opportunity. I'll get to do all kinds of publicity work for the hot springs, really run the show. She was more nervous than she wanted to admit to, even to herself. What if they didn't like her work after all? What if she had the same problems with her new boss as she had with the old one? You never think of anyone but yourself. Your father and I won't live forever, you know. You're missing out on the best years. If you ever manage to hook a man, I won't even get to know my grandbabies. And that was Anna's cue to end the conversation before she said something she might regret. Like the possibilities that her theoretical future children would be better off without their grandmother's hypercritical nose in every aspect of their lives. I'm sorry you feel that way. I need to finish getting ready for work. Thanks for calling. I love you, dear. Me too. Anna ended the call, grateful it had been so easy to get out of the conversation. These talks with her mom were never happy or comfortable, but added to the stress of the morning, they ramped up her tension about 3 levels of insanity. She did her best to set that insanity aside and started applying mascara. The power did not come back on while she got ready. In desperation, she twisted her long brown hair into a bun and pinned it into place. It will have to do. Anna checked her watch and snatched up her purse, hurrying through the cheerful bungalow she had rented only a mile from work. She was running behind and couldn't cook this morning anyway. She might have enough time to pick up something on her way to work. Maybe. Anna locked the cottage door and headed for the detached garage. 2 trucks in the neighbor's front yard caught her eye. The first belonged to the power company, and the second was a bucket truck with the logo for Partridge Landscaping emblazoned on the door. She had only been in town for 2 days, but hoped this kind of outage wasn't common. She entered through the garage's side door and slid into her car. Anna reached up for the remote door opener and let out a huff of frustration when she realized it wouldn't do her any good. Stress knotted her shoulder muscles. She could not do this today. After everything that went wrong in the last job, this one had to go perfectly. Holding on to her temper by a thread, she pushed out of the car and looked around the garage. There had to be a way to get the door open, right? She tugged at the door, checked for any sign of backup power to the door, and tried to release the side clamps that locked the door in place. No luck. No idea what else she could do. She headed for the electrical truck. At least they were all working on the problem, instead of standing around with their thumbs in their pockets. How long is this going to take? She asked in what she hoped was a calm voice. At least another half hour, maybe more. Sorry, the 40-something man said. She let out a huff of breath, trying her best to keep her temper under control. Worst morning ever. Blame Quinn. The man gestured over his shoulder to the landscaper's truck. The man in the cherry picker was already guiding the arm to the ground. Can I help you with something? Wishing she'd worn pumps instead as her thin heels sank into the soft, wet grass, Anna let the steam push her forward, the few steps it took to meet him. The man in the bucket was tall with close-cropped dark hair and a couple days' beard and mustache growth. He had been singing along with a country song that poured from a nearby speaker while he worked. Are you responsible for the power outage? Anna glared at him. He looked over with an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. We had a small accident this morning. It should be fixed soon. Your small accident has caused me a world of problems. No hot water, no blow dryer, no breakfast, and now I can't even get my car out of the garage. It's my first day at my new job, and if I get fired, it's all going to be your fault." The bucket reached the ground, and he stepped out. "I'm sorry it's been such an inconvenience for you. Let me see what I can do about your car." It was the least he could do, considering everything that had happened. She knew accidents happened, and maybe after she was at work and settling in for the day, she might look at it all differently, but that didn't solve her problem right now. He started back toward her garage with long, ground-eating strides. She rushed to keep up. "You have an electric door opener, right?" he asked. "Yeah, and it's funny, but it doesn't really work without electricity." "Did you try pulling the rope to release the door?" She thought about her scan of the garage. What rope? With only a little tone of there in his expression, he held the door open for her and they entered the garage. Then he stopped and stared at the electric opener. "Yeah, see that 6-inch long rope? That's supposed to be a lot longer and have a handle on it." She stared at him expectantly, and he looked around the garage, which was barely big enough for her hatchback. Quinn grabbed the folding footstool she had used to hang her bicycle on a wall hook. He set it near the back of her car, stepped up to it, and used his superior arm length to grab the end of the rope and give it a good yank. Something disconnected, and he stepped down, shifting the footstool out of the way. Grabbing the aging gray garage door, he lifted it open. "You're all set." "Thank you," she said grudgingly. She glanced back at the short cord. "How do I hook the door back up now?" "It should connect automatically when I shut it behind you. If not, I'll fix it before I go back to my truck. Everything should be back to normal when you get off work. We haven't met before. I'm Quinn. Anna." She ignored the hand he held out for her and glanced at her watch. "So much for breakfast. Thanks again." The second thanks was barely more heartfelt than the first. He jerked a shoulder, taking her thanks with the same graciousness in which it had been offered. Anna got into her car and backed out of the steep driveway. Quinn pulled the garage door back down when she'd cleared the garage. A moment later, he exited the garage through the side door and headed for his truck without another glance in her direction. She should go back and make sure the garage door was locked. But other than her bike and the step stool, it was basically empty, and she would already be late for work. She took a steadying breath. Fresh start. Put it behind you, Anna, and look ahead to the day and new job. You got all the bad luck out of the way before arriving at work, which means the rest of the day will be great. Smooth sailing. She repeated the affirmation several times on her way to Carly's cafe to grab something to go. Believing her words was a whole different thing. Positive self-talk was supposed to help, right? The roads in Dos Fuentes were steep and winding, so different from the city streets of Boston where she had grown up, attended college, and worked for the past decade. Then again, a fresh start was exactly what she needed. Becoming the one-woman show in the publicity and marketing department for the local hot springs was worlds away from the large commercial advertising agency where she had worked before. She wasn't sure how she felt yet about moving to the tiny town near the northern California coast. Population, 1337. Well, 1338 now that she was there. She wondered if they changed the number on the sign on the way into town after every census. It was the kind of small town she had imagined vacationing in when she finally made partner in the advertising firm she had been working for. It was not the kind of place she had ever considered moving to, with its quaint shops, single grocery store, and slow-paced lifestyle. The town had been settled 200 years ago and still had the flavor of Mexico in some of the architecture, despite the 11-hour drive to the border. On her first full day here, she had taken a couple hours to drive around town, explore the old stone church, and drive past the historic hotel. Once she was done settling into her new home, she would take time to really get familiar with the town's crazy roads and interesting history. After 6 months of trying to find a job, this had been the first thing to open up for her that was better than temp work, which she had done plenty of to stretch her savings. With her savings trickling down to nearly nothing, She had grabbed at the hope that came with the position at Campbell Hot Springs and Spa. If this didn't pan out, she might have to reconsider her aversion to the idea of law school. The idea was ridiculous enough to make her chuckle. She was in no way suited for that career. The only one who hadn't acknowledged that fact was her mom. She passed the trolley that climbed up and down the town's hills, giving tours of historic sites, the boot-stop Western store with its boots and cowboy hats and everything in between, or so the sign said. Half a dozen adorable restaurants slid past her windows before she turned left toward the hot springs, the whole reason the town had been built to begin with. The town's 200th anniversary was this December, and according to her new boss, practically every local group and organization was planning for the biggest Christmas ever. Anna would be right in the middle of it. It would be very different from what she was used to, and hopefully very interesting. That was, if she didn't lose her job because some moron made her late on her first day. Anna was late when she entered and found the little brunette receptionist on the phone. The office was comfortable, with cushy chairs and cool blue and cream colors. She counted the fact that it lacked the glitz and show of her previous workplace as a bonus. The ad agency office had been all about impressing the clients, whereas this one appeared to be decorated for comfortable efficiency. When the receptionist Kim led her back, Anna recognized Taylor before she looked up from her computer monitor. Several folders lay at her right elbow, and sticky notes covered at least a third of the desk and part of the area around the edge of the monitor. Taylor looked up as Kim announced Anna and checked her watch. "I'm sorry I'm late. Someone knocked out the power in the neighborhood, and I got caught with no hot water while I was shampooing and no blow dryer, and then I couldn't get my car out of my garage." She paused to suck in a breath, acting like a spaz wasn't going to help anything. She began again at a normal speed. "Anyway, I promise I'm usually very prompt." "No problem, my power was out too. I was just surprised that it was already 8:30. It's good to meet you officially." Taylor extended her hand to shake. "Same here." Anna's relief was swift. "Let me introduce you around." Taylor stood from her desk looking unbelievably chic in a navy blue silk blouse and white pants. She must have gotten up early because her honey-colored hair fell in soft curls to her clavicles. Simple and elegant, making Anna feel like a frump, even though she wore her nicest skirt and blouse. Oh well, at least she hadn't spilled any food on herself. The office staff was small and appeared friendly, but she'd been fooled before. After a quick tour of the office, Taylor took her out to a golf cart for a closer look at the property. Thanks to Anna's long distance from the hot springs during the hiring process, Taylor, her sister Jill, and their mom Linda had interviewed Anna via video conference, so she hadn't been to the springs before. In fact, she'd never been west of Denver before. The photos Anna had found online of Campbell Hot Springs didn't do the place justice. They definitely needed new ones taken. "The springs come out at 2 locations on this property," Taylor explained. "One is diverted to the hot tubs of those 10 cabins, and any extra is diverted down to join the second spring to fill the upper, more natural pools, and the lower, contemporary pools for people who don't want to climb around on the rocks or can't handle the trail to get up to the other one." She turned the cart right to follow the road along the back of the small cabins that were a few years old. The road wound around the property, and the cabins had a great view of the upper pools. "The cabins are great, so sweet and quaint looking. I love that they have enough space between them for privacy." Anna admired the rock walls and natural greenery that protected guests from prying eyes. "We're planning to add more over time, starting with 5 this coming year." "They must be doing well then." The pictures and verbiage on the cabins hadn't been first-rate either. Anna pulled out her phone and started making notes of things for her to-do list. "They stay fairly busy, even during this time of year, though it's slower now than in the summer." Taylor maneuvered the cart into the parking lot. "That's great. I can see why someone would be excited to stay here." The cabins had log exteriors with wooden decks. They invited you in, at least from the outside. "This one is empty. I grabbed a key so we could go in for a quick tour." Taylor came to a stop in front of number 5. We want to revamp the promo on the cabins along with everything else. I agree that it could use a refresh. A tour is a must. Did the charm of the exterior extend inside? Yes, it did. The cabin was larger than expected, with 2 bedrooms, one with 2 queen beds and one with a king, a small but well planned kitchen and dining area, and a comfortable living area overlooking the back deck and hot tub. Who wouldn't want to stay here? Exactly. We have 2 larger cabins and 2 smaller ones, but most are this size. They returned to the golf cart to see more of the grounds. I love the picnic areas. Do a lot of people use them? Anna asked as they drove across the flowing expanse of grass. Sometimes, especially when we have large groups. It's also a great space for events like our Christmas festival, which you'll be running. It's a big fundraiser we run every year to benefit the food bank and other local charities. We talked about it in the interview, right? Yes. When is that exactly? They had discussed the festival during her interview for the job, but had failed to mention the timeline or size of the event. She had been so excited to be working in the industry again. She hadn't been quite as thorough in getting the details on the festival as she normally would have done. Less than a month. A lot of the planning is already done, obviously, but with the lack of a promotions department and my mom's surgery dividing my attention, I know we're running a little behind schedule. That made it crunch time. The knot of nerves in Anna's chest tightened. We'll have to sit down and go over that soon. The sooner the better. All of the paperwork is on your desk. You can dig through it this afternoon and ask questions. Tomorrow we'll be meeting with my cousin who helps out with big projects like that. We'll discuss ideas and expectations, and then I'll leave it to you two to put together. You have no idea how glad I am that you were able to start so soon. I was starting to think I would have to shoehorn the project into my schedule somehow, and I do like getting my 4 hours of sleep each night. Anna smiled at the joke. I'll make it my mission to let you go home after only 12-hour days from now on. I can hardly ask for more than that. Taylor and Anna shared a grin. Hopefully, it meant they would work well together. At least her boss here seemed pretty straightforward. She could only hope the impression was true.
Quinn collapsed on the sofa as soon as he got to his old Victorian-era home that night. He and Todd had finished 4 decorating jobs that day and had more on the docket for the rest of the week, interspersed with a few other landscaping projects. His 5 other crew members were equally busy. He was supine for under 2 minutes when his front doorbell rang. "Go away," he called out, too tired to stand. It was probably an aunt or cousin. They had taken to feeding him several times a week, which he appreciated, even though he was perfectly capable of ordering takeout. The doorbell rang again, and Taylor's voice called through the door. "I brought peach cobbler." Peach cobbler. He couldn't resist that. Quinn heaved himself off the sofa and headed for the door. "I've come to feed you and to take away the clean dishes from last time," she said when he ushered her in. "To my great appreciation. Come on back." He led her through the living area to the kitchen and dining table, a folding table he'd picked up second-hand 5 years ago. One of these days he'd have to replace it with something more permanent. Taylor looked around the room and huffed. "That's it. I'm coming over on Saturday to finish unpacking your things. Also, we need to set Jill loose on decorating your place." The suggestion made him bristle, just as it had every time someone in his family brought it up. "Don't worry about it. It's fine. I like my place Spartan." That wasn't really true. He loved how comfortable and homey his cousins' places were, and wished sometimes that his was just as comfortable, but something kept holding him back. Thus the folding table. Taylor eyed the tall stack of boxes that lined the full length of his dining area, and then pointedly scanned the rest of the area. "Spartan doesn't begin to describe it. You've been living here 2 years and you still haven't bought a real table and chairs. You haven't decorated at all." He moved beyond mildly annoyed to defensive. "My table is fine." "Quinn, I appreciate that you want to help, but I'm fine. I'll deal with it when I get to it." He reached into the upper cabinet that he had marked with her name and pulled out the dishes she had brought over last time, now clean and ready to return. Each of the shelves in the upper cabinets, except for the end one, had been labeled with his cousins' and aunts' names, so he didn't mix up their dishes. Other than a few basics that he kept in the far cupboard, cans of soups, stew, chili, microwave mac and cheese singles, and a few packets of ramen noodles, his cupboards were bare. He was usually too wiped out after a day of work to hassle with anything more difficult than dump and heat meals anyway. Taylor touched his shoulder. How can you ever accept that you've made a real home in Dos Fuentes if you don't make this place a home for yourself? He didn't want to concede her point, so he ignored the question. Are we still on for the meeting tomorrow at noon? She sighed and capitulated to his change of subject. Yes, our new director of marketing started today and she's sharp. We love the ideas she came up with for our next billboards. Great. He got out paper plates since there was more food than one meal's worth there. You want to eat with me? I'd love to, but I need to get back to Mom. She's having a rough day and will need a little extra help tonight. The physical therapist has been working her hard and she's making progress. Her face scrunched up like she was upset about something. I know you worry about her. You worry about everyone, but she's one tough cookie. He pulled her in for a side hug. I know she is. Enjoy your leftovers tomorrow. See, those things on the plate are green beans. Actual vegetables in one of your meals. They're good for you. Quinn grinned. I like green beans just fine, especially when you cook them. Tell Aunt Linda hi for me. Will do. She gave him a formal salute and then headed for the door while Quinn finished plating up his meal for the microwave. He wouldn't starve without his cousins, but he sure wouldn't eat as well without them.
3. Anna was checking the ad stats on the company's social media the next morning when the alarm on her phone reminded her of her lunch appointment with Taylor and the mysterious cousin with whom Anna would be working closely. She turned off the reminder, double-checked the folder with the written plans she had read over the previous evening, and headed to the small conference room. She had been over the plans and pictures and diagrams until she'd had nightmares about everything going wrong. Hopefully, the meeting would help dispel some of the worries that nagged at her. Though she had worked on committees that put together big events, she had never been in charge of so many moving pieces, and certainly not by herself, and with such a short amount of time to pull it off. Knowing that the staff here had done this for so many years was reassuring, but she still needed to be at the top of her game. Kim was setting out the meals from a restaurant when Anna arrived. I saw Quinn pull up a few minutes ago. I'm sure they'll both be in soon, she said before vacating the room. Thanks. Anna took a seat and opened her folder to take a closer look. Before she got more than a few sentences in, though, Taylor came in with the tall man who had knocked out Anna's power the day before. His lifted brows mirrored her surprise. No way. This could not be happening. Good, you're already here, Taylor said. This is my cousin, Quinn Partridge. He'll be working closely with you on the festival setup. Quinn, this is Anna Gray. We've met, he said, though not officially. You have? Taylor asked. Briefly. How was she supposed to handle this? He'd been condescending and macho, even if he had been helpful. She had been a little short with him. It had been a terrible morning, but it was his fault. Anna wasn't about to push that point today, though. She could put it behind her and focus on what was coming up. She was a professional. She offered her hand for a shake. I'm sorry you didn't meet me at my best. He accepted the shake, his much larger hand enveloping hers. It was my fault. Truce? She wasn't sure she believed it was really behind them, but she was willing to pretend to make the partnership function. Of course. Why would you need a truce? Taylor asked. Neither spoke for a moment before Quinn filled the silence. I was responsible for the power outage yesterday, which got her day off to a bad start. Oh, I heard that was you. Taylor shrugged it off. Small town, she said at Anna's questioning gaze, as if that explained it all. Maybe it did. In any case, you two will be working together quite a bit over the next month. Taylor gestured to the table, and they took their seats. They opened their meals, and Anna jumped into the discussion. I've read over the plans, but the notes weren't very detailed. What else do I need to know? Also, when did the hot springs become a thing that drew attention? Was it the same year that the town was settled? Can we tie that into the celebration even tighter than we have? Yes, the town was settled because of the springs. I can already see you're going to work out well here, Taylor said. I'll certainly do my best, Anna said. Quinn's smile was not entirely genuine, but he'd made the effort, so Anna was determined to accept it. Now to prove to Taylor that she could work with anyone. Anna went on to say, I have some thoughts percolating on the spa end of the business that we'll need to discuss later, but for now, the festival. The meeting went well, and after looking over pictures and diagrams from the previous year, Anna could better understand what still lay ahead. She took 3 pages of notes and started a huge to-do list. She had her work cut out for her. After the main meeting, Anna and Quinn walked into the large, grassy area Taylor had shown her the day before. They discussed the plans on location with the hope that it would help her get her bearings better. Have you ever organized anything like this? Quinn asked after they had reviewed the layout in 3D. Not exactly, but I helped my cousin with something smaller a couple years ago, and a good-sized event for work before that. I've been to plenty festivals with a similar structure. I'm sure there are a lot of organizational details I haven't even thought of yet, but I'll handle it. I'm good with details. That's a good thing. It's a big project. She ignored the doubt in his voice and looked at the layout from the previous year again. How did it go with Santa in that corner last year? Was he too close to the entrance? She mentally estimated congestion based on numbers they had given her. Some times of day would be busier than others, and that could cause an issue, Quinn considered. It did cause a bit of a bottleneck during the busiest hours. Maybe we should shift him further in this year. They spread out the handwritten plans on a picnic table and agreed on another attraction to swap with him. This Ben Baker guy, is he the grandfatherly type? She pictured an old man with a paunch and twinkling eyes. No, he's about our age. His dad used to be the local Santa Claus, but he's been playing the role for the past few years. He has a nice suit of his own, so it should just be a matter of telling him when and where to be. I'm relieved to hear it. She hadn't even thought to ask about a Santa suit and if it had been cleaned, so learning he had his own was one less thing to stress over. The tension that the meeting had begun with slowly ebbed as she and Quinn worked together, and Anna hoped it was an indication of things to come. When her mom sent a text message asking how her week was going, Anna decided she could ignore it until later. She could only handle one stressful interaction at a time. The staff meeting ran later than Anna had expected, and she was relieved when Taylor said they were finished. She had been working in Dos Fuentes for a week, and sometimes managed to feel like she had a handle on her job for at least 30 minutes per day. After sitting through the meeting, she was back to seriously overwhelmed. Send me the sketches for the new billboard when you get it finished, will you? I'll have time to look it over this afternoon, Taylor said, as Anna pushed her chair back under the conference table. Sure thing. I had some ideas for tweaks during the meeting, so I'll send you both versions to look over. Perfect. Felicity is taking new photos of the cabins today, so we should have them soon. Great. Can't wait to see them. Does she know how to stage a home, or should I meet with her? She had a pretty clear idea of what she wanted from the photos and worried she would get more images that looked pretty much like the existing pictures. Jill is staging the cabin. If you have something specific in mind, talk to her before she heads over. You can join them if you want. Taylor snatched the last donut from the box she had brought that morning. I meant to ask, are you doing anything for Thanksgiving? I mean, your family lives back east, right? And you didn't ask for Friday off. I can't take time off yet, even if you're nice enough to give it to me. I'm way too swamped with work for the winter festival and the promos we want to launch that week. My family always has a big Thanksgiving with lots of friends, and we'd love to have you join us. We eat at 1, and you should bring some kind of side dish. Anything you bring will be fine. Vegetables, salad, dessert, casserole. You know the big white house with the giant inflated turkey in the front yard? Yeah. Anna could hardly miss it since the house was enormous and so was the turkey. She passed it on the way to work every day. That's my mom's place, and where I'm staying until her leg is healed. You can come any time after 11. Taylor breezed out without giving Anna a chance to refuse. I guess that's an order then. She didn't have anything else going on. Didn't know anyone outside of work yet, anyway, unless you counted the 2-minute conversation she'd had with Gloria, the grocery store checkout lady. Anna had never made any dishes for Thanksgiving before. Her mom had always handled the meal planning, having everything there and waiting when Anna arrived to help. What kind of sides would they need? She didn't want to bring something they would already have. She'd have to do some research, and maybe try a couple of dishes so she could be sure whatever she brought was good enough to share, because she needed one more thing to worry about. Planning tonight, shopping tomorrow, testing tomorrow night and Wednesday. She could totally shoehorn this into her schedule. No problem. Yeah, right. But first, she needed to make a detour to talk to Jill at the spa next door to discuss staging the cabin for Thanksgiving Day. It was odd for Anna, preparing a dish and knowing she wouldn't be sharing it with her family in a couple hours. As much as she was relieved to be spared the questions about her non-existent relationships and about her job, being away on Thanksgiving was also sad. She was relieved at not having to spend the day alone, despite the stress of finding a dish to take with her. After trying 3 recipes the previous night and that morning, Anna finally settled on a macaroni and cheese bake she'd finished 15 minutes earlier. She had tasted a spoonful and was relieved that it had turned out creamy and delicious with the pasta perfectly al dente. And now she would have meals for the next several days from the 2 dishes she'd rejected as not good enough for company. She packaged up the dish in a carrier with a warming pack and double-checked the counters to make sure everything was cleared away. She checked her watch, just coming up on noon. Not too early, but early enough to hopefully be able to help still. She snagged her jacket and headed for the garage. Her family was being buried by a snowstorm in Boston, and Anna sucked in a deep breath of 60-degree weather. Rain was on the horizon and should arrive within the hour. Thinking of all the winters that she had frozen in sub-zero temperatures on her way to work or school, she smiled. She could really get used to living here. She slid into her seat, settling the dish carrier on the floor where it would be safe. The garage door opened smoothly when she pushed the remote button, and she turned the key in the ignition. Click, click, click. You've got to be kidding me. Anna checked her dash and realized she hadn't turned off the car lights the night before. She had meant to, but her hands had been full, and she'd forgotten to go back for it. If she'd been in Boston, she would have called a taxi or a rideshare, but that wasn't an option here. She pushed out of the car, popped the trunk, and dug around for her battery charger. When she checked the charge levels, it was only half full, but hopefully that would be enough. She popped the hood, wrestled the covers off the battery, and hooked up the terminals to the proper colors, sending up thanks to a father who had been determined that his daughters wouldn't become helpless damsels over simple problems. She found a screwdriver in the little tool set she had bought for herself when she was in college and scraped off some corrosion, giving the battery a moment to charge before returning to her seat to try starting it again. Click, click, click. Well then, that wasn't going to work. She had no idea what to do, but hoped Taylor would have a suggestion. She pulled out her phone and called. "Hey, what's going on? Are you on your way?" Taylor asked. Voices buzzed in the background along with the roar of guys yelling, probably at a football game. "I think my battery's dead. Like dead, dead. I have a handheld charger, but it doesn't seem to be helping." "No problem. I'll send someone to give you a jump or pick you up." "I know you must have your hands full, and I don't want to put anyone out," Anna said, though she had been looking forward to meeting new people. She had been in town for a couple of weeks now, but between settling into her little house and getting up to speed on her job, she hadn't gotten around to meeting many people outside of work. "It's no problem. I'll send someone right out. See you in a few." Taylor ended the call. "Okay." Pro 7%. Anna took the charger off the battery and plugged it into a socket in the wall to charge. Maybe she needed a new battery? She tried to remember when she bought the last one, but didn't think she had replaced it since she'd bought the car used over 3 years earlier. She sent her family a happy Thanksgiving text. Part of her felt bad that this would be the first family Thanksgiving she had missed, but another part was relieved to miss the pointed questions about her lack of relationship, the remarks about her work, and other intrusive comments. She had long since given up on the idea of an entirely pleasant meal with her family, but she still regretted the lost time with her father and sister. Not that she disliked her mom, but she definitely didn't understand her. She heard a vehicle coming and looked up as Quinn's truck pulled into the driveway. Perfect. Okay, so he hadn't been bad to deal with at work so far, but they had only talked a couple times since she found out who he was. She could at least try to be friendly. Heard you were having some trouble. Leaving the engine running, he stepped out and opened a side panel in his work truck, removing a large car battery and set of jumper cables. You heard right. I appreciate you coming out to help me with this. She tried to ignore her discomfort at having to turn to him for assistance. It made her feel like a helpless idiot. He probably already thought she was one because she hadn't known how to open the garage door without power. No problem. I was just walking into Linda's when Taylor got off the phone with you. He hooked up the cables with the ease of long experience. I have a small portable jumper, but it didn't help. I guess I need to charge it more often. That could be it. Let's give this a whirl. He finished hooking it up and returned to his truck to rev the engine a few times. What are you bringing? Quinn asked a couple of minutes later, still sitting in the cab of his truck. Mac and cheese. I found the recipe online. I like me some good mac and cheese. I picked up a pie from the bakery yesterday. It was that or a bag of chips. His fingers tapped on the bottom curve of the steering wheel. How long do you think we'll need to wait? Get me out of this conversation. How dead was it? Pretty dead. It did click when I tried to turn it over, so it wasn't entirely dead, but close enough. Let's give it a minute more then. You always back your car into the garage? I got into the habit at my last place. Too many kids running around in blind corners. Backing in meant I had better visibility when I pulled out. She felt a little foolish explaining it to him. There weren't many kids in this neighborhood, but there was a blind curve not far from her driveway entrance, and being able to pull out helped her feel less anxious about it. Makes sense. They stared at the ground and each other for another long 30 seconds. Anna decided to give it a go. Anything was better than this awkwardness. She turned the key and again only got clicking. I hate to say it, but the battery might need to be replaced. She sighed. I was afraid of that. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Tomorrow we can get you a new battery. Quinn started to disconnect the charger. Not today? You're not in Boston anymore. Nothing is open today. I mean, if it were a real emergency, I could get Carl to open the auto parts, but it's not, and he'd be ticked if I called him away from his family without a good reason. He would open his store for one person? Try getting someone to do that in Boston. Quinn shrugged. Sure, the next auto parts store is in Fort Bragg, and that's a long way to go for a battery when your car's not working. Sometimes you have to make allowances for emergencies. I hadn't thought of that. She collected her purse and hot dish from the car and closed the garage door, exiting through the side door. How will I get home? I'll bring you back, or if you want to leave at a different time, we can find someone else to do it. There are plenty of people at the house. He put away the charger, walked around to his passenger door, and opened it for her. Thanks. No problem. She settled into the seat and soon found herself closed into a too-small cab with him. Feeling the need to make some kind of conversation, Anna ventured. So, did you grow up here? No. Where did you grow up? Around. Apparently, Thanksgiving wasn't putting him in a holiday mood. Okay. Quinn shook his head. Sorry, that came out way ruder than I meant it to be. My family moved a lot when I was growing up, so I lived in a lot of places. I moved here after I graduated from high school. At least that made sense, even if it didn't explain the rudeness. I'm sure you liked being close to family and settling down. Yeah, why did you choose Dos Fuentes? It was the right job at the right time. I was ready for a change. All true, even if it left a load unsaid. Boston to Podunk, California is definitely a change. How are you adjusting so far? You mean, besides not being able to go to an auto parts store on a holiday? The grocery store lacks some of the variety I'm used to, and the lack of anywhere to buy clothes besides the discount store or Western store is going to take some getting used to. On the other hand, the town is pretty, and everyone seems to be really friendly so far. I haven't had a lot of time to make friends yet, but I'll manage, she hoped. So far, it hadn't been a major problem, and she could make a trip to Ukiah for most things she couldn't get in town. Give it a little time. Adjusting to a new place doesn't happen overnight, and the culture shock doesn't help. There will be plenty of people at Aunt Linda's. I'm sure you'll make some new friends. Dos Fuentes isn't for everyone, but give it a chance before you decide it's not for you. He pulled his truck into one of the few spaces still available in front of the big white house. Maybe it's just as well I didn't drive. If many more people come, they'll have to start parking down the block. She was good with people, usually. There were probably more people here than she had bargained on, but it would be fine. She'd be one of those who adjusted and settled into small-town life with nary a hitch. Well, okay, maybe one or two tiny hitches, but it would be fine. Before she could gather her purse from the floor, Quinn had already come around to open her door. Thanks. No problem. Just signal if you need to go. I'm happy to take you home whenever. Also, the back deck will be pretty and quiet if you need a breather from the noise and confusion. I've been known to take refuge a time or two myself when I was younger. Thanks. How had he known she was worried about the noise and crowd overwhelming her? She coped just fine when she knew people or when she wasn't supposed to know many people and no one expected her to blend. But this was a strange combination of the two. Her family gatherings had always been just herself and her sister and their parents, both of whom were only children. No problem. Also, Linda, Taylor's mom, she's always good for a nice chat in a quiet corner, and she knows everyone in this town, I swear. Right. What makes you think I'm anxious? That look in your eye. You had it the day we met, too. Either you're nervous or you're in a rage about something, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so I went with nervous. Aunt Anna stopped just before they walked up the stairs and studied him. What? Do you have sisters? Nope, just a mom and female cousins. His insight was surprising. Neither of the men she dated seriously had been able to read her so easily. She continued up the steps and allowed him to get the door for her. The moment it cracked open, the noise, which had been only a low hum as they approached the house, rushed out to meet her. Pan lids clanking, the game playing, people cheering, and a couple kids making car noises. She heard all of it before stepping inside to see it. Chaos didn't even begin to describe it, but at least it seemed to be happy chaos. I may take you up on that moment of solitude on the back deck after all, she said under her breath. He chuckled. Go through the kitchen to the outside door any time. Surprised he had heard her, she turned and looked at him. Good hearing. Honey, everything about me is good. Then he swaggered off, calling out to Taylor that he was back with Anna. Mentally girding her loins with courage, Anna dove into the fray, heading toward the kitchen he'd pointed to on the left. Hey, you made it. Did Quinn get your car started? Taylor asked. No, he thinks the battery has gone bad, which is probably true since it's kind of old. He brought me over. How can I help? Anna stood with her casserole in front of her, feeling like a helpless maiden. First, what have you got there? Mac and cheese. It's really good. Great, the sides are on the end of the counter over there, unless you can find space in the warming drawer under the oven. Taylor eyeballed the dish. There might be room if you shift a couple things. Anna slid open the warming drawer and after a little juggling, slid her dish into one corner. Perfect. Now what? Now, grab a drink and take a stool. I'll have you assemble the vegetable tray. Anna relaxed as she worked. Taylor was casual and easy, introducing her to her sister Crystal and mom, Linda, cousins, and two aunts, not to mention a few neighbors as they wandered in and out with food, setting tables and filling water cups. Hoots and groans poured from the other room as the men watched the end of the big game. When one of them came in while the game was still rolling, a tall, very cute, brown-haired guy came in. Anna smiled. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm new to town. When he spoke, there was a twang in his voice that whispered of Texas. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm also new to town. Is your family too far away to visit too? Oklahoma. Where did you move from? Boston. I work for Taylor. Ah, I work for Taylor's mom. Not exactly, Taylor objected. He turned his amazing grin on Anna. That's true. I'm her physical therapist, but I see her regularly. He's a gem, Linda said, limping her way into the room with a walker. You're supposed to be sitting. The game is almost over, and the Broncos aren't going to pull back out of this, so I don't see the point. Your rolls smell amazing. They taste even better, he said. You're missing the game. Taylor seemed annoyed at his presence. I can take it or leave it. Football is fun, but I prefer basketball. They talked with Taylor, interjecting here and there as Chris pulled the rolls from the oven and the dishes started disappearing from the warming drawer to the table. Jill, Taylor's sister who ran the spa, finished filling a platter with sliced turkey, and Chris carried that and some of the rolls to the enormous dining table in the next room. Never a dull moment around here, Taylor muttered. Anna shot her a sideways glance, but kept her questions to herself, since their conversation was far from private. She didn't know She didn't know Taylor well enough to be sure how she would react to someone prying into whatever was going on with her and Chris. A mighty roar went up, and a moment later the television sounds ended. Several guys poured into the room. Are we ready to eat yet? Quinn asked. You look happy. I thought the Broncos were losing. Oh, they did, but only Sharon was rooting for them. I can carry something to the table. Taylor marshaled the troops, turning everyone who entered the room into a waiter, conveying dishes or spoons, more water or condiments into the dining area. Before she knew it, Anna had nothing else to do but carry the veggie tray into the dining room. She glanced over the heavily laden table. Clearly, they didn't intend to eat around it. Everyone finished filing into the room, circling the perimeter. When it quieted down, Linda spoke. I'd like to welcome you all to my home, some of you for the first time. Family and friends are what this holiday is all about. I'm grateful for the part you all play in my life and the lives of my daughters. After a prayer, they filled their plates and wandered to the family room, the back deck, the kitchen, or the playroom, where a table had been set up for the children. Deciding the day was nice enough to enjoy the sunshine, Anna joined Taylor and some of the others at a picnic table on the deck. Did you grow up in this house? Taylor nodded. I did, and so did my mom and her mom. Wow, that's some legacy. Did you ever think of living anywhere besides Dos Fuentes? I lived in Ukiah when I was in school, but this is home. I never wanted to live anywhere else. Taylor paused long enough for Anna to look back at her. I hope you'll see this as home before long, too. There's something about this town that's healing. Once you find this place, an olive-skinned woman around her age named Caitlin said from across the table, you never want to leave it. Anna wasn't entirely sure how she felt about their obvious exaggeration. Still, she couldn't fault the quaintness of the place, most of the time. 5. Even though Anna had already cleared the changes she wanted to make to the festival through Taylor, she still felt anxious about showing them to Quinn. He had already been resistant to change, and she'd only suggested a couple of tweaks the first time they met to discuss the festival. She hoped he responded better when he saw her whole plan. Things between them had been awkward, but friendly on Thanksgiving, but it had almost been a week since he'd driven her to the auto store that Friday and helped her install the new battery. Would this new truce continue, or would everything revert to how it was before? She wasn't sure. 3:00. He should be here any moment. She flipped through the project papers again. After going through the records from several past festivals, she had done more research to find alternative activities. She was especially excited about the ice skating rink they would rent this year. If all went well, Taylor had talked about buying their own rink equipment for future years. But first she had to get through today. Anna looked up when Knuckles rapped against her door jamb. Hi? Quinn stuffed his hands into the pocket of his hoodie. You ready? I sure am. Let's start in the storage room. There are a few bins I need help to move to get to the decorations behind them. I've gone through just about everything else to see what condition it's in. You're planning to get rid of decorations? His eyes narrowed at her. There are a few vintage ones that are really worn out. A few items need some repair or repainting, but we'll replace some. I'm still making final decisions about all of that. Some of those really old decorations were donated from my grandparents and great-grandparents. They're heirlooms. Ah, a touchy spot. How to navigate it. I haven't thrown out anything that looked like it might have sentimental value. I just removed it from the ones that will be hanging out here. If they are that important to you and your relatives, maybe they would be safer away from children's reach. His lips thinned, and he said nothing. They crossed the grounds to the huge storage garage that was used for storing the landscaping equipment, repair equipment, and supplies, and behind another door, the decorations used for various special events, including the Christmas festival, which took up most of the space. "Where are these tubs?" Quinn asked. "Over here." Anna led him to a set of shelves nearly hidden behind several small heavy-duty totes. The top tote looks like it has free weights, the flat kind you put on a barbell. Oh, right. We use these to weigh down some of the decorations that would otherwise blow over in a storm. He grabbed the top tub and shifted it out of the way as if it weighed nearly nothing. The two tubs below it were also filled with flat weights, as well as other heavy things he said had been donated to the festival over the years. Behind them, on the shelves, were boxes and boxes of Christmas tree decorations, strings of lights, bulbs, and balls. Anna took a cursory glance at the contents of the bins, and they loaded them onto a golf cart to take back to the office so she could dig through to the bottom. "Everything worked fine and looked good last year. Why do you think they will suddenly be too worn out now?" Quinn asked, more on the offense than necessary. "I'm not suggesting that they didn't look good last year. I just want to be sure of how much we have. We're buying a couple more trees this year. Fake ones, since we can't get new ones planted that quickly, but it will be fine. We just want to make sure everything will be covered. And if some of the items got jostled as they were put away last year, it's possible that they have broken since they were moved. Or maybe the light strands have stopped working. Besides, what's your deal?" 7%. It's not like the decorations themselves are anything special. He merely grunted, and Anna gritted her teeth and moved on. They went outside after that and walked around the grounds while she told him about what was going where and what changes she wanted to make. "Why are you moving Santa here? I thought you were going to move him back on that side." Quinn pointed to where they had discussed before. "I know, but we're adding a new element that will take far more space than I expected. I talked it over with Taylor, and she's very excited about it." "What's that?" he asked. "We're bringing in a portable ice skating rink. I tried one last summer, and it was so much fun. I found a company near here, or near enough, who will rent us one, along with the skates for the 3 days, and they'll set it up for us. We'll charge a small fee, which will go to the charity. We'll have someone, or probably several someones, take turns running the booth throughout the event to check skates in and out and disinfecting them between users." "But is it really like skating on ice if it's synthetic? What is it? Plastic?" "It is plastic, and yes, it's surprisingly like real ice, but much cheaper and less hassle to maintain. Have you ever been ice skating?" She knew he hadn't grown up in the area, but didn't know if he'd lived somewhere with cold winters. "Once, but that's been a few years, as in 15 or more. I wasn't very good at it." "Just wait, you'll probably enjoy it more than you thought. It does take some practice." He paused to consider. "What do you have to eliminate in order to fit in the rink?" "Bowling for elves, wreath making, and..." His eyes about popped out of his head. "You can't do that. Those have always been part of the festival for as long as I've been here." "I didn't kick them out. They wanted out. Susan was actually glad when I called to say." "How can she be glad that you're changing everything? Don't you know that some things are supposed to stay the same?" His phone rang and Quinn answered it, turning his back on her as he talked about someone's azaleas and pampas grass. When he hung up, he turned back to her. "Looks like I've been summoned. I'm sorry you don't like the changes I've been making. I hope you'll understand better when it's all up and running." Anna spoke this in a low voice, hoping a little humility on her side would make him more open minded. Quinn shrugged defensively. I get it. You're the boss now. Let me know what you'll need done and when. I'll make sure that my crew is here to help set everything up. Thanks. She didn't feel very grateful at the moment, though, considering his extreme disgruntlement. Whatever. She returned for the golf cart and drove the decorations to the office to finish digging through them. If she didn't have to see him much, they should get along just fine. She had dealt with narrow-minded idiots plenty of times before. It was a good thing for him that he was Taylor's cousin. How else could she stand to be around him so much?
Quinn was messing with spreadsheets and bank balances at what passed for his dining table when Taylor stopped in that evening. Hey, what's up? He asked when he found her on the other side of the door. Are you busy? Taylor asked as she came in. Just wrestling with my bookkeeping software. I'm glad to have a reprieve. Is that apple pie I see? She handed him a plastic container with 2 thick slices. I figured it would be a good bribe to get me through the door. Is there a reason why I would turn you away? They went to the kitchen, where he pulled a fork from a drawer. Taylor leaned back against the peninsula and watched him dig in. I overheard Anna muttering under her breath in her office after her meeting with you. Did things not go well? He dug into the first piece with his fork. We just had some disagreements about the changes she's making to the festival. Ice skating? Will anyone actually want to do it? I mean, we don't exactly have places to ice skate around here. Maybe no one will want to, and then you will have wasted the money to bring it here. I want to do it, and Jill, Crystal, and Mom also thought it was a great idea, so I'm pretty sure others in town will like it. Besides, it never hurts to try out something different. But we're losing booths because of it. Mary Beth retired and moved to Maine. Laura's baby is due just before the festival, so she wants to take a break anyway, and Susan had already decided to switch her wreath decorating booth to the boutique. She actually felt bad about leaving us high and dry, so it worked out better all the way around. I'm really excited about the new life Anna's breathing into the event. She's willing to take suggestions to make sure that we keep the parts of the event that mean the most to us. Maybe you should try looking at her plans with an open mind instead of being the grouch who doesn't want anything to change. I'm not a grouch. You have been with Anna. What's up with that anyway? I don't get it. Quinn took a moment to think it over. He had been gruffer with her than most people. He knew he had, and he knew it stemmed from the festival. Maybe I'm being too protective of our traditions. I don't want to lose any of the things that make this town and our Christmas festival special. Do you really think I'd let her change things that much? And FYI, she's being really careful to keep the core of our festival and the fundraising purpose front and center in all of her planning. Had he been too hard on Anna? Maybe. She must have read his expression because she smiled with understanding. Now you've figured out why you're being an idiot. You know what you need to do. She poked him in the shoulder. Do I have to? The question was half joke, half serious. Yes, he supposed it wasn't Anna's fault. She was running with the ball that had been passed to her so late in the game. Okay, I'll repair some bridges and make it work. Who knows, maybe it'll be better than ever with her, refinements. He still didn't love the idea of the ice rink, but he could keep that to himself until he saw how it went. It will. Have a good night. Taylor turned toward the front door. He reached out and grabbed her hand, stopping her exit. Thanks, both for the pie and for the conversation. You always were good at pushing me out of my own head. What's a cousin for? Taylor grinned over her shoulder before leaving. Quinn leaned against the cupboard and finished the pie. He would have to make it up to Anna. Was it possible to do it without groveling? Maybe he could soften her up a little. In the morning, he would head to the hardware store. With a little luck, they would have what he needed.
Anna hadn't been able to forget Quinn's response to her removing the family heirlooms from the decorations. After mulling over it all afternoon, she had picked up a small Christmas tree downtown that night. She arrived at work early the next day, pulling the tree in behind her. What's that for? Don't we have enough trees? Kim asked when she came into the employee break room to start the morning coffee and saw Anna setting up the extra tree. This one is special. It was a little tabletop tree, and Anna had to bring a small table from her home to set it on in one corner. But the tree was the perfect size for the number of decorations she had eliminated from the display outside. The lights went on quickly, and Anna began on the old glass ornaments, wondering why they hadn't been pulled out from the outer displays and protected years earlier. "What are you doing?" Taylor stood in the doorway, staring at the tree. Anna straightened and hoped Taylor wouldn't mind. "I decided these ornaments were too worn for the festival, but they are so beautiful and delicate. Quinn said they had sentimental value, so I thought we could use them in here, just for the employees to enjoy, where a few scratches won't matter and little hands are less likely to break them." They had gone for lunch together a few times since Anna started work, and she knew from their conversations that Taylor cherished her family traditions. "You are so sweet." Taylor walked over and touched a glass drummer boy. "This one was one of my grandpa's favorites. This is perfect. Thanks for thinking of it." She hugged Anna tight. "You've made me feel really welcome. I just wanted to return the favor." "You more than managed that." Taylor wiped at a tear trickling down her cheek. "Dang it, I'm going to mess up my makeup." "We wouldn't want that." Anna picked up the last ornament and held it out. "You want to hang the last one?" "Thanks." Taylor added the small glass bear and studied the tree for a moment. "Now the office decoration is really complete. We have a full day of festival prep ahead of us. Let's take on the world." "Sounds good." Anna picked up the empty ornament box and carried it out, feeling far more warm and fuzzy than she had at the end of the previous workday. 6. Anna was surprised to see the Partridge landscaping truck parked in front of her house when she pulled up at the end of the workday. She was even more surprised to see Quinn get out and head up her walk as she pulled into the driveway. He held up a hand to her to stop. When she paused to wait for the garage door to open, she rolled down her window. "What are you doing here?" She sighed when she heard the harshness of her voice. "Sorry, that didn't come out right. I mean," she modulated her tone to one of curiosity instead of annoyance or suspicion. "What brought you here tonight?" His grin was a bright flash she had seen a few times before, but never directed toward her. "I wanted to apologize for my part in our, disagreement yesterday." He held up the package in his hand. "I thought as a peace offering, I would replace the release cord for your garage door, so you'll be able to reach it if you need it again sometime." Her annoyance cooled a few degrees. That was thoughtful of him. She allowed her shoulders to relax. "That's very kind. I appreciate it." She put her car in park just outside the garage so he could reach the mechanism easier. Grateful for the comparative warmth of the California winter, she got out of the car and watched him grab the step stool. He had the necessary screwdriver in his back pocket and soon had the new pull string and handle installed. "You seem to stay busy during the day. I see your truck all over town," she observed, wanting to offer friendliness in some form. "We do. If not maintaining lawns, then putting up Christmas lights or installing landscaping. It's a busy time of year." A cool breeze blew around them, and Anna wrapped her arms across her chest for warmth. "I appreciate the help. When you're ready to go over the plans again, we can sit down, and I'll try to keep a more open mind. Tradition is important, and we might be able to find a middle ground between tradition and change. After all, even a beautiful garden occasionally needs a tree replaced or a hedge trimmed back." She thought he would appreciate the analogy. His smile said he did. "True enough. Did you bring the plans home?" Knowing it would make her look like a work-obsessed control freak, she tried not to show her embarrassment. "Yes, I wanted to look at them again tonight, see if I could see your point." "You like pizza?" he asked as he folded up the stool and returned it to its usual place. Yeah, who doesn't?" "Great. We can review the plan over dinner if you can spare the time tonight. Romano's makes a great pie." She stood on the edge of indecision for a few seconds. "Okay, when works for you?" "Now is great, but we can meet later if you need to do something else first." Stunned at the complete turnaround since the previous day, she nodded. "Give me a few minutes and I'll meet you there." "You know where it is?" "Yeah, I've been planning to try it out." "Here's your chance. I'll see you there." "Yeah, okay." She slid back into the car and pulled into the garage, then stepped out of the car as he headed down the drive. Anna rushed inside, dropped her purse on the counter, and slipped into the bathroom to touch up her makeup and comb her hair. A little more blush, a touch of mascara, and she was ready to walk out the door with a more appropriate jacket to brace against the evening cool. She really wasn't sure what to think about his suggestion of dinner and business, but decided to worry about what it all meant after the evening was over and she had more data to go on. She snatched up her purse and returned to the car, setting her purse back on the folder from work. "Wow, that really was fast," Quinn said when Anna walked into the pizzeria a few minutes later. That was one advantage of the small town. Everything in town was close. "I said it would only be a few minutes. And you do like efficiency. I gotta say I'm a fan of that trait. My last girlfriend thought a few minutes meant up to an hour." He led her to a corner booth furthest from the arcade games. "It's a little quieter over here." "Hey, Stephanie, how's it going?" Quinn asked when the waitress approached seconds after they sat. "Pretty good. Your usual?" Stephanie asked. Quinn turned to Anna. "I usually get it loaded. Anything you don't like?" "No, I like it all. Does that include hot peppers?" "Yeah. Then get it loaded." Quinn grinned as he turned to Stephanie. "My usual all around." They added drinks to the order and settled back in their booth. Anna was trying to decide if jumping into work would come across too obsessive when a tawny-haired man and a little boy of about 4 came into their seating area. Quinn grinned and stood, accepting the handshake with a backslapping hug. "How are you doing?" the man asked. "Great, staying busy. You back for a visit?" "No, I'm here to stay. I've been back for almost a month. Grandpa finally decided to retire, and I was ready for a change." "How did I miss that tidbit of gossip?" Quinn asked. "Where are you living now?" "On the south side. We bought the Tanner's home." "You remember my son, Spencer?" Aaron turned and snagged Spencer's hand, reeling him back in when he started to wander off. He continued without missing a beat. Aliyah and Jamie stopped to talk to friends. "Of course. Isn't the Tanner's house kinda—" Aaron nodded, looking weary. "Yeah, it's a mess, but it'll be great after the reno is done." "I don't doubt it. How's it going, Spence?" Quinn held out his fist and the boy bumped their knuckles. "Good, we get pizza," the boy answered. "Pizza's the best," Quinn agreed. "Hey, Aaron, meet Anna. She's working up at the Springs. Anna, this is Aaron Braun. I've known him forever. I think I was 2 when I had my first play date with his younger brother. He always let us tag along with him. What is Vance up to, anyway?" "Working on his PhD in sociology. Can you imagine?" Quinn shook his head. "Mind-boggling. He hated school. He hated math and science. Sociology doesn't require a ton of either." Aaron reached out and grabbed Spencer's sleeve before he wandered off. "I better grab us a table and order dinner before the girls catch up with us again." "I'll see you around." Quinn offered a half wave. "You bet." Spencer dragged Aaron to a table 20 feet away and Quinn returned to his seat. Old friends are the best. Anna didn't have anyone she kept in close contact with, but she had a few college friends that she got together with when they were in town, or used to. Now she was in California, those opportunities would be few and far between. So true. "I had the impression that you didn't grow up here." Anna twirled the idea along with the straw in her glass. "I didn't, but our grandmothers were friends and pushed us together as kids whenever I was in town." "Was that often? Never as often as I wanted it to be?" "Did you always live in Boston?" "My parents live in a suburb. I went to school just far enough away to justify my own place, but still in the city. Then I started work with an internship at an ad agency during my senior year, and that was it. I just stayed on." "That's pretty unusual, staying with one company for so long, isn't it?" Anna shot him a sideways glance. "Are you saying I look old?" No. Not that there's a right way to answer your question, but Taylor said you'd worked there for 6 or 7 years. Seems like everyone I know from the city changes jobs every few years." Anna scrutinized him for another couple seconds, enjoying seeing him squirm. "Okay then, how long have you been running the landscaping business? And how did you get into that?" "I sometimes helped my Uncle Dan when I came for visits. After high school graduation, I came back to work for the summer while I tried to figure out life, and I just stayed. I bought it from him a few years back." "So you like it?" I stayed, didn't I? Quinn shrugged. That's not always the same thing. You can be unhappy somewhere and stay anyway. Inertia gets the better of you, and the next thing you know, it's been 2 years and you really aren't happy and haven't been for some time. But it is easier to let status quo rule than to push for change or even consider it was needed. Her thoughts had drifted to Charles, her most recent ex-boyfriend. She felt bad that she didn't miss him more, that missing him had been more about missing a companion, like one of her college roommates whom she had liked well enough but never clicked with. Why do I sense a story there? Sorry, I started to talk and my mouth got away from me. Back to the initial thought that staying doesn't necessarily mean you're happy. Quinn squinted like he was trying to decide what he thought about her dismissal of her own words. Then he nodded. True enough. I had plenty of opportunities to do something else, and encouragement from my parents and other relatives to choose a different path. I did take some classes focused on helping my business, but I never finished a degree. I fell in love with landscaping, and I loved Dos Fuentes, so I stayed. Inner strength. He paused to greet someone else with a hello and wave before turning to Anna again. Do you know everyone here? Anna asked. Pretty close. Either I did work for them or got to know them through a committee or community group. It's a small town. I've never lived in a small town. It has a different rhythm. She paused and then decided to finish the thought. I'm having a little trouble catching it. That it does. You're adjusting better than you probably think. You'll get the feel for it soon enough. I hope so. This whole discussion had included a little more honesty than she had been planning to share. She felt very out of place and disconnected in the community so far. Not that her bosses and coworkers weren't great, but the social scene was very different than what she'd been used to. Going home with extra work every night probably wasn't helping with the social aspect, but she wasn't sure what she could do to change things. Other than the bar, which wasn't normally her scene, there wasn't really anything going on in town at night anyway. We have a little time, Quinn said. How about you pull out that master plan and I look at it with an open mind this time? Anna smiled. Okay. She drew out the plot plan. I am open to shifting things around if you see any problems with power or other technical issues that didn't occur to me. You're far more familiar with the mechanics of getting this thing up and running than I am. Quinn looked over the plans. Why did you move the elf toss to this corner? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just wondered. Since he had asked with no rancor, Anna felt her shoulders relax as she explained the flow of guests she had planned. They discussed several other changes, including a couple that he thought might improve flow or technical struggles they had dealt with in the past. She marked the changes in pencil on the plan as Stephanie approached with their pizza. She folded it away to make room for the pizza and their plates. Coming in, how did the work session go? Stephanie asked Quinn. You doing a landscaping job for her? No, she works for Taylor. She's organizing the winter festival at Campbell Hot Springs. We've been haggling over setup changes. It looks like it'll be a great festival this year. Quinn's look drew Anna into the conversation Stephanie had subtly left her out of. It always is. Anything new and exciting going on there? Ice skating. Anna wondered what the woman's reaction would be. Even though it's too warm for ice? Stephanie asked as she grabbed their drinks for a refill. It's plastic ice, but it feels like the real thing when you're on skates. Have you ever been ice skating before? Anna hoped her reaction was more positive than Quinn's had been. No, but it sounds like fun. I'll be right back with your drinks. After she moved out of hearing range, Quinn nodded. I guess you were right about that. It'll be fun to watch people try it out for the first time. You aren't planning to give it a go yourself? Anna grabbed a slice of pizza and transferred it to her plate. I will. I just might give it a test run before everyone shows up first, though. They ate for a minute or so before Anna asked the question that had been running through her mind. So why the sudden change of heart? You've been so against any changes to the festival. Was it her imagination, or did he take longer to chew the food than normal? He swallowed and considered his slice for a couple seconds before answering. Taylor pointed out that I was being an idiot. Not that she put it in those words, but the festival has been one of the few constants in my life, and I didn't want it to change. But change isn't always a bad thing. As you said, new flowers, trimming a hedge, they don't change the nature of the landscape, just freshen it up. The festival could probably stand a little refreshing. Will it feel like I'm prying if I ask about that? Anna was curious about what made this man tick. About refreshing a landscape. No, the other thing, the desperation to keep things the same. She took another bite and wiped with a napkin at the dribble of grease that slid down her chin. I wouldn't say desperate. I call it as I see it. He shrugged. I moved around a lot as a kid. Most every year, though, Dad brought us home for Winter Fest. It was something I could count on that didn't change from year to year. At least not much. My cousins were here, and my grandparents, and they made the holidays special and dependable. Why did you move so much? Military? Except that wouldn't allow him to come to Dos Fuentes every Christmas. Dad is a consultant. He worked for most companies for about a year, so we moved a lot. My parents still do. In 7th grade, we actually moved twice, so I was in 3 different schools. Yikes. That must have been hard. I mean, you got to see a lot of places, but making new friends constantly would be rough. Tell me about it. It's why I moved here right after graduating from high school. I needed stability while I figured out what the heck I wanted to do. Uncle Dan's kids didn't want to take over the business, so I bought it from him when he was ready to retire. That's nice. It took me halfway through college to figure out what I wanted to do, and even then, there have been some refinements. My parents are in the same house where they lived when I was born. My father talks about downsizing and getting into a condo, so he doesn't have yard work or major maintenance projects, but Mom insists she needs the space for when we come home with our families, though my sister is also single. Are you close to your sister? Anna took a sip of her soda. We used to be, but Mom always compares me to her. She's a successful attorney, following in my dad's footsteps, even into his law practice. I'm the disappointment because I went into advertising. Crap, she needed to shut her gob, but he was surprisingly easy to talk to when he wasn't being a jerk. He winced. It's so hard to feel like you disappointed your parents. Mine thought I would become an engineer or something like Dad and work for Fortune 500 companies like he does. But after a few years, they accepted that I had found my niche and are happy that I'm happy. I'm sure yours will adjust as well once you've settled in and are happy here. And if not, at least you're far enough away that you don't have to hear it daily. That's what you think. My mom calls more now than when I lived in Boston. Is your dad still working? He's the youngest partridge, so he's still got a few years until retirement. That's okay, it keeps him busy and he likes it. He shifted the topic of conversation. What was Christmas like for you in Boston? Not like it's going to be here. I can already tell you that. My parents have a nice circle of friends that they meet with and their church family, but their community isn't nearly as dialed in as this. I saw the calendar of events planned for the Founders Celebration/Christmas Festival. It's crazy busy with more things than I can even wrap my head around for such a small town. Quinn nodded. We definitely do the holidays right, and this year will be more intense than usual. I keep telling Taylor and the other cousins that they don't need to work so hard at it. I like going out and doing things with friends and the community, but sometimes it's better just to stay home and relax for the evening. I can't argue with that. There's such a thing as being too busy sometimes. How can you really enjoy the season if you're rushing from one event to the next and stressing about getting everything set up? I know this next week and a half will be crazy, but once the festival is up and running, most of my seasonal stress is over. Then I can just enjoy what's left of it. Anna sipped her soda and added, This is probably the first year that I'll actually have time to enjoy the Christmas season since I finished college. And let's be honest, the lead up to finals was far from relaxing. I'm sure it wasn't. I did my classes online at a slow and steady pace, so it was never as crazy as being a full-time student. But putting up the festival and Christmas decorations always makes the late October to mid-January season extra busy, since you still have to mow lawns and maintain yards. Exactly. Which events coming up in the community are you planning to attend? That depends on how setup goes, and if I can keep up with the rest of the PR stuff that needs to be done this month. But I'll squeeze in time for a few events. Which ones are your favorites? The gingerbread house competition is always great. The cookie exchange goes well. Jill usually makes extras for Taylor and me to swap with others, because she's awesome like that. The light parade at night is pretty great, and I enjoy the Santa 5K. I'll keep those in mind. Conversation drifted from there as they finished their pizza. When Anna returned home that night, she thought her working relationship with Quinn might go better than she'd feared. She just hoped that they could continue the peace the next time they met. 7. It's time for a girls' night, Taylor said, coming into Anna's office at the end of the workday. Jill's going to meet us and a couple of my other friends. Please come. I know it's a weekday, but we won't stay late. Taylor looked a little ragged around the edges, dark circles under her eyes, creases in her otherwise perfect blouse, and wariness in her forehead lines. Lately, she had been working odd hours. The other girls had wondered one day at lunch if she was seeing someone new. Anna's first impulse was to decline the offer, because she didn't really know anyone else who would be there. But wasn't this a good chance to meet people? When else would she get to meet these ladies if she turned the opportunity down? She had been spending so much time at the office and working on the festival that she hadn't gotten out to meet people outside of work and Thanksgiving with the Campbells. Feeling self-conscious, she nodded. That sounds great. What's the plan? Since it's midweek, we're keeping it simple, just dinner and some dancing at the bar. After the holidays are over, we'll have to plan a trip to the city. I'll show you that home decor store we talked about. Sounds good. Bars weren't usually Anna's scene, but since they were going as a group, maybe it would be less weird and awkward. If not, she could leave after they ate. Tell me when and where to meet you. I'll pick you up, Taylor said. I'd rather have my car. I'll pick you up. Taylor shot her a pointed look. So much for leaving early. Okay, what time? Anna wasn't sure how she felt about her boss insisting on giving her a ride, but she supposed she could always find another way home if she needed to. She had learned only the day before that there was a taxi service with a car. Just one car. She would be sure to look up the number before Taylor arrived that evening. She looked at the clock, and since it was already 5, decided she'd better head home to get ready for their night. But what to wear? It wouldn't be the kind of club she occasionally visited with friends in Boston, sleek and packed in all its metro glory, but would it be like the cowboy bars she had seen in movies? Or something in between? She headed home, calling Taylor through her Bluetooth on the drive. What do I wear? Whatever you want. Are we talking cowboy boots or high heels? Cute flats, because seriously, do you own anything that isn't cute, but comfy and clothes you can move in? We're going to have fun. Great. Can't wait. That was somewhat helpful anyway, if not as detailed as she had hoped. As she took a sharp turn up a hill, Anna reminded herself that Taylor wouldn't get too crazy on a work night, right? When Taylor showed up an hour later, Anna was ready to go. She figured no matter the situation, her white blouse and blue pencil skirt that stopped a couple inches shy of her knees would fit just fine. She took Taylor's suggestions to heart and had chosen some cute but reasonably comfortable flats for the night and tucked the number for the local taxi, aka Allison Robinson, into her purse just in case. She was relieved to see that Taylor's outfit was similar. You look great. I don't know why you were worried. I just don't like unfamiliar things. And you moved from Boston to here? That seems like a strange choice. The teasing glint in her eye softened the words. I needed a change, and I knew I needed to branch out of myself. Seriously, I had gotten into a major rut, and it was past time I got myself out of it, which is why I let you talk me into this. I really do want to get to know people and fit into the community. For as long as she was there, anyway. She was already researching advertising firms in Sacramento for when she finished her year. She had promised herself to stay in town. Only 11 months to go. She liked Taylor, and the town was cute. But this was only a stepping stone to get her back on track. We're pretty welcoming here. Haven't you seen that? Yeah, I actually like being here more than I thought. I mean, I hoped I would like it here, but worried I would come out here and feel a total disconnect. But it's hard to feel disconnected when I have a boss who won't let me sequester myself at home all of the time. Taylor grinned. Hey, no one is sitting home alone every night on my watch. Not that staying home seems to be a problem for you. What do you mean? She'd been at home, alone, almost every night since she arrived in town. You and Quinn at the pizza place. Anna felt her face heat and hoped it was dark enough Taylor couldn't tell. It was a peace offering slash business dinner. We made a couple minor adjustments to the festival plans and made peace. I'm glad to hear it. The last thing I need right now is to deal with other people's arguments. Her tone was loaded with weariness. How's your mom doing? Anna felt bad that Taylor had gotten sucked into her disputes with Quinn when she had so many other things going on. I haven't heard anything about her lately. She's doing better. She's frustrated that she's taking so long to get back on her feet. But her physical therapist, you met Chris at Thanksgiving, right? Briefly, sexy. Taylor continued without acknowledging the commentary. He says she's actually doing pretty well. Tonight, one of her friends is taking her to play bingo at the church, so I'm free and easy. Anna looked up at Taylor and remembered the dark circles she'd noticed earlier in the day, though fresh makeup had covered them again. Obviously, the situation was causing more stress for Taylor than she admitted to. I'm glad to get out for a while. The festival and its connected promos have been taking over my life, and a break would be good for my tired brain. Taylor took a sharp corner a bit faster than Anna had anticipated, and she clutched the door handle a moment before Taylor took a tight turn in the other direction into a steep parking lot. Here we are. The lot was packed. The low building had music streaming out of every crack, and several people were exiting their cars and heading to the bar. Come on, Taylor said when Anna hesitated just outside the car door. Taylor grabbed Anna's hand and dragged her toward the building. We're going to have so much fun. Just wait and see. Ready to let Taylor prove herself right, Anna followed along. Time for some dancing. The bar was big and open with space for a band on one end near the wooden tables. Pool tables lined the other side with room to dance in the middle. Anna had heard the place had a band on weekends, but since it was a Thursday, they had the radio on instead. Taylor caught the eye of the woman at the bar as they approached, and the bartender waved and pointed toward the corner with the tables. Anna trailed along behind Taylor as she headed in the indicated direction, noticing the liquor bottles with their bottoms cut off to become shades on the lights hanging from the ceiling. It took a moment for Anna to recognize Jill from the back, and she recognized one of the other women at the table, though she couldn't remember her name. Hey, glad you could make it, the Hispanic-looking woman said. Anna, right? I'm Caitlin. We met briefly at Thanksgiving. She works at the boot stop downtown, Taylor added. Did we mention that? No, but I know where that is. It had seemed odd to have a Western boot store on the Northern California coast, but it seemed like there were always trucks in the parking lot. The other woman, a redhead, smiled. I'm Heaven. And she's the local dentist, Caitlin added. Anna grinned back, feeling instantly more relaxed. Anna, I work for Taylor, and I'm from Boston. Did you both grow up here? Not Heaven, but I was born and raised, Caitlin said. Had to come back after college. You're from Boston? Caitlin asked. They talked and laughed as they picked out their food and placed their orders. Meanwhile, they waved to and greeted what seemed like every person in town, and maybe half of the neighboring towns. You and Quinn seem to be getting comfy, Jill said when the waitress had left them with their drinks. Anna sipped on something fruity. What makes you say that? I heard you went out for pizza the other night. Small town, she added when Anna stared at her. And apparently that meant something more than she had anticipated when it came to gossip. Then again, Taylor had made a similar comment about hearing Quinn was responsible for the power outage. Right, of course. It was a working dinner. We discussed the festival. He's nicer than I thought at first, but we've only just learned to be cordial. You should be asking Taylor about whoever it is that is putting a spring in her step, though. Her schedule has been rather non-traditional as well. Taylor turned to Anna in surprise. What makes you think that's because of a guy? Maybe I'm just glad to have someone else to torture with the festival this year. I had thought that it was due to having you take the festival off her hands, Jill said, studying her sister. But Mom hinted otherwise. Are you really seeing him? Him who? Caitlin asked. Chris, the physical therapist who is treating our mom, Jill said. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just helping him coach the community league basketball team. The kids need help, and while Chris is a fine coach, he is only one man. Coaching, tree shopping, decorating. That sounds like you're dating him. Jill leaned back in her chair, casually smug. Oh, I met him at Thanksgiving. Very cute, Caitlin said. Your ears are turning red. That's how she blushes, Jill explained to Anna. You're wrong. Chris and I just pass each other coming and going sometimes, because Mom is his first patient of the day. But a smile teased Taylor's lips. That's why you've come in late to work a few times? Anna asked. Really? Jill stretched the word out, full of innuendo. Okay, it's not like he's even explained why he left so suddenly in college and cut me off so it can't get serious. It's just, well, animal magnetism? Caitlin asked. Jill nodded. He is hot. Maybe you need to step up and give him some incentive, Anna said. It's not like I'm gone for hours. And how is your love life going? Taylor desperately turned the attention toward heaven. Can't say. Not sure what to think about anything right now. Men have to make things so complicated sometimes. And how? Caitlin said emphatically. Not that they aren't nice to look at. She smiled and waved at someone on the other side of the room, and Anna's gaze drifted to a tall drink of water playing pool with another guy. Well, if that's your idea of an idiot, I can see why you still enjoy the view. Personally, she liked Quinn's dark hair and broader build over the lanky blonde any day, but he was still nice to look at. And what was she doing thinking of Quinn anyway? Stupid. She shifted her attention back to the table to catch what Heaven was saying. I've just recently sworn off men completely. Again, Heaven said. Well, they had it coming, Caitlin said. Enough about men. Seriously, I'm so over that for the night, Taylor said. Yeah, only because you don't want us to pry into what's going on with you and Chris, Jill said. How are things coming for your Christmas projects? Taylor said, completely ignoring Jill's comment. Caitlin, it turned out, was on the committee running the gingerbread house contest on Main Street Contest. Several stores, including her own, would be displaying the entries for a few days, so locals would have a chance to look them all over and vote before the awards ceremony. Heaven was involved with the Christmas wrapping booth downtown, and even though Jill would be lending a hand for setup at the Hot Springs Festival, she was also in the Chamber of Commerce and was working with businesses running the Chamber Bucks drawings. Judging by the few people she'd met so far, it seemed like everyone in town was working on some element or other for the Community Celebration Month. They continued to talk about what was coming up as their meals were delivered and they ate. After their food was gone, Jill jumped up at the arrival of a great dance tune. Everyone on your feet. Time to get our groove thing on. Come on, no excuses. She grinned, making it impossible to refuse, even if Anna had been so inclined. The music at the bar was eclectic, from ballads to hard rock, country, to Beyoncé's latest tune. The dance floor had several couples, but a few singles were out there busting a move as well, and the 5 women melded seamlessly with them. After a couple numbers, the music slowed down to a couple's dance, and Anna was happy to cede the floor to several couples. Before they could get back to their table, though, the lanky man from the pool table whisked Caitlin off to the dance floor again. Whatever she said about disliking him, it was obvious, watching them together, that her feelings were friendly. They talked and laughed, danced to at least a dozen songs, and relaxed in a way Anna hadn't let herself do since arriving in town. Who knew all it would take was an evening out to make new friends?
8 Quinn stopped by the hot springs for the last couple hours of the workday, so he and Anna could measure out and mark all the booths and walking spaces for the festival. With the help of Todd and a couple of the hot springs employees, they were able to measure and mark the entire field for the festival. They sent the others home at the end of the workday, finishing up the last small section themselves. He liked the meticulous plans she had drawn up, The fact that she was 10 times as detail-oriented as her predecessor, and yet she was able to laugh with people around her while getting the job done. She was focused, but not unbendable. And when they realized they hadn't accounted for the full width of the pine tree on the south side, she was able to revamp the plan to work around it without a meltdown, another issue he'd dealt with in previous years. He thought back to the first day they had met and wondered how stressed she must have been about her first day on the job to have freaked out on him about the power outage. "Okay, that's the last one," he said as he used the marking spray to designate the far corner of the booth. "I can't believe we got all of that done. I thought for sure we'd be out here again in the morning to finish up." Anna tugged on her Boston College sweatshirt. The sun had gone down already, and the light poles had kicked on a few minutes earlier. One of them was positioned behind her head, causing a halo of light to fall on her brown hair, bringing out hints of copper. "You kept things moving, and your plan was detailed, much more than the previous years." He stashed the measuring tape, remaining spray paint, and other odds and ends into a bucket to carry back to his truck. She accepted the compliment with a quirk of her lips. "Any big plans for the evening?" "Dinner at the cafe, and then walking down Main Street to check out the gingerbread houses. They were judged today, so they'll have the award ribbons on them." The gingerbread contest had been a tradition in town for as long as Quinn could remember, with nearly a dozen stores willing to display the gingerbread house entries in their windows. The creations ranged from children's awkward attempts to elaborate homes, complete with yard decor and horse-drawn carriages, and all at least 95% edible. "I've been meaning to check those out, but I've been too tired when I finished work," Anna said. "Join me for dinner and a walk down Main Street. After the winners have been announced, they add placards with the contestants' names. I can tell you all about who's who and how they're connected." "I think I'd like that." Quinn hadn't planned to ask Anna out for dinner, but once the topic came up, he realized he would like to see more of her. And not just while they butted heads over the festival. They took their own vehicles to the cafe, and he waited outside while she made her way from the parking spot she'd found down the street. "The parking is packed," she said when she reached him. "I had to park in the middle of the next block." "I should have warned you to park in the city building lot. The gingerbread house contest draws a lot of people, and there are only a few days left before the chamber drawing, so people use the display as an excuse to get in some extra shopping, with the stores staying open so late." He held the door open for her and found the cafe packed. The waitress, Marcia, spotted them a moment after they entered and looked around and gestured toward a booth in the back section. Quinn waved and set his hand on Anna's back to guide her toward the table. She indicated there's a spot in the back. He led her to a smaller table that was crammed into the corner between a booth of rowdy teens and one with a family with 3 kids under the age of 5. "Hi, Matt. The basketball team is looking good," he said to the father of the young children. "Thanks. The girls have been working hard this year. I think we have a shot at making it to the state playoffs." "That would be great." Quinn slid into his seat after Anna sat. "Have you met Anna Gray? She's working for Taylor as their PR person." "I haven't." Matt introduced her to his wife, Samantha, and their 3 young children. Marcia came over to bring water glasses and the menus, and they turned their attention to picking out their meals. "I can't believe you've been here for 3 weeks and haven't eaten here yet," Quinn said. "I usually cook, and then I have leftovers for a few days because no recipe really makes the right amount for only one person. It leaves me more time to focus on work in the evenings, and eating out by yourself in a town where everyone knows everyone else isn't a lot of fun. You just need a little more time to get to know people here. And you obviously work too hard if you're going home and putting in 3 or 4 more hours of paperwork." "You don't?" She lifted a brow. He tipped his head in acknowledgement. "Not every night. But I own my own business, so there's a certain amount of balancing accounts and paying bills and employee paychecks required. That does usually happen after hours, but it's only a few nights per month." "Well, Taylor wants a whole new slate of advertisements, and I agree. What she's been running aren't nearly as versatile as they should be, and some look like they've been recycled for a few years. True, but do you have to do all of that in the first month? Leave yourself something to do in January. She smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Dinner was relaxed, and the food was delicious. They talked about everything and nothing of import, and he told her a little something about several business owners and civic leaders who were eating with their families at nearby tables. Quinn tried to make the few details he told her relevant and interesting so they would be easier to remember. He remembered how confusing it had been when he'd first moved to town, and he'd had the advantage of knowing some of the residents for years. Anna didn't seem shy, but if she had been spending most of her evenings at home catching up on other office work, she needed to get out and mingle more. I'm never going to remember everyone, she said. You don't have to. But once you start to get to know people, some of this will come back, and hopefully it will make things easier later. He paid their bill, though she offered to split it, and led her out to take a stroll up and down the street to see the gingerbread houses in the contest. They commented on something or other at every window, and he liked that she found something to appreciate even from entries from the under-12 contestants. They ran into scores of people from town, and he introduced her to at least a dozen new faces. I had no idea this would be as social as a cocktail party. Is there anyone in town we haven't seen here yet? Anna asked when they were near the end. If there is, I'm sure we'll run into them before we get you back to your car. Quinn grinned and waved to a client as they drove by. You must really love it here. You seem to know everyone. When you have a business and you belong to the Partridges, you meet a lot of people. I needed somewhere that felt like a real home after all of the moving we did when I was growing up. Getting to know people quickly helped me feel like I belonged faster. You have to make an effort if you want to become part of a community. That makes sense. I lived in my last apartment for nearly a year and really didn't know anyone in my building and hardly anyone at work. It felt lonely. It didn't help that my boss was a nightmare. Is that why you left? She fiddled with the strap on her purse for a moment, not meeting his eye. I was let go, for various reasons, one or two of which were glancingly connected to my work, mostly not so much. She claimed my ideas as her own and blamed me when a choice she made lost us a client. It was not a happy place to work. She rubbed absently at her cheek with the back of her fingers. But this feels like a good place to land. They passed the angel tree in front of City Hall, and both took a snowflake or two off with information for a child in town who needed a Christmas gift. Anna tucked hers into her pocket. Sometimes I really feel like I'm walking in a Hallmark movie, except without the excessive Christmas decor. I haven't seen any of those movies. How excessive are we talking? Like walking into a Christmas store. Seriously, no one puts that much garland and Christmas lights around their homes or offices, with a fully decorated tree every 6 feet on Main Street. Okay, I like Christmas, but I think Dos Fuentes' level of decoration is much more reasonable. Enough to brighten everything up without going into Griswold mold. Have you driven up past Aunt Linda's after dark to see the lights? No. One of the girls in the office mentioned there are some good ones up there. You should take a few minutes to drive around. It's really great. How many of them did you decorate for work? Quinn grinned. Only half of them. I'll keep that in mind. They talked and strolled all the way to her car. Thanks for inviting me. This was a nice break, Anna said when they came to stand beside her door. You're welcome. It was a nice break for me, too. I don't always take a moment to enjoy everything this town has to offer this time of year. It wasn't fun to do it alone, and though he knew he was always welcome, doing everything in lockstep with his cousins made him feel like a loser who couldn't arrange his own life. This was a nice change. He hadn't dated anyone during the Christmas season for a couple years. Not that he and Anna were dating, he had no freaking clue. It's the last chance we're likely to get for the next week. It took him a second to remember she was talking about a break from work. Tell me about it. I guess I'll see you at work. He shoved his hands in his back pockets, unsure how to end this not quite a date. You will. They stood there awkwardly for a moment, the thought of kissing her rolling around in his mind before he stepped back. Better not to go there. Well, good night. You too. She pulled out her key fob and unlocked the door. He pulled it open for her and waited for her to settle in the seat before closing her inside. They waved through the window before he turned and headed back down the street. Funny that he disliked her so much to begin with. 9. Quinn looked at the Knock and Elf booth front. The milk bottle baseball game had gone to Wisconsin with the woman who owned and ran it. The booth needed to be repainted for the skate shack instead. He could spread paint on the wall with the best of them, but he was far from creative with a brush. Anna joined him from where she had been digging through Christmas tree decorations. Problem? We need to repaint this for the ice skates. Yes, we do. I have time tonight. One more excuse to spend time with her, something he hadn't expected to look for a couple weeks earlier. I'll throw it in the back of my truck. You want to paint it at my place or at yours? Mine will work. We can leave it in the garage overnight. It'll probably take a couple days anyway. She brushed the hair away from her face with the back of her hand. Okay, we might as well grab some dinner first. How do you feel about bucket chicken? I have positive feelings toward it, especially if it comes with biscuits. Well, that's a given. Give me a hand. Anna helped load the front panel for the skating booth into the back of his truck. Meet me at Braun's Hardware to pick out paint before they close, he asked. Sounds good. See you in a few. When they met inside, she carried a drawing she'd done of the future booth. I thought we could go with blue for the main section, green across the top of the box where the words go, and then black for the actual words. What do you think? She had drawn a couple ice skates onto the sides of the booth as decoration. That works for me. It only took them a few minutes to settle on the actual shades and pass them to Clarence to mix at the paint counter. The 70-something man who had run the store for as long as Quinn could remember entered the color info into the computer, set the open can under it, and let the machine add in all the color. Not that long ago, I had to measure and add all the colors in by hand. What are you painting? We're having an ice skating rink at the Campbell Hot Springs Festival this year, Anna said. We're giving the booth a new look. Ice skating here? His expression said he found that as odd as Quinn had at first. The rink is made of plastic, but it feels just like ice when you have skates on, Anna said. Well, what will they think of next? You must be the new marketing person up there. I heard you was a pretty one. He shot her a little wink. Good to get some new blood in town. Shake things up a little bit, eh, boy? He shot Quinn a conspiratorial look. I guess a little change won't kill us. What a ringing endorsement, Anna said. Quinn managed not to smile, but it was a near thing. Where's Aaron today? I thought he was taking over so you could enjoy your golden years. He took off to do something with the kids. He lets me come in now and then to pretend like I'm still relevant. Pretend? How could it be Braun's Hardware without you? Quinn remembered coming in with his dad when he was little and being fascinated by everything he came across. That's what I think, but Aaron assures me that it'll still stand if I retire. I guess it will. It can be hard to let something like this go. That it can, but has been nice to scale back since he arrived. Quinn steered Anna toward the paintbrushes and supplies while Clarence finished mixing the paint. Otherwise, the guy would probably start sharing stories of Quinn's exploits as a kid. That was the last thing he needed right now. They returned to the main counter a moment before Clarence lifted the last quart of paint from the shaker. He rang in their purchases, and they carried the supplies out to Quinn's truck. Meet you at my place, Anna said. Soon as I pick up dinner, he agreed. Quinn was surprised at how smoothly things went that night. Anna had come across as prissy and maybe a little vain the first morning they met, but when he arrived at her place, she'd changed into casual clothes that were already spotted in paint, and she had pulled her hair back in a messy braid. Nothing prissy or vain here. Nice. I didn't know you had painting clothes. A girl's got to have a few secrets to pull from her sleeve to keep things interesting, she said. They set up the booth front on the drop cloth they had purchased and painted the blue and green areas before moving to her dining table for dinner while the paint dried. He had been right. Her home was fully decorated, including pictures on the walls. It didn't take you long to settle in here. Planning to stay until you die? He started unloading the chicken. There's no point living somewhere if you don't make it your own, for however long you plan to stay. I figure I'll give it a year and then move on to a larger company with room to move up. You're not going to stay? He paused and looked at her to judge if she was serious. Festival aside, while I can do this job, it isn't exactly what I had planned to do for the rest of my life. I liked working on lots of different projects at the ad agency, always a new challenge. Taylor's great to work for, and Jill's sweet, but I'm afraid I'll get bored after a while. You might be surprised, Dos Fuentes grows on people. He kept his words nonchalant, but at the same time, he found her admission disconcerting. She really wasn't planning to stay for more than a year. Did Taylor know that? That's not the first time I've heard that. Well, I'm glad you're here, for however long it lasts. I know Taylor's relieved to be able to dump all of this in your lap so she can focus on other things. With her mom's injury, it's especially nice that she has someone she can count on. Besides me, of course. He blew on his knuckles and buffed them on his shirt. Anna chuckled. Well, of course, you're very dependable, but you aren't hired to organize the whole thing, and you have plenty of other work to do. Did you finish with all the Christmas light clients? 2 more to go. The Hunts usually do their own, but his wife finally convinced him to hire it out this year. He's 72. And then there's a new guy in town, some kind of programmer. Then you'll spend all of January taking lights back off of people's homes, she asked. A lot of it. I also have a couple landscaping projects that we've been putting off until after the holidays. They ate most of the food before stashing the rest in the fridge and heading out to the garage to paint. You draw well, Quinn said, looking at her picture again. Thanks, it helps in my field. How about you? Most of the time, I use a CAD program to create the yard plans. My hand drawings always end up looking like a bunch of circles and squiggles that only I understand. He sat back and watched while she used a pencil to sketch out the skates on the sides, and then moved to a step stool to freehand the outline of the words. That was impressive. Why did you pick advertising? I like telling stories, being creative. I'm not nearly good enough to make art my career, but this uses both sides of my interests. You like telling stories, so you're in advertising. He hadn't expected that connection. What do you think advertising is if not telling stories? Give me a product and I'll tell you a story to make you want to buy it. He thought of one of the least interesting things he could imagine. Car oil. Is your engine running rough? Maybe your mileage isn't what you'd like it to be. Use our car oil and your engine will run smoother than ever before. You show the guy annoyed about an engine noise, pouring clean oil into the engine and then his truck or maybe a muscle car bulleting down the road. Anna looked down at him. Basically, you figure out what problem your customer has and show them how you can solve it with your product. It's the same with vacation ads, dish soap ads, even jewelry stores. Everyone needs something. The trick is figuring out which group needs or might want your something right now, and what it is that motivates them to buy your product instead of someone else's. And the festival? If I had started here early enough to really get the promotion going, I would have capitalized on rediscovering the joy of childhood, the magic of the season, and I would have spread the word further out than they've done in the past. Half the cabins are empty this time of year. What better place for a young couple to get away for a few days leading up to the holiday, or a family with kids to experience a small-town Christmas like they usually only see in Christmas movies? I've been working on trifold flyers to give out the weekend of the festival to encourage people to schedule vacation time here in the hot tubs and day spa, including a dinner at Tubman's and a show at Middlemarch Theater. I hear they have a really great play going on for the next couple of weeks. They're surprisingly good for a small town. My mom loved theater and used to drag me with her when my dad was working. I saw some stinkers in small towns when I was a kid, but the times I've gone to the shows here, they've done a great job. Anna stepped down, nearly running into him as she did, though he put out a hand to stop her before she knocked them over. Sorry. She shifted out of the way self-consciously, glancing up at him as a sizzle of attraction shot through him. Not that he hadn't been attracted to her before, but this felt almost electric. She sucked in a breath as their gazes held for a couple seconds before she looked away, and they both stepped back. Anna studied the sign, following her finger as she read the letters she had just penciled in. Okay, I got everything spelled right. He dragged his eyes away from her lips and glanced at the letters. You doubted yourself?
Annoyed at the disruption to their painting, Anna tried to decide whether ignoring her mom's craziness or refuting it would be better. The outside door shut harder than Quinn probably intended, and her mom heard it. What are you doing? Painting a booth for the festival. They have you working at night? Don't you ever get a break? How are you supposed to get to know people if you're working alone every night? I'm not. She cut herself off, realizing that was a dangerous line to follow. You're not alone? Who else is there? Annoyance had switched to curiosity, and Anna wanted to groan in frustration. The last thing she needed was for her mom to get all pushy about her seeing a guy. Taylor's cousin is helping me paint. I've been getting to know quite a few people since I arrived. I went to the gingerbread house contest and dinner out with my boss and several other women in town. The Christmas celebrations are really picking up speed now, with something going on pretty much every evening from now until the 25th. This is the male cousin you were complaining about a couple weeks ago? Of course, that was the only thing her mom had heard. Anna wished she'd never complained about Quinn, but if she hadn't mentioned him, her mom would have asked if the cousin was male or female. It was how her mom's mind worked. Yes. Well, spending much time with him? Some. We're working together on preparations. How's Mariah? Switching the topic to her younger sister was her default when her mom got too pushy. Mariah's many virtues were her mom's second favorite topic, right behind Anna's shortcomings. Great, she's also dating a new man. He's a partner in her firm. He's so handsome, and he drives a Jaguar. That's great. I'd love to talk longer, but I need to get back to work. So much to do still for the festival, not to mention my other job duties. I promise to call again soon when I have longer to catch up. I'll talk to you later. Fine, don't tell me anything about your young man. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Love you, Mom. Even when you aggravate me, love you too. Anna hung up and stepped out into the cool night air. Quinn leaned back against his truck, typing something on his phone screen. He glanced up. Parents can be difficult sometimes. That they can. It's not that they don't love us and mean well. When their eyes met, he smiled. Oh, the curse of parents who mean well. Their gaze held a moment longer than normal as attraction fluttered in her chest. It was different than the flutter she'd felt for him a few minutes ago, but no weaker. He pushed off the truck and crossed to her, their eyes glued. Could be worse. She looked away, suddenly short of breath. Yeah, you ready to get back to work? You bet. She could not get seriously involved with a guy here when she wasn't planning to stay, and she didn't do casual intimacy like some of her friends. Considering how much she was coming to like Quinn, it was definitely time to focus on something else. Anna couldn't believe how well everything was coming together for the festival. Most of the booths were up, as well as the decorations and banners that hung out of easy reach. Quinn was working on the last banner from the boom on his work truck. Wow, you got a lot done today, Anna said as she approached. She had been in and out all day, helping when she could squeeze time away from the last-minute details that had to be coordinated from her desk. Almost everyone who worked at the Springs had spent at least some time helping with setup for the festival that day. Jill had even brought her mom over to see how things were going for a while after lunch. The more Anna got to know Linda, the more she liked her. We just need to focus on decorating the 2 big trees. Do you want to come up here and help me with that? Quinn asked as he finished hooking up the banner and directed the boom back to the ground. Anna definitely wanted to. I don't want to get in your way. You won't. We have plenty of space up here. Todd will pass up the boxes of decorations and help with the strings of lights from the ground. Anna remembered seeing them work together as they had decorated her neighbor's trees. Okay, I'm game. I can spare the time, and decorating Christmas trees is always fun. She accepted the hand he offered her, stepping into the boom. Quinn passed Todd the tools he'd been using to hang banners, and Todd passed up a plastic bin of decorations along with the first string of lights with the large colored bulbs. I'm going to run the boom while you string out the lights along the tree. It works best if we go up and down. Quinn expertly ran the boom up along the tree, staying close enough for her to easily reach the branches without running into them. When they got near the top on their second pass, they paused to hang large plastic decorations everywhere they could reach, then continued with the lights. This is going really smoothly. I never realized how much more efficient it is to have help in here. I'll have to remember that for next time. You wouldn't want a part-time job, would you? He teased. I do have so much extra time. I mean, all those sleep hours are just being wasted right now. She glanced over and met his eye. The look held for several seconds as they smiled at each other before she looked away, but she couldn't help being hyper-aware of him in the small basket. I'm glad I had time to help with this today. Tomorrow, we'll have our hands full setting up the rest of the booths. The rink arrives the next day, and we'll finish decorating. We'll be open for business before you know it. It took nearly 2 hours to decorate both trees. As Quinn lowered the boom for the last time, Anna looked at the job they'd done. The sun had gone down half an hour earlier, and the festival lights were keeping the whole area bright enough to see as they worked. Did they plant the trees for the festival, or did they plan the festival around the trees? She asked. A little of both. That pine, he pointed to the largest one off to his right, has been here since before the festival began, but the other 3 were planted a few years before I was born with the festival in mind. Taylor has been talking about adding a few more next spring. It wouldn't be a bad idea. She's in Ukiah buying supplies today, including a few more trees to fill in some spaces and to replace things that were too worn out to reuse or repair. She said decorations were more sparse last year than she would have liked. She'll be back for the cookie exchange, right? That's her plan. Anna pulled her phone from her pocket and looked at the messages. She said she'd message when she got back to town, but I haven't gotten anything yet. Should be soon, though. Great. I'll see you there tonight? I wouldn't miss it. Anna was surprised by how many people showed up for the cookie exchange downtown. There must have been 100 people milling around, tasting different ones, and filling their plates with cookies their neighbors had made in exchange for whatever they had brought. She had brought the Italian wedding cookie recipe that her mother and grandmother always made at the holidays. She loaded her plate with gingerbread, sugar cookies decorated in holiday themes, chocolate chip, and several other varieties. Looks like you're all set, Quinn said, approaching from the side. Anna looked over and saw he had started picking out a few cookies for himself. Did you just arrive? A little while ago. I got caught in the entrance talking to a client. You look like you're about done. Yeah, I was hoping to run into Caitlin or Heaven, but I haven't seen either of them yet. They usually both come. Quinn glanced around and then grinned, zeroing in on some goodies a few feet away. Come on, you have to try these brownies. Anna picked up one from the tray and took a bite. The brownie was dense and moist with chocolate chips in it. A thick layer of what must have been a mint-flavored white chocolate ganache was spread over it, and then some rich, fudgy frosting on top. Oh, wow, she said as soon as she had chewed enough to be able to speak. I know, right? I always have to get some of these babies. He piled half a dozen onto his plate. Anna added a few on her own. I either have to give these away or freeze them. Maybe some of each. It doesn't hurt to have an easy treat in the freezer for days when you just have to have something. So true. They wandered around the room together as he filled his plate, and they stopped to talk to several people along the way. Anna was starting to recognize people she had run into while shopping or running errands. She finally found Caitlin when they were nearly at the door and talked for a few minutes. After saying goodbye to Caitlin, Anna followed Quinn back outside. Favorite holiday treat? Anna asked. Pulla, it's a Finnish sweetbread with cardamom. Delicious. You? Gingerbread cookies. There's just something about the mix of spice and molasses. Favorite Christmas movie? And you can't say Die Hard. Why not? Because I said so. She chuckled when he sent her a disgruntled look. Fine, A Christmas Carol, which I would have said even if you didn't exclude Die Hard from the options. She had been expecting something more in line with A Christmas Story or maybe Elf. He did surprise her. Why? Why? Because it's all about reevaluating your life and redemption, putting our selfishness aside and celebrating with those who are important to us. Good answer. Something fluttered around her heart, and she told herself it didn't mean anything. What about your favorite? They strolled past the park with its splash of colored lights and greetings from local businesses in the Chamber of Commerce. Anna had to consider for a moment. Well, if we eliminate Charlie Brown and Rudolph the res-nosed reindeer, she paused when he chuckled. And your favorite, of course, which has many virtues, the only possible option is Miracle on 34th Street. I've watched it every year since I was little. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Anna stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and stared at him with all her dramatic flair. How is that possible? How could you have made it so long without seeing the best Christmas movie ever made? Way more people talk about It's a Wonderful Life. A nice show, but I never loved it as much as Miracle on 34th Street. Apparently, they both have miracles in them, so what's the difference? Anna shook her head. You have no idea what you're missing. This must be remedied as soon as possible. Quinn glanced at his watch. It's not too late. How about tonight? Do you have it on DVD? Pleased with how quickly he jumped on her suggestion, she nodded. I do? Great. Popcorn, hot cocoa, and a Christmas movie at my place tonight, if you can break away from the hours of extra work you had planned. I could manage that. She looked forward to it. Do you need me to bring popcorn? No, I have plenty. Grab your movie and come over. They stopped at her car in the city building's lot, and he held her cookies while she found her car key. See you in a few? You bet. Anna pulled out of her parking space, smiling, even as she reminded herself not to get too deep in this friendship.
Quinn was surprised by how much he liked the movie. It was old, but full of heart, and of course, the requisite happy ending for a holiday film. When the credits came on, he listened to music that played over the closing credits. Nice. You're such a talker. I wish you wouldn't go on and on like that, Anna said. I'll try to do better. Apparently, I was missing out for all of these years. As long as you know now. She stretched her arms and checked her watch, but didn't move to stand. You know what your mantle needs? Pine boughs and lights? Well, yes, but I was thinking, something. Almost anything would be an improvement over the nothing on there now. Pictures of your family, or stuff that's themed for your favorite football team, or knickknacks you picked up in your many travels. Something. Do you have some items in your boxes in the other room? It wasn't like multiple relatives hadn't said similar things several times since he'd moved in, but somehow it felt different when Anna brought it up. Maybe because it didn't feel like an older sister taking him to task for not decorating. Plus, he liked the idea of a picture or two on the mantel. It hadn't bothered him before, but now that she pointed it out, it did. A little. I see your point. I'll have to see if I can find something. We could look now, unless you're too tired. I could hang for a while to help, if I wouldn't be in the way. He really didn't want her to go, so he stood and helped her to her feet. I could use an extra hand. He tried to think if he had anything in the boxes that might embarrass him, but it had been so long since he'd packed them that he couldn't remember what was in them. They started on different ends, calling out contents to each other as they searched. High school yearbooks. I have 6. Quinn noticed the box also contained a few scrapbooks and some paperbacks. No way was he showing her pics of him through the years. How did that happen? Mom insisted I needed a yearbook for each school so I could remember my friends, but I haven't stayed in touch with anyone. I'm going to take this back to my office. One of these days he'd get a set of shelves in there. A desk wouldn't hurt either. It wasn't very convenient running his business from the folding table in the dining room. He came back to find Anna digging out the dishes his grandma had left him when she passed away. Any reason you aren't using these? She asked. I just haven't gotten around to pulling them out. Wow, how did that seem 10 times lamer now than it had to Taylor and the others? Do you mind if I set them in the dishwasher then? She asked. since it's right here anyway. By which she meant, since she had carried the box over by it already. Oddly, it didn't feel pushy on her part. That would be nice. Thanks. Plus, it would let him get through an extra box or two without her seeing the helter-skelter way he'd organized it all. He found a box of winter clothes from when he'd lived in Michigan, the winter he'd turned 17, and set them aside to go through. He'd donate anything in decent condition. After working in landscaping for the past decade, his shoulders sure wouldn't fit in the old clothes anymore. Then he came to the box where he'd packed his family pictures and childhood mementos. Here we go. Anna turned to look at the family picture he held. Great, almost done here. She added more plates to the bottom rack. He moved to the living room and started unwrapping everything from the newsprint and extra bathroom towels he had used to protect things. Anna helped him unwrap a few items before the box was empty. She looked them over. There's too much for one mantle. Pick your favorite 5 items. Only 5? We need to leave room for the garland and lights. Okay. He studied his options, though he didn't plan to rush out and buy any holiday decorations. He picked up a family portrait with his parents and one with several of his cousins at the hot springs. He chose one with his state-winning baseball team from his senior year, the only team he had felt like he truly fit in. His dad had started a new project 400 miles away a month before the end of the school year, but Quinn and his mom had stayed until his graduation ceremony. He wondered what the guys were up to now. Pushing away the bittersweet lump in his throat, he set it with the others and reached for the winning ball. 5 items would be more visually pleasing, Anna said when Quinn didn't do anything else for a moment, just looked at what was there. I mean, she hurried, you don't have to have 5, and you can always add more if you want, but just as a matter of record, odd numbers are more visually pleasing. That's the same for plant groupings. Quinn looked back at the items left on the table. They were nice, but not quite. He grinned. Hold on a minute. He went out to the garage and found what he was looking for right where they belonged on the shelf. He returned a moment later and set the small garden shears on the end of the mantel. Okay, Anna said slowly. Uncle Dan gave these to me the summer after my sophomore year when I stayed here for a couple months. I worked in the landscaping business with him all summer. Before I went back to my parents, he gave these to me and said I was a natural, and I could come back and work for him anytime. It was the first time I had ever been told that I could do something other than what my father wanted me to do, that college didn't naturally have to follow high school. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot to be said for a college education, but it wasn't for me. The landscaping business, that's what I wanted, more than anything. You still have the clippers? Shears, he corrected. Right. Anna picked them up and turned them over in her hands. They were worn, but well taken care of. He'd made sure of it. Anna set them back where he'd placed them and looked at the mantel again. Looks better, doesn't it? It does. Thanks. They stood there silently until the situation became awkward. I should probably go. Thanks for the popcorn and the company, Anna said, though not moving toward her coat. You're welcome. Thanks for coming over and sharing the movie. Also for the kick in the butt to finally decorate. She smiled. You're welcome. Once again, their gazes met and Quinn felt pulled toward her. I know I've made this transition for you a little harder than it had to be. I'm sorry about that. You were just keeping me on my toes. She moved closer too. He brushed at the shining hair that fell well below her shoulders, and she set a hand on his chest. Then he remembered that she wasn't staying in town, that she was planning to go again, and he stepped back instead of into a kiss that he thought she might be anticipating as much as he was. He wanted it, but life had taught him that losing people was painful, and she was the kind of woman who got under a man's skin and burned there. No way did he need to let this become more than the friendship they had developed. He turned toward her coat and collected it to help her put it on. Anna appeared confused for half a second, and then wiped the emotions away and accepted the help. What time will you come over to help decorate tomorrow? Soon as I drop off Todd so he can mow at the Whitneys. Great. See you then. She scooted out so fast he wondered if she was as unnerved by their moment as he had been. He tried to settle to do some paperwork for the business, but couldn't focus. So he gave up and found the nails and hammer to hang some of the other pictures around the house. 11 Quinn sat at his kitchen bar eating dinner when the doorbell rang. "Hey, I didn't expect you tonight. What's up?" he asked Taylor as he gestured her in. "I thought I'd stop in and see how you're doing. I know you've been in and out of the office, but I haven't talked to you in ages." She stopped short when she passed the living room and looked back through the doorway. "You decorated." "A few things. Anna pointed out that it would be nice to have a picture of my parents out where I can see them." I agreed. He led the way to the dining room. Taylor paused to look at the wall of boxes, which was less than half the size it had been last time she had stopped in. Instead of commenting on it, however, she gestured to his dinner. "What's this? Actual food I didn't make?" "It's just canned stew. Don't get all excited and think I've suddenly started cooking. You want some? I have another can." "No, thanks. I ordered Chinese. I'm waiting for it to be ready." She moved around the peninsula to open the cupboard where he kept her clean dishes. She paused again and Quinn focused on his food. Taylor looked in several other cupboards before turning to look at him. Several seconds passed with neither of them speaking. He waited for her to bring up the sudden arrival of the newly cleaned dishes in his cupboards. "How is business?" she finally asked. She wasn't going to give him a hard time about finally putting things away. He hadn't thought it was possible, but who was he to complain? "Busy. I mean, if it weren't for the festival, it would be steady for this time of year. But not bad. With it, things are hopping. How's your mom doing today?" The small talk continued as they both avoided discussing the elephant in the room. He was starting to think she would leave without saying another word about the unpacking, but as she headed toward the front door, she tossed over her shoulder. "The place is looking good. When you finish digging through all those boxes, you should look into getting a real dining table and chairs, and you deserve an actual desk and shelves in your office to work on." She opened the door and stepped out without giving him time to respond. Quinn fought back his annoyance that she hadn't been able to get through the visit without mentioning his furniture. On the other hand, he'd gotten off lucky that she hadn't badgered him about the dishes and decorations. He wondered what had suddenly rendered her so tactful. He turned to look at the folding table and chairs he'd been using. It had been semi-embarrassing for on top of it Anna to see his lack of real furniture. It was definitely starting to look worn. Maybe it was time he really settled in instead of letting some small part of his brain believe that this house was temporary. He'd come to town to make a home for himself. What had been holding him back all this time anyway? He didn't know, but Taylor was right. It was past time he ended that.
Anna had been helping string lights outside when the delivery truck arrived. The trifold flyers she had designed were due today, and she was anxious to see how the printing turned out. This was her first big advertising project since she had started working at the hot springs, and she couldn't wait to see the result for herself. She made herself finish helping with the string she was hanging with Jill before heading inside to see if the 2 boxes the delivery woman had taken in were hers. Kim pointed to the boxes stacked in a corner the moment Anna entered the main office. "Those have your name on them." "Great. I was hoping it was my flyers." Anna grabbed one of the boxes and carried it to her office, pulling out a pair of scissors to slice the package open. "Did I hear you say flyers?" Taylor came to the office doorway. "Yes, you did." Anna folded back the flaps in anticipation and picked up the first one. She was a little confused, but opened it and then let out a sigh of frustration. "What's wrong?" Taylor asked. Wondering if this was going to be the end of her job there, Anna passed it over. "I screwed up. I must have submitted the old version of the art. It doesn't have the revisions we made." She wanted to kick herself. How could she be so stupid? Not that there was anything horrible about the old version, other than a typo and the fact that it didn't include the special rates and promo codes she had negotiated with Taylor for the cabins. Would she lose her job over this? No way would her old boss have put up with such a huge mistake. Taylor looked it over. "That is disappointing. I'm sure it was an accident. Could we print a little label to put over this section here?" She pointed to the spot with the rates printed on it. To update it with the correct prices and promo code, Anna stared in surprise. You're not angry? Taylor looked at her for a moment and closed Anna's office door so they had privacy. I'm annoyed that it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's not a deal breaker. Anna sat in one of the chairs in front of her desk. Really? Taylor took the other chair and studied Anna. I know you said you were let go at your old job, but your old coworker gave you a glowing recommendation. She declined to say what had happened with your old boss. What happened? Anna folded her hands on her lap. She had always been told not to talk badly about a former employer to her current one. On the other hand, this wasn't exactly an interview, and Taylor seemed to be taking the problem in stride. Did you mess up on a campaign and that's why they let you go? Anna couldn't let her think that, regardless of her disinclination to talk about it. No, I did exactly what I was supposed to. My former supervisor was in the habit of claiming credit for my good ideas. Not enough of them to make me look entirely incompetent, but enough to make herself look better. I hadn't been sold on the campaign to begin with, and let her know, but she was determined to go forward with it. It bombed. In fact, it bombed so hard that the company we represented got angry letters. And my boss passed the buck to me. More than once, she blamed me for mistakes we'd made as a team, or personally. When her boss came looking for blood this time, I got the blame, and no one supported me when I said that I had been against it. My entire team let me take the fall, and I was let go. Somehow, the words let go were still easier to say than fired. Even after 7 months, and now that she was in a great job, the memory of her firing was painful, both because of the betrayal by her coworkers and because of the way her parents had acted after they found out about it. It felt like she had lost everything. Her friends, her job, her whole identity. Spending 6 months unable to get a job because of lies Angela had then spread around to their competitors had been demoralizing. That must have been so hard. I can't imagine how angry and frustrated and just plain sad you must have felt. Taylor's words broke Anna's tear ducts and she wiped at a couple tears. I'm sorry, Anna said. I number the ad versions so it's easy to tell which one I'm working with, but somehow I uploaded the wrong one anyway. I get it. You've had an insane amount of work on your plate since you arrived in town. Honestly, I have no idea how you've managed to do everything, even though Quinn said you've been taking work home at night. A practice, by the way, which I do not approve of except in extreme circumstances. You work hard all day. You need a break at night. There was just so much more to do than I had time for during the day. I know, which is why I let it go after he told me earlier this week. But after the festival cleanup is done, you go back to only 40 hours per week. And for heaven's sake, take an extra day or two off as comp time after the festival is over, sometime before the first of the year. Anna wiped away the last tear. Thanks, and thanks for not being angry about the flyers. We've had much worse problems in the past. I've caused much worse problems recently. You'll be more careful next time. And if you type up what needs to go on the labels, I'll have Kim print them out for us. We can put on a bunch during our lunch break. I'll order something to be delivered. Taylor smiled, and Anna felt better. Thanks. I'll take care of that. Good. I was about to go to help outside. I'll see you out there again in a few minutes. Yes, you will. Anna sat at her desk and pulled up the correct version of the flyer from a folder on her desktop. She composed the correct wording to go on the label and emailed it to Kim. There were big advantages to working for a smaller company, after all.
Half the hot springs staff was out decorating trees with Quinn and Anna when the ice rink was delivered on Wednesday. Quinn hung back and allowed Anna to direct the workers to where she wanted the rink set up and answer a few questions from their own decorators. She handled herself well with others. He had expected her to be creative and full of ideas, but somehow he hadn't anticipated her take-charge attitude when they had started the setup process. His eyes shifted to Taylor, who was helping set up a booth. She had expressed more than once how grateful she was that Anna was so capable of dealing with the endless minutiae related to the festival. In the past, Taylor had needed to check in with the publicist several times per day and deal with many people in the community. but Anna had relieved her of most of that burden. He had expected Taylor to seem more stressed this year, with Linda's recovery from surgery, but she seemed more relaxed than previous years. Anna returned after a while and got back to work. "How long until the rink is done?" Quinn asked. "A few hours," they said. "It should be ready to roll by the end of the workday. You want to give it a test run with me?" He wasn't so sure about that. "They say ice skating is like rollerblading, right?" "That's what they say. I've never actually rollerbladed," Anna admitted. "Seriously? How is that even possible?" She'd grown up in the city where there was plenty of pavement. "My mom had a set of ancient roller skates when I was a kid that we used to take turns with, but I never switched up to blades when I got older." "Where do you rollerblade around here?" "Usually down around the skate park. Not that I have much time for that, but I've been out enough times I might not make a total fool of myself on ice skates. Maybe." He hooked another string of the lights he had been hanging on the tree and shifted to reach a new area. "I promise not to laugh too much if you don't do as well as you hope." "Not too much, huh? I can't promise not to laugh at all, but I'll do my best." "Hey, Todd," she called to the teen who was setting up one of the booths. "That's looking great." "Thanks." The kid blushed and grinned as he turned back to his work. "I think he's got a crush on you. Can't blame him, though." Quinn let the words pop out of his mouth before he thought better of them. He was trying to decide if it had been a mistake when she responded. Anna shook her head. "You're a smooth operator, Partridge. No one has accused me of that before." "I doubt that." She looked at him around the edge of the tree branch, and their eyes met, and held. For longer than he would have felt necessary, except he had trouble pulling his gaze away, and she seemed to have the same problem. Finally, she shifted her gaze back to what she was doing. Quinn reminded himself for the 100th time in the past week that she wasn't planning to stay in town forever. "We're almost done with this tree. Taylor left the new trees and supplies in the shed. We can jump to those next." "Sounds good." She glanced back at him and caught him still watching her. She blushed prettily, and he focused on stringing the remaining lights, wondering how dedicated she was to the idea of leaving.
At 5:30, the rest of the crew peeled off to go about their normal lives, but Anna and Quinn were finishing the decor on one of the last booths. The trees were done, most of the lights were strung, and the ice rink guys were loading tools back into their truck. "Looks like they're about ready to go," Quinn said as he plugged in the final string. Anna stood halfway up the ladder, wrapping the sign with lights. She grinned when the light popped on, illuminating the sign for the wreath toss, a fancy name for plastic rings painted like wreaths to be tossed over bottle mouths. "You about ready for your first ice skating lesson?" "Ready as I'll ever be." Anna finished, then adjusted a few sections of the light string before heading down the ladder. "We're out of here. You want us to lock up the skates before we go?" The head guys on the setup crew for the ice rink asked as he came to stand near them. "No, we're going to take it for a test skate before we head home for the night. We'll make sure everything is locked up and that security keeps an eye on the area overnight." Quinn took the paperwork and signed off on it. "Looks like it'll be a fun activity. We have plenty of repeat customers. Hope we can include you on that list," the man said. "Well, we'll see you next week to pick it up. Enjoy." "We plan to," Anna said. Quinn folded up the ladder and stashed it back on his truck before they both turned toward the ice rink. Quinn had rigged up a set of shelves onto a rolling platform that could be rolled into storage each night and then moved back out to the ice rink area during the festival each day. They took a few minutes to pick out skates that would fit them and then sat on a bench someone had brought in for the rink. "You promise not to laugh at me too much," Quinn reminded Anna. "I'll try to keep that in mind." A few minutes later, Anna stepped onto the ice and after a couple of tentative glides, slid right into it like she did this every day. Nerves boxed in Quinn's stomach. He hated making a fool of himself, but it was better now than with a few dozen people looking on, wasn't it? Thankfully, after the first few steps, he found his rollerblading experience was helpful as he adjusted to ice skates. The first few minutes were a little rough, but he didn't fall, and Anna never cracked a smile at his expense. She did grin in congratulations, though. See, you're doing fine. Isn't this better than rollerblading? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty good on wheels. This is fun, though. He tried a few tricks he had worked on with his rollerblades, and despite some fumbling, mostly succeeded. He looked up when the sound of her blades on the ice changed, and he saw her doing some tight spin before kicking out a foot and her arms to slow herself and coming to stop facing him. Wow. You said you skated. You didn't say you had fancy moves. You want to learn some fancy moves? I could give it a try. She showed him how to gain momentum and start the spin, then watched him try, giving him suggestions to correct his mistakes. He landed on his butt more than a few times before succeeding, however wobbly, but when they returned to the bench to change out of the skates, he felt pretty good about himself. That was cool. Thanks for your help, and for pushing for the rink. I think it'll be a big hit. I kind of wish it was going to be around for longer so I could learn a few more tricks. Well, we have it for the next 5 days. You want to test it again sometime? Sounds good. I don't know when we'll be able to get the ice to ourselves again. Once the festival opens tomorrow afternoon, things will get extra crazy. I believe it. I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to the changes we've made. They'll love it. There may be a little grumbling, but people will get over it quickly, probably much faster than I did, Quinn admitted. Hey, you want to grab dinner? We could get a pizza or something. Actually, I've been craving pancakes. All day, I've just wanted pancakes. There's nowhere in town that makes breakfast at this time of day, Quinn said. But I have some pancake mix at my house. Taylor brought it over hoping I would learn to turn on the stovetop for something more than ramen. If you want to join me, we could give it a go. Anna smiled. That sounds good. Do you have eggs, butter, and milk? Yes, I've been known to scramble an egg now and then, too. Great. It's a plan. They finished some final cleanup at the site, said goodnight to the security guy to let him know they were heading out, and Anna met Quinn back at his house. And, as she'd thought the first time she'd seen it, it was quite a house. Easily 3 times the size of the place she was renting, the Victorian-era home had a wide front porch and double-hung windows. There was a balcony off the second floor, no doubt from one of the bedrooms. It obviously had been renovated not long ago. Christmas lights followed the outline of the house and wrapped around the porch railing. She supposed that was as much advertisement for his business as a show of Christmas spirit. Quinn pulled his car into the detached garage, and Anna parked in the driveway, walking slowly up to the door, noticing the tire swing under the giant sycamore. He came around and let her in the front door, and she was greeted again by warm wood floors and off-white walls in the entry boasting crown molding and board and batten walls that flowed into the dining area. She peeked into the living room as they walked past, pleased to see he had added a few pictures on the walls, in addition to the mantel decorations they had put out on her last visit. There were fewer boxes in the dining room as well. How long have you lived here? A while. He crossed into the kitchen and began pulling ingredients out of the fridge and cupboards. His newly washed dishes filled one of the cupboards, and she was half surprised when he pulled measuring cups out of one of the drawers. She had wondered if she would have to guess on the amounts when she made the batter. You don't spend much time in the kitchen, but you have measuring cups? My Aunt Sharon took me shopping for basic kitchen gear when I moved in. Nothing fancy, but enough to toss a salad or make pancake mix. When she lifted an eyebrow at him, he shrugged. I didn't say I use them, ever, but it's handy once in a while. You have a great family looking out for you here. You have a great kitchen. Seriously, it's got fantastic space. Too bad you don't like to cook. He pulled a bowl off a shelf labeled Jill and found a wire whisk in a drawer whose only companions were a single mixing spoon, a rubber spatula, a spatula for flipping pancakes, a can opener, and a couple knives. Thank goodness for Sharon. She vaguely remembered meeting the woman at Thanksgiving dinner. In a few minutes, she had mixed the pancake batter, melted butter into the frying pan, and tested the pan to see if it was hot enough. The drop of batter showed the pan needed another minute to reach optimal temperature. So, did you do the renovations to the house, or did you buy it like this? She decided that was more friendly than asking why he had never bothered to decorate. Some of it was done when I bought the place. Like the kitchen, I added the board and batten and some moldings and renovated the downstairs bathroom. I also replaced the roof last winter. You added a few pictures on the walls since I was here last, but no Christmas tree. It was a beautiful house, but it wasn't a home. I know, Taylor and Jill have been getting after me for not unloading my boxes almost since I moved in a couple years back, but I've been busy. Running a business is twice the work as just working for someone else in the same business. Ordering materials and making payroll, creating bids for projects. Uncle Dan had me do some of everything before he turned over the reins, but doing everything all the time is something else. Not that I have room to complain. I like the landscaping part of the work, and the company is small enough that paperwork isn't as bad as it could be. I don't have trouble paying my employees or myself and still covering the bills every month. So there's that. That's a big deal. Obviously, you're doing well. You haven't bought your tree yet? I have a fake one in a closet. I just haven't gotten it out to decorate yet. I put the lights up on the house a couple days before we started hanging them for other people, because I knew I wouldn't have time again until after the festival was over. Do you have a real tree? I had a fake one from the time I left for college until I moved here, but I donated it when I ran out of space in the moving van. My parents always had a real tree, and I wanted that feeling of home, especially this year, so I bought one. The pine scent helped. Do you miss your family? He leaned against the cupboards, his hands cupping the edge of the gray and white granite as he watched her pour batter into 3 round circles in the pan. Yes and no. I mean, I love them, of course, but being home, dealing with my mom, even over the phone, means dealing with the fact that I've disappointed them by making choices not in line with their vision of who I should be. Even when she's not telling me I'm not doing as well as she thinks I should, she has this passive-aggressive way of saying things that come off complimentary to someone else, but have a bite hidden in them for me. Or maybe I'm just too sensitive and see slights where she doesn't mean them. Either way, as much as I love my family because they are my family, it's a mixed bag. She supposed it was for most people, but the physical space from her parents felt freeing in ways she hadn't expected. Maybe because her mom couldn't show up on her doorstep unannounced at any time. Not that her mom had popped in unannounced often, but it was never really a surprise when she did. I get it. Unmet expectations are the worst. Quinn broke several eggs into a soup bowl and whipped them up with a fork. So I'm free tonight. We're on a roll. You want to put up your tree after dinner? Bring a little holiday inside? She had hesitated to suggest it, afraid he might resent her insinuation that he should have done the decorating before now. I'd like that a lot, actually. Thanks. Plus, it'll give me a good excuse not to balance my bank account until tomorrow night. Anna chuckled and flipped the pancakes. She reached into the cupboard for a plate to put them on when they were done and adjusted the heat on the stove. It was a funny thing how comfortable she was there in his house, working in the kitchen with him and setting up the tree. She pulled up Christmas music on her phone, and they unearthed the mishmash of decorations he had picked up over the years. She hadn't expected him to have a color or theme-coordinated tree, but she also hadn't anticipated the eclectic mix of ornaments given to him by his parents, representing years of their lives in different cities. The ancient pieces he had inherited from his grandparents' tree after they died, and a few handmade ones from his cousins, and that he'd picked up at booths at the festival. And he was surprisingly nostalgic as he told her about the various ornaments and what they meant to him. "You have the best tree," Anna said when they were done. Nothing was there just because it was pretty. Everything meant something special to him. I think so. Decorating it always makes me smile. They made hot cocoa from some packets he found in one of the cupboards, and they sat in the living room, admiring the tree after they were finished. Why did you buy such a big house? It seems odd for a single guy. Anna realized it was crossing the line into prying, but couldn't help wondering almost from the moment she'd seen it. Why had he chosen something that was clearly meant for a family? Once she saw that he'd never bothered to unpack or decorate, she wondered even more. Quinn didn't say anything for a moment. I was working on the landscaping next door about 4 years ago, and I liked the look of it, the lines and old-fashioned charm. When it came up for sale a year or two later, I jumped on it. It felt like home, and I had always wanted a real home of my own. My parents never bothered to buy a house since we moved so often. Anna finished the end of her cocoa while she considered the wording of her next question. She set down her mug and looked at him. If you bought this place because you always wanted a real home, why haven't you finished unpacking yet? What's stopping you from actually making it your home? His brow wrinkled in annoyance. It's not like that. I've just been busy. Okay. There was more to it than that, but his voice had grown defensive, and she didn't want to ruin the friendship they were starting to develop. Just okay? Taylor usually harps on me more than that. I'm not your cousin, and you certainly know your own reasons better than I do. It's getting late. I need to check my work email before I fall asleep on my feet, and we have a very full day tomorrow. She stood, not wanting to end this nice day with a fight about something that was none of her business anyway. Quinn stood as well. Thanks for the ice skating lessons, the pancakes, and helping me with my tree. I appreciate it. You're welcome. I had a fun evening, and your house is great. I can see why you were drawn to it. I still say a few pine boughs would dress up that mantel nicely. She wanted to bite off her tongue, realizing that was a passive-aggressive move right out of her mother's playbook. Before she could think of a way to apologize, he responded, I'll stop and get some when I have time. They moved to the entry where she had left her jacket and purse on a hook. Have a good night. You too. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow, he said. You sure will. Good night. She met his gaze, and they lingered a moment before she looked away and headed out to her car. It had been a great evening, a whole great day, actually. She really did need to deal with the business email she had been putting off all day, but she had also left before she pushed him anymore about the house. She wasn't sure why it bothered her so much that he hadn't really moved in, but it felt like despite all indications to the contrary, he wasn't really planning to stay. Besides, despite how much she was growing to like him, she didn't know if she could trust her heart to him. It was probably a good thing the festival was almost here, so she wouldn't spend much time with him at work after next week. It surprised her how disappointed that realization made her. 12. The next morning was sunny and reasonably warm, with a forecast for more of the same over the weekend, which was a big relief for Anna. She hadn't slept well the night before, dreaming repeatedly about things going wrong at the festival. Displays not actually being assembled, despite the fact that they were done, the Santa not showing up, and the ice rink reverting to a pile of plastic squares. Annoyed by the constant disturbances in her sleep, she shook herself awake to walk off the images before settling in again. She finally rose at 5:30, prepared for the day, and was at the hot springs before the sun rose. Though Anna knew the dreams had only been that, dreams, she took a quick walk around the festival setup to reassure herself, greeting the security guy on her way to her office and exchanging greetings with the guy who was spending the month in cabin 6 as she passed him on his morning run. It would all be fine, she reminded herself as she sat at her desk. She had handled email last night, but this would give her time to deal with a little paperwork and mail that had started to pile up in the past couple days. Soon Taylor arrived, pressed and pretty as always. What are you doing here so early? Couldn't sleep. Decided I was better off coming in instead of worrying about everything. Ditto. I just arrived, but Kim is picking up pastries on her way in. Good. I'll need some sugar to keep me going. Did you see the ice rink? I did. I can't wait to try it out. I hear you and Quinn took it for a test drive last night. She wiggled her brows and grinned. You already talked to Quinn this morning? She wondered what he had said about it. No, I called the security office last night to make sure everything was locked up tight. John said he'd done a walk through the greens after you and Quinn finished skating. You two seem to be getting awfully cozy. Working with him hasn't been as bad as I originally thought, she said, Judging from what I see out there, you were perfect partners on this project. You've become downright friendly. In fact, I could swear I saw a look or two pass between you that was more than friendly. Anna dropped her gaze and stared at her lap. He has a number of good qualities. I like him. I'm just not sure yet where it's going, if anywhere. Part of her wanted what she thought was developing between them. He had been skittish. The other part of her didn't want to get too involved with someone she would have to leave behind when she moved. He's one of the best, if that's bothering you, but only you can decide if this is the right relationship for you right now. It's obviously the right job for you. I haven't said enough how pleased I am with the job you're doing, with how you took all of this under your wing and have flown with it. Seriously, you've been a lifesaver. I'm glad you're happy with my work. It hasn't exactly been what I was expecting when I took the job, but it's been a fun project. Fun and exhausting. That's good to hear. You're totally in charge of it next year, too. It would be easier a second time, with a little experience under her belt and more time to prepare. Many of the details she had to work through should have been done weeks earlier. She was relieved that Taylor was so pleased with her work, especially considering the botched print job from the previous day. Though the voice in the back of her head said that she probably wouldn't still be in town for the next year's festival, she smiled. I wouldn't mind that at all. Oh, I've been working on the Valentine's Day package promotion. Did you want to look it over and let me know what you think? She wasn't used to working on ads in a vacuum and welcomed feedback. I'd be happy to. Taylor took the seat across the desk. Anna turned her monitor sideways so they could both look at it. She flipped through from newspaper ads to web ads to the ideas she'd been sketching out for the website. They aren't done by any means, Anna said when Taylor studied them one by one, but didn't comment. I just want to make sure that you're happy with the direction I'm going. It's easier to change course early on if you don't think I'm going to hit the market exactly right. Hello, it's brilliant, and you're the expert at marketing to the various age groups we're trying to target. Why wouldn't I love the ads? Which I do, by the way. I love the direction you're taking and that you've managed to craft the ads to appeal to the specific age groups of the media you're using them on. Send them to me as PDFs and I'll take a little time to mull and send you feedback. I spoke to Karma at the hotel yesterday and she said she's almost completely booked this weekend, and most of them said they were coming for the festival here. We've never had so many out-of-towners come in just for events here. I have a good feeling about it. Taylor stood and moved toward the door. Keep up the good work. Well, the flyers are ready to go. We have a few finishing touches to do outside, but it's going to be great. Just wait and see. Though Anna believed her words, she was more nervous about how the changes in the festival would be received than she had been for any major campaign she had worked on. What if people came, but they didn't book vacations to return? What if they didn't like her changes? What if an octogenarian fell on the ice rink and broke a hip and sued the resort? What if Quinn didn't feel the same growing feelings for her that she did for him? Ah, she thought, the real issue surfaces. They'd spent time together almost every day for weeks, counting all the Christmas activities where they had run into each other and the way they had extended the meetings. They were practically dating. Except it wasn't actually dating. It wasn't like he asked her to dinner just because, or like they had planned to get together for the cookie exchange. Not that the evening hadn't turned extremely date-ish by the time they went to his house to watch the movie, but did he think they were just having fun together? Or did he feel something more? Did she want him to feel something more? Or did she want to keep things casual since she wasn't sure if she was staying in town anyway? She was still mulling over it while she worked on her ad for Sacramento Magazine when Quinn showed up at her door. You about done there? We still have a few things left to deal with outside. Anna couldn't help the grin that stole over her face, mirroring his. He was just too irresistible, and she was in big trouble. Give me a minute to finish this up and I'll join you. Great. He patted the door jamb and headed toward Taylor's office. Oh man, she was in so much trouble with this guy. Anna's jitters grew as the day continued, and she could hardly eat the lunch Taylor had bought for the entire crew. Quinn stayed long enough to finish the crew's setup, leaving after lunch, but Anna stayed outside greeting people who were running the booths and showing them around, handling questions and pesky problems, so everyone was open and ready to go when the schools got out and families started showing up for the fun. Guests had been playing games and milling around the Christmas haven for a solid hour when Taylor found her. "It looks great. Everything is perfect." She gave Anna a big hug. "Can you believe it's finally here?" Though she was relieved everything was running smoothly, Anna was surprised at Taylor's enthusiasm. "You really love this festival." "I really do. My earliest Christmas memories were of coming to the festival with my grandma. We would go from booth to booth, game to game, sitting on Santa's lap, which was my grandpa back then, and eating way more treats than could ever be considered healthy for a little kid." "Has the festival always been a fundraising event?" "Since the beginning," Taylor nodded. "The final destination for the proceeds has changed several times, but the money always goes to some organization that helps the less fortunate right here at home." They watched a couple kids circling on the ice rink, their movements a little uncertain as they tested their balance. "So, tell me how things are going with Quinn," Taylor said softly enough that Anna was pretty sure no one around them would have heard. Anna shook her head and smiled. She didn't know what to think about that. Taylor took another tack. "I'll just say Quinn seems happy. Why shouldn't he? He likes his work, has a great house, and plenty of friends and family. And you," Anna digested her words before responding. "Are you sure he even wants me? He hasn't said so directly, but I've seen you two together. Life's short. Grab the chance to be with someone while you can." "He hasn't even kissed me." Anna leaned in to make sure only Taylor could hear the soft words. "Every time I think he's finally going to do it, he pulls back." Taylor leaned in and lowered her voice as well. "Then why don't you kiss him instead? This isn't the dark ages, you know." That was way too scary. What if he wasn't interested? But she couldn't bring herself to suggest it, so Anna said instead, "I'm an old-fashioned girl in some ways. If that gives you comfort when you're alone." Taylor shot her one last look and sauntered off. Anna didn't want to think about the truth in Taylor's words. Was she being silly, worrying about starting something with Quinn? There was no guarantee that they would last a full year anyway. So what was holding her back from enjoying the time they did have together? 13. Anna returned to the festival after dinner to oversee shutting everything down at the end of the night. She knew she probably didn't have to be there. Security would make sure everything was fine and everyone left when it was time. But this had become her baby, her project, and the perfectionist inside her wouldn't let it go. She found a spot in the parking lot and wandered through her festival again. She could hardly believe she had accomplished so much in such a short amount of time. Since there was no rush, she took her time looking over merchandise, talking to the people running the booths, bought a hot cocoa, and sat to watch the ice skaters enjoy the rink. "Looks like everyone is having fun," Quinn said, taking the seat beside her. Self-conscious about the conversation she'd had with Taylor about him earlier, Anna took another sip of her drink before responding. "It certainly does. I haven't heard any complaints, though no doubt there will be a few waiting on my desk in the morning. You can't stop some people from finding fault, no matter how good something is. Have you been on the ice yet tonight?" "No, I've just been walking around, taking stock of how things are going, making mental notes on tweaks to make tomorrow before it opens, or to add to the list of changes for next year to make it run more smoothly. And enjoying this hot cocoa. Marianne does make the best there is. She sells it at the boutique Thanksgiving weekend and several other winter events. Aunt Sharon keeps trying to get her to make up a batch to freeze and reheat at home, but as far as I know, she has been resistant. Maybe she's afraid of someone having it tested for the secret ingredient. I don't think they make a test that can detect love. She swears that's why it's so good." Anna tipped up her cup to drain the last of it. "Mine's gone. More's the pity. You ready for a second ice skating lesson?" "Sure, why not? Now that I know I won't make a total fool of myself, I think my ego can take it. He took her hand and helped her up, tucking hers in his elbow in a gesture that felt very old-fashioned and very sweet. They joined the crowd a few minutes later, and after Quinn had a few minutes to adjust to the flow of his skates on the rink, Anna showed him how to skate backwards and then to do a bunny hop, the easiest beginner jump. Quinn looked up at her from where he had fallen on the ice. I thought I had it after the last few times. Anna watched as he stood, grabbing his arm when it looked like he was losing his balance. He latched onto her shoulder, and they slid together, bumping toes. Their eyes locked, and they stood for several seconds, staring at each other as skaters whizzed past. "Come on, Quinn, give her a little kiss," a teenage boy said as he skated by. "You already fell for her." He and his friends chuckled at the bad joke. That broke the moment, and Anna and Quinn moved apart. Quinn called out to the kid, "You're just jealous your partner isn't as cute as mine." No doubt. The teen bumped elbows with a friend, and they laughed over something Anna couldn't hear. Feeling her face heat, Anna turned back to the direction the other skaters were going. "Are you ready to try again, or are you done?" "Let's do it again. I'll get it this time." By the time they turned in their skates, Quinn was getting the jump in every time and had the backward skate down pat. Anna was surprised that he wanted to learn the skills, but couldn't complain about an excuse to spend time with him. "They'll be closing things down in a little while. You want to stay to see it out, and then maybe we can grab a dessert to share?" Quinn asked. "I'd like that." It had turned into a not really official date again. Prosody really asking. Maybe it was time one of them asked the other out on a real date. Anna could wait until the festival was over, but if he didn't make a move soon, she would do the asking. Taylor was right. After saying goodbye to the last of those running the booths and checking in with the security guard, Anna and Quinn turned toward the parking lot. "We could drop your car off at home, and then I'll take you to the cafe for dessert," Quinn suggested. "Sounds good." The cafe was nearly empty, closing time only 20 minutes away when they arrived, so they were able to find a private booth. Marcia brought their order only a few minutes after they placed it. Anna hadn't eaten dessert last time they had been to Carly's cafe, and she was impressed at how flaky and delicious the chocolate cream pie was. "This is my favorite thing on the menu," Quinn said after Anna let out a moan of ecstasy. "Though the peach pie is also amazing, but they only make it during peach season. What's your favorite dessert?" Anna had to think about that for a while. She took another bite and used it as an excuse to ponder her choices. "There are so many great options. It depends on my mood at the time. Sometimes I'm all about the brownies, and other times I want nothing but ice cream. I do lean toward anything with chocolate in it, though." A woman after my own heart. When we were kids, Taylor and her sisters had to hide their chocolate from me. And speaking of them, I heard you had a girls' night with Jill and Taylor. "Yeah. Taylor said she needed a break, and she invited me along. It was nice. Caitlin and Heaven were there, too." Did word just get around this town, or had one of the girls said something to him? What had they told him? That makes sense. Caitlin and Taylor were practically inseparable growing up. And Heaven slotted right in when she moved to town. "Seems like you're settling in here." "I'm trying. You're definitely helping with that fitting in thing." Was that too forward? Too pushy or assuming? A slow smile spread over his face as he took another scoop of chocolate filling, easing her fear. "I'm happy to help." "So, were you happy with the festival once you saw everything in action?" Anna knew the question might be misconstrued as rubbing in the fact that she'd been right about things, but she hoped he would take it as the honest inquiry it was. "The ice rink was busier than I'd expected. Robert said they blew your projections out of the water, or the plastic ice in this case." "Robert?" "Taylor arranged for the people to cover the rink, since it was new this year and last minute. I have a face in my mind, but what's his last name? Everyone is kind of a blur right now." "Robert Dominic. He runs the city pool. I know, it's a lot to keep track of." "It is. There are some really great people in Dos Fuentes." "Yes, there are. I'm glad this is giving you a chance to get to know more of them." Quinn reached across the table to take her left hand in his while they ate. Anna couldn't stop grinning as they finished the pie. You know, you aren't anything like I first thought, Quinn said as he walked her to her front door a while later. Really? What did you think of me at first? Anna was glad that they had gotten past the mistrust and resentment he seemed to feel for her in their early days. Of course, she had some culpability for that. You were more than a little uptight, or you seemed like it, and I really liked the changes you made to the festival. They improved the experience rather than changing the core of it. Also, I love that you used those old special ornaments on the tree in the break room. I noticed them when I stopped in for a minute today. It showed that you care about traditions. Traditions are important. They seem even more important to you than they do to the average person. She shot him a look that she hoped conveyed her question of why he had grabbed onto the traditions so hard to begin with. Quinn stuffed his hands into his jacket pockets. Mom tried to do the tradition thing, but it seemed like she could never find the boxes that the Christmas stuff got packed into. Not until days before, and sometimes as late as Easter. Okay, maybe not that late. That's not to say things weren't organized at our homes, or that we didn't celebrate. It was just an understandable side effect of moving far too often. We never had Christmas in the same place twice, except for the years when we came here. And even if we didn't come for Christmas, we usually visited around the festival. It was my shot of normalcy and stability, so I'm maybe a little overprotective of it. Anna's heart softened, even as she reached for his hand as they stood on her front porch. That makes perfect sense. If it represented everything in my childhood that I wished for and didn't get, I would be wary about any changes. Is that why you moved to Dos Fuentes after graduating from high school? It was the only place that felt like home? Yes. Plus, Mom had stayed behind in Wichita with me for 4 months after my dad changed jobs. She wanted to let me graduate from the same school I had started at that year, which was really great. She wanted to join him again. I didn't want to start over in a town I probably wouldn't have stayed in for long anyway, so I came here for a while to figure out what I wanted and fell in love with Uncle Dan's landscaping business. They came to a stop in front of her door. I'm glad you found your home and that it ended up being here, she said. Me too. I'm glad you decided to take this crazy job out in the middle of nowhere. He stepped closer to her, taking her second hand in his. A thrill rolled up her arm into her chest and stomach. Funny, it doesn't seem nearly as crazy now as I thought it was at first. Unusual, but good. I think it might be growing on me. New friends and growing feelings for him had definitely influenced that. Good. He moved in another few inches. Anna mirrored the movement, her lips tingling with anticipation. I think so. Anyone or anything you especially like about it? His voice had gone husky as he neared, dropping his head closer to hers. Could be. Jill is very nice. Todd seems to like me pretty well, too. She saw his lips twitch. Yeah, he's got a little crush on you. I can't blame him, as I'm rather interested myself. Well, the feeling's mutual. Their lips met, and Anna let all of her other thoughts drift away, her whole world centering for that brief moment, on the feel of his lips on hers, his thumb stroking along the back of her hand, his other hand circling her waist to draw her nearer. He kept it slow and easy for several long moments before he pulled her against him, turning the kiss hot and sweet and oh so sexy in a heartbeat. She slid her hand up, forking it into his hair, and took control, moving the kiss even deeper, reveling in the taste of the chocolate pie on his lips and the scent of his musky aftershave twining around them. When he drew back, Anna felt like her head had exploded. Well, there's something I clearly should have done sooner. He rubbed his cheek across her hair in a sweet gesture that went straight to her heart. Yeah, we'll have to try it again sometime. When he started to lean down, taking that as an invitation, she put her hand on his chest to stop him. She wasn't ready to take this any further tonight. Some other time. I think that's enough mind-blowing kisses for one night. If you say so. His cocky smile said he didn't mind her need for limits. He slowly withdrew his arms from around her and tucked them in his back pockets, stepping back. I'll see you tomorrow, then. Yes, you will. Anna fumbled with the door lock and let herself inside before he turned and headed down the sidewalk. She flipped the lock and melted against the door. She definitely wanted to try that again. Soon. 14. Anna took a walk through the festival area Saturday morning, an hour before it opened for the day, making sure the crew had cleaned up the area and that everything was on track for the final day. They had beaten the Thursday and Friday fundraising records thanks to the ice rink rental fees, and she looked forward to a full day of holiday revelers. Her phone rang, and she considered letting it go to voicemail when she saw it was her mother, but she knew putting off the conversation wouldn't make it go away. She had a few minutes before she needed to get back to her office to deal with a few details. "Hi, Mom. What's up? Your father and I just picked up the rental car in Sacramento, so we'll be there in about 4 hours." Anna stopped dead. What? She had not just heard what she thought she heard, right? "You got my email, didn't you, Thursday night?" Anna tried to think if she had checked her personal email in the past 3 days. No. I've been up to my eyebrows with everything for the festival. I haven't checked my email. You're coming here? Today?" Suddenly, her lovely day plans went down the drain. "Yes, you really should check your email. I sent you our itinerary. No matter. We rented one of the little bungalows at your hot springs and we're staying through Tuesday morning. I can't believe you didn't know. Why didn't you text or call me?" Freaked out at the idea of having her parents there, Anna half ran to reception to check on the reservation. "I thought the email was better because we could send our whole itinerary." "You are happy we're coming, aren't you?" her mom asked. "It's just that you missed Thanksgiving and you'll miss Christmas at home as well. We decided if you couldn't come to us, we should come to you. Besides, we wanted to see what's keeping you so far away." "Work, Mom, and the need for some space to be on my own." "Of course, I'm happy you're coming, just a little surprised. I'll have the front desk contact me when you arrive and I'll take you out to your cabin." "Okay, dear, we'll see you soon." Anna said goodbye and ended the call. She stuffed the phone in her pocket as she arrived at the front desk. "Hi, Denise. I just found out my parents are staying here for a few days." "Oh, sure. I noticed they made a note in the reservation that you're their daughter. They're booked into cabin number 7, and your mom booked a spa visit for you and her tomorrow morning." Anna pasted on her best facsimile of a smile. "Great. Will you let me know when they arrive? I'll take them over and see they get settled in." A visit to the spa with her mom? Hours of private time without her dad to intervene? It was the last thing she needed on top of the insanity that was her life. She probably ought to warn Quinn. Things with them were just starting, and she hadn't mentioned their relationship status change to her mom yet. For one brief moment, she thought she could just omit the truth and not introduce them, but when her parents were actually going to be here, it would be dishonest not to tell them about Quinn, and then her mom would insist on meeting him. What would he think of them? More importantly, what would he think of her after he met them? He had heard at least part of the conversation between herself and her mom earlier in the week, but that was very different from being face to face with her mom and the woman's constant nitpicks. Would her mom's criticism make him see her flaws more clearly? Anna had to tell him her parents would be here, but maybe he would want to stay out of the way so they wouldn't meet. Who was she kidding? That would make it look like she was ashamed of him. Or of them. And she wasn't at all. Back at her desk, she pulled out her phone and called Quinn. He answered his list. When it went to voicemail, she switched to text messaging. "Hey, I got a call from my mom a few minutes ago. Surprise, they're coming to visit. Today. I don't know how you feel about meeting them, but if you don't come over and talk to us at the festival, I'll know you'd rather not for now. It's up to you." Several minutes passed as she tried to focus on the ad campaign she was trying to put together for a Valentine's promo. She second-guessed the message she'd sent. Had she been too flippant? Did it sound like she didn't want him to meet them, or just like she was leaving the choice in his hands? Was he offended by the suggestion? Finally, her phone dinged. "Quinn, why wouldn't I want to meet your parents? I'll come find you." Sounds good. And now she felt like an idiot for giving him an out like that. Was she overthinking this? Yes, she was. She put the whole thing out of her mind and got back to work. Sort of. By the time her parents arrived in town, the festival was in full swing. The crowds were only half the size expected that night, but the booths were in full operation. Anna was taking a stroll through the celebration when her phone rang, and Denise told her to come meet her parents. "Hello, welcome." Anna hugged each of her parents in turn. "How was your flight?" Mike and Darla Gray were seasoned travelers and didn't appear the least out of sorts after the long flight and drive. "You might have asked me that when I called earlier," Darla said. "I was just so surprised that it fled from my mind." Anna did her best to keep smiling as she led her parents back out to the parking lot. "There are a lot of cars here," Mike said. "That's true, and it's only going to get busier. We have a second parking lot around the side, though, so there will be enough space for everyone. And your cabin has private parking away from all of this, so you won't have to worry about it again." "Did you enjoy the drive here? Isn't it pretty?" "Winding roads made me a little sick," her mom said. "I'm sorry to hear that." "It was lovely the last few miles, with the ocean out the window, though," Mike added as Anna got into the back seat of their rental car. "And she held in her queasiness, didn't you, dear?" "Yes, just barely. And the roads in this town are so steep and the corners are so sharp. How does anyone live here?" "It is a unique area, but the odd roads and inclines add to the town's personality. Turn left up there, Dad." Anna directed him to the main access road to the cabins. She had been surprised at the odd roads when she had moved to town too, but had grown used to the unique area. "You really had no idea we were coming?" Darla asked. "I really had no idea. As you can see, the festival is a big undertaking, and I've had my hands full." She had her dad pull into a spot in front of the correct cabin, and she stepped out and walked to the trunk to help with the bags. "I'm surprised you didn't call when I didn't respond to the email. You so rarely answer my phone calls these days." Darla sniffed in annoyance. Though she desperately wanted to argue that she spoke to her mom every bit as often now as she had when she lived in Boston, Anna kept her mouth shut. Years of experience had taught her that it would only make things worse. "I can hear the festival all the way over here. How are we supposed to sleep or even hear ourselves think through this?" "Let's wait to see how loud it is in the cabin before we get too upset, dear," Mike said. Anna wondered how he had put up with his wife for all these years. Not that this was normal, but it wasn't exactly abnormal either. "The cabins are sweet. If you saw the pictures on the website, you'll know just what to expect." She knew for sure. She knew for sure since she had come out an hour earlier to check to be sure everything was perfect for her parents, with points on the toilet paper rolls and a vase of flowers she had ordered to dress the place up. Libby, the new florist in town, had delivered it herself. "This is really nice," her father said, looking around them as they entered. "And flowers." "Yes, I wanted to make sure you feel welcome," Anna said. "Well, it is nice." Darla agreed reluctantly after looking behind every door. "I can still hear the festival." "But it's not so loud now," Anna pointed out. She didn't mention that they could barely hear it when her mom opened the sliding glass door. "And it ends tonight at 9, so you shouldn't have any trouble with noise when you go to bed. Now you always have an idea of what you want to do and see when you travel to a new place. What did you have planned for this visit?" "I left that up to you. After all, you are the hostess," her mom said. Anna hoped her smile didn't look as plastered on as it felt. She would ignore the fact that a hostess usually had some say about whether or not she had visitors. "Of course. There's plenty going on in town this weekend. You booked a spa visit tomorrow, right? And a tea time for your father." Anna worked out the times for each and then pulled up the app someone had created with all the information for each day's events listed on it. They scheduled in time to relax and time to visit events in town, go out to Glass Beach, and check out the old stone church. "Now, would you like to rest for a while, or are you ready to head over to see what the festival has to offer?" She really needed to get back over where she would be handy if they needed someone. Her radio squawked as if on command. "Anna, we need you over by the ice rink," one of the men who worked maintenance said. She picked up her radio and responded that she was on her way. "We'll go with you," her father said. "Great, let's walk over. Then you won't have to hassle with parking." A cool ocean breeze blew around them, its teasing tendrils finding ways around her jacket as they walked. Darla zipped up her jacket and tucked her hands into her pockets. Is it always windy here? No, and the breeze should die down a little later according to the forecast, for what it's worth. The Hot Springs website said this is a fundraiser, Mike said, turning the conversation. It is. Grateful for the change in topic, Anna grasped it and launched into the history of the festival and how it related to the larger mission of the hot springs. What an inspiring story, her father said as they entered the festival. This looks like fun. Where should we start first? I suggest we start with the hot cocoa booth. Darla's attitude softened as they visited booths where they bought handmade trinkets and sweet treats. They did the wreath toss and sampled some cookies before buying a package. They had their picture taken in front of a display of Christmas decorations, and Anna introduced them to everyone she could remember. She had gotten to know most of the people running the booths over the past couple days and was finally starting to feel like she was fitting in here. When they came near the office door, they ventured inside where Taylor and Jill were helping with the weekly gift wrapping booth. Heaven was running for the Chamber of Commerce. You sure do know a lot of people here, her father said, when they were almost to where Santa was greeting guests some time later. I am in charge of the whole shebang, so I've met pretty much everyone with a booth. You're running it? You planned all of this? He turned to stare. Not exactly. I mean, it's been going for years, and they had a lot of it mapped out before I got to town. Don't believe it, Quinn said, from Anna's right. She turned and smiled in greeting as he took the last step to join them. She was pivotal in making all of this come together. The previous person in her job had started the ball rolling, but left it all in a jumbled mess. She's amazing. He's exaggerating. Mom, Dad, this is Quinn Partridge. He's the cousin to Taylor and Jill who you met inside. The one who came over and helped you paint? Her mother's question was more accusatory than questioning. Yes, Quinn. These are my parents, Mike and Darla Gray. They're staying for a few days in cabin number 7. Well, Dos Fuentes is a lovely place to be. I hope you enjoy your time here. I'm sure we will. Darla took him by the elbow. Do you have some free time to join us walking around the festival? We're going to ice skate in a little while. Quinn hesitated for half a second before nodding in agreement. That sounds like fun. He glanced at Anna, and she sent him a helpless shrug. So, I understand you're single, her mom began. Anna somehow managed to hold in a groan. I am. Have you ever thought about taking my girl for a real date? Anna winced. Her father slid an arm around her shoulders. She can't help herself. You know that. That doesn't make it any better. Quinn chuckled. We have gone out now and again. Really? She shot Anna an accusing glare. She never mentioned it to me. She kept saying how busy she's been, far too busy to call me. Now I know why. Do you work here? No, I own a landscaping company in town. Darla shot new questions at him like bullets about his family, his education, and his plans, while Anna helplessly listened as Quinn handled them with ease. He didn't seem the least bit flustered. She supposed that must come from meeting a whole new group of people every year when he was a kid. Okay, I think you've hit your 20-question limit for the night, Anna finally said. How about if you save a few for later in your visit? Well, I was just getting to know your young man. There's nothing wrong with that. Anna almost said that he wasn't her young man, but bit off the words a second before they could fly. Truthfully, she didn't know what they were. They were seeing each other, a lot. But did that make them a couple? Were they dating, or just going out now and then? When the festival was all finished and put away, would he still want to date her, or was she just a convenience after they finished their workdays? The kiss had definitely felt like more, but what did it actually mean? She'd known plenty of people, male and female, for whom a kiss was nothing. We've reached the ice skating rink. Did you want to skate now or wait until later? Now is fine, Darla said. I have to admit I'm very new to ice skates. Your daughter had to give me a private lesson the night they set it up so I wouldn't make a complete idiot of myself, Quinn said. It seemed so easy for him to admit to a fault, a flaw, if you could call not having had a chance to learn something a flaw. Anna liked that about him. She wished it weren't so hard for her to do the same. Here's your chance for another lesson. Darla came to a stop in front of the ice skating booth and asked for 4 pairs of skates. They each called out their sizes, and Anna moved with Quinn to one of the 2 benches that they had set out for changing shoes. Sorry, she's a force of nature. No problem. I was hoping to spend some time with you today, and I do need another skating lesson. I meant that I'm sorry for the 3rd degree. You never mentioned that we'd been dating? Anna kept her voice low so no one else would be able to hear her. She's a meddler, in case you didn't notice. I thought when we figured out what we were, what was happening between us, I'd tell her. That seems fair. We'll talk about it then, after we go skating. He finished tying the laces on his skates and stood. She finished a moment later and joined him. She wanted to clear the air now, but it was not the time. They would deal with it later. 15, Anna rose early the next morning and pulled on a t-shirt and yoga pants before heading to the hot springs to meet with her parents for breakfast. Her father had an 8 o'clock tea time, and she and her mother were due at the spa 30 minutes later. On the way there, Anna picked up the omelets and crepes she had ordered from the cafe and arrived right on time at 7:30 at her parents' cabin. "Hi, honey. Thanks for picking that up for us," Mike greeted when he opened the door for her. He gestured toward the dining table, which his wife had already set with plates and napkins, along with a rosebud in a small vase she had picked up at one of the booths the previous afternoon. "The table looks lovely, Mom." Anna set down the jug of juice and bunch of bananas she had picked up at the grocery store the previous evening and arranged the food onto the serving bowl and plate her mother had provided. Darla always said that it wasn't a real meal if the niceties hadn't been seen to. Her father ate quickly before heading out to the golf course, and Anna was left to while away 20 minutes before they could even consider walking over to the spa. "Quinn seems like a nice young man." "He is. How is Mariah doing? I haven't heard from her for a while, but I know she's busy." "She is. She's working on a big case, and she's started seeing one of the most powerful attorneys at the firm." By this, she meant the firm where both Anna's sister and father worked. "Benson?" "No, Hunter. He was heading up the class action suit against the baby goods manufacturer. Won an enormous judgment. He's buying a vacation home in St. Kitts." Anna wondered when he would have time to enjoy the place, considering the number of hours the attorneys at the company were expected to put in. Her father was semi-retired, which was certainly the only reason he had been able to break away to visit. "That's great. I've heard the weather there is lovely. And how is Mr. Henshaw?" She turned the topic to her parents' neighbor, who had lived beside them since Anna had been 8. Her mother could wax on about the man's problems and faults for hours, but at least she wasn't making passive-aggressive comments about how Anna needed to do better, be better. Perfection was the only goal. Anna cleaned up after the meal while she listened with half an ear, giving the appropriate responses to her mother's questions and statements. After wiping every conceivable surface, Anna decided it was close enough to 8:30 that they could leave. She waited for her mother to catch a breath before breaking in. "Sorry to interrupt you, but we should probably be leaving soon if we're going to walk over in time." "Right, of course." Darla stood and collected her oversized purse, which was no doubt already packed for the spa visit. They stopped at Anna's car so she could pick up her own bag of supplies before heading down the paved path that wound along the row of cabins, across the green where the festival was still set up, to the other side where the spa building lay. "When are they going to clean up all of this stuff?" Darla asked, as they crossed through the green space, which looked sad without the people and noises of the previous day. "We'll do tear down tomorrow. It will probably take all day and part of Tuesday." "We? Who did she think would do it?" "Yes, I'm in charge of the festival, which means I helped with setup and I will help with tear down. After the week we've had, we decided to let everyone have the day off today." "It seems strange," Darla said, "that the public relations manager would have to help out with such a mundane task. Don't you have people for that?" "It's a small company, and I don't have people." I'm the whole department. I do PR, I work on ad campaigns, I run social media, and I help out on big projects, especially ones I have overseen. It's actually been a nice change to add planning and implementing the festival to my other duties, and it has helped me meet a lot of people in town. That's nice, but you're only here for the year, aren't you? I mean, it's only a 1 year contract. It isn't exactly a contract. They had a written agreement that she would defray most of the relocation expenses from her final check if she stayed less than a year, but that's as far as it went. Anna knew if she had a legit reason to need to leave sooner, that Taylor wouldn't hold it against her. But the longer she had been there, the more she thought that she could see herself here for more than a year. Her dream job was still to work for a large company, but maybe she didn't have to jump into that too hard. Then you can leave anytime. I think your boss regrets letting you go. Your father and I ran into him at the opera the other day, and he asked what you were up to. That's nice. Wouldn't you like to return to your old job? Thankfully, they arrived at the spa then, and one of the attendants greeted them. In the business of signing in and preparing for their treatments, Darla let the subject drop, but Anna couldn't get the question out of her head. Would she like to return to her old job? The question rolled around in her brain throughout the facial and mani-pedi her mom had scheduled for them. No matter how much she tried to force it out of her thoughts, it wouldn't go away. So finally, she made herself consider it. It wasn't at all likely that her boss would ask her back. They had plenty of other people on staff whom Angela hadn't stolen ideas from, as far as she knew. Or maybe that wasn't true, and Anna had been only one of many who had been stepped on along Angela's road to success. But if Angela were gone, would she want to go back? It had been everything in her life for so long, but was that what she really wanted? She kept telling herself that her job at the Springs was nice, but only a fallback because she hadn't been able to get work in a normal PR firm. Anna thought about what normal life might look like once the festival was over and wasn't sure. She had been working a lot of extra hours because of the festival, but she was used to working a ton of overtime. Much like her sister working for the law firm, overtime was expected from the employees where she used to work. But now, she had enjoyed the evenings she had spent with Quinn, just shooting the breeze, out in the community, getting to know people, and curling up on a sofa to watch a movie. It had been ages since she'd dated last, mostly because her previous boyfriend of 3 years had been hinting at marriage while secretly dating another woman. With such a busy work schedule, it had just been easier not to risk dating someone new while she moved past the pain of learning he'd been cheating on her. Then, her singleness had become a habit. She had done things with friends, but when she went on the occasional date, she hadn't felt any real connection with the men. She wondered if that was why she had pushed back against Quinn so hard to begin with. Internally, she may have recognized the attraction and tried to keep her distance. Had she been doing that ever since Charlie, only accepting dates with men she knew she wouldn't fall for? She didn't know how she really felt about Quinn, though. They had only kissed for the first time 2 nights ago. Of course, the kiss had been phenomenal, but a relationship couldn't be built on chemistry alone. And wasn't it strange that she felt next to nothing for Charlie when she had been so angry for so long? Anna did her best to block off her mother's voice as she chatted with the esthetician. Anna, doesn't this feel amazing? I swear, even LaPaul's doesn't have anything on this. It is wonderful, Anna agreed. I've been working on promotional packages and publicity for the spa along with everything else. She hadn't made time to pop over and get anything done before now, though. Maybe she needed to test out all of the spa's capabilities. Well, I can't speak highly enough of it. Pure perfection. Anna tuned out the rest of her mother's waxing on about the perfection of the spa. Why was it that Darla had nothing but good to say about the spa, and no good at all to say about anything Anna did? Did her mother realize she never complimented her daughter? When they left the spa, they went downtown to Carly's Cafe for a light lunch before heading back to the cabin. Darla set down her purse on an end table when they walked into the cabin. You know, I think this place is growing on me. It seemed small and mundane at first, but the slower pace here, the quiet and simplicity have their uses. It would be better with room service, though. Anna was about to say that was what DoorDash was for, and then realized that those kinds of services weren't available here. Oh well. At least the restaurants are close and charming. Charm will only get you so far. At least the spa was lovely. Darla sat on the sofa and gestured to Anna to do the same. Anna took the nearby chair instead. You're so stubborn. Now, this Quinn is nice, but you know you don't belong here. You're wasted on this place. There's no room to move up, and you will never reach the income potential that exists in a major PR firm or at a law firm. Not wanting to provoke an argument with her mom, Anna gave herself a few seconds to pull in her fraying patience before speaking. It doesn't cost nearly as much to live here as it did in Boston, so I don't need as much money. And status isn't everything. Of course, it isn't everything, but it is important if you want to get somewhere in life. I don't understand why I can't just be what you want and who you want every minute of the day. Anna stood, too angry to sit still. Why I can't be your perfect little doll who does and says and acts exactly how you want her to? Seriously, Mom, you have never been happy with what I do. No matter how hard I try, all you do is find fault. Do you think I want to be in your back pocket so you can pick me apart every minute of every day? And why is it that only the law will do for me, but you can sit around and gossip with friends all day? Darla looked flabbergasted and was silent, which was almost unheard of. Anna decided she was already in this. She might as well get it all out. She wasn't sure she could have stopped if she'd tried. If you can't just tell me you love me and you're happy that I'm happy, that you can see that I'm doing what I need to for me right now, why did you bother to come out here? You could have told me how useless and disappointing I am over the phone. She crossed the room and slammed out to the parking lot. Darla didn't follow. Anna ignored the phone when she saw it was Darla calling a few minutes later. She was shaking from the adrenaline rush that always came from confrontation. She wanted to talk to Quinn, but knew she wasn't in any condition to have a reasonable conversation with anyone, and she wasn't ready to let him see her fall apart. Instead, she took care of the house cleaning items on her list that she hadn't gotten a chance to deal with that week and reorganized her fridge. Scent. She pulled out her new lawnmower and cut the lawn, and used her new string trimmer to clean up the edges around the house and beds, not quite as easy as she had expected it to be. She was moving her car to the driveway to wash it when her father pulled into the drive and parked, blocking her exit. Going somewhere? He asked when they both got out. Just pulling my car out for a wash. I've been busy and haven't gotten to it since the last rainstorm. It's muddy. Shouldn't you still be golfing? He sauntered over, wearing the calm, reasonable attitude he always used when he was trying to ease into a sensitive topic. I got a frantic phone call from your mother. She said you yelled at her that we shouldn't have come, left, and won't answer her phone calls. She's worried about you. Is she really? She has a funny way of showing it. Anna sat back against the front of her car. He stopped and watched her with his courtroom calm. Do you want to tell me your side of what happened? It was just more of the same. She can't ever be happy for me. I get that she's trying to push me to reach for the stars or whatever, but can't she once, just once, say that she's proud of me and what I've accomplished? Can't she see that every time she picks at me, telling me that I'm not good enough, not doing enough, not measuring up, that it pushes me away? I didn't say you shouldn't have come. I asked why she bothered to come all this way just to nag at me incessantly about how much my choices suck. My choices have been great, so why does she have to harp on me endlessly? You know she's proud of you. He brushed some blowing strands of hair away from her face. It was a fond caress from father to daughter, the kind that made her want to lean into him like she did when she was little. No, I don't. How am I supposed to know that when she's never said so? Not once. You were never around, so it probably wasn't as obvious to you, but the closest she's ever come to a compliment was saying she thought I was too important at the Springs to help clean up the festival. I'm sorry my work kept me away so much. He stiffened at the unintentional rebuke. Anna realized how her words must have sounded and took a few seconds to calm down. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to come out as picking on you for having to work so many hours. It wasn't a dig. It was just reality. You worked a lot, and I had a lot of evening stuff for school when I was in high school, so we were rarely home at the same time. How would you know that she never has a good word for me? It probably feels that way. It feels that way because it is that way. I literally cannot remember the last time she said anything approving of me besides the occasional, "Oh, you look so lovely for a change." And when she didn't say, "for a change," it was implied. Or maybe I just read it between the lines because I'm so used to hearing it. I know she cares and wants the best for me, but that doesn't change the fact that she always makes me feel like I will never be good enough for her. Several seconds elapsed before he responded. I can't believe I didn't realize you feel this way. I didn't want to rock the boat. I wanted to please her so much. And yet, silence twanged between them, while Anna tried to push down the resentment that he hadn't noticed her or the unhealthy dynamic in his family. Did I make you feel like you aren't good enough? He finally asked. I know I disappointed you when I chose not to go into law, but I felt like you accepted my choices, whether you liked them or not. He sighed. I'm sorry, honey. I think your choices have been good, stellar in most cases. You made the career choice that was right for you, and you did great things with the festival. One of the men who was in my foursome today found out that I was your dad and said how much better run the festival was this year, how well publicized and fun it was. You're doing good work here, and from what I could tell, it looks like you're happy here. Tears pricked her eyes at the acknowledgement. I am. Nothing could make me happier. Anna slid into his arms and held him tight as tears slid from her cheeks. He had never been half as harsh as her mother, but she needed the words of acceptance and approval even more than she had thought. His arms tightened around her shoulders, and he smelled of Old Spice. I'm sorry, I haven't said so more often. We have to choose our own paths. You know my father wished I had become an architect like him. Really? I didn't know that. Because he accepted that I had to do what was right for me, and he was proud of what I became. I'm proud of the woman you've become. Thank you. I needed to hear that. Now that she had gotten some of it out, her brain felt clear enough to deal with her conversation with her mom. I don't want to apologize for telling her how I feel. I don't think I said anything out of line, even though I could have found a better way to say all of it. But I also don't want you guys to leave while we're upset with each other. We're planning to soak in our hot springs hot tub this afternoon before doing some window shopping. Let me see how it goes after I get home, and I'll call you. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry you have to get in the middle of this. Hey, mediation is one of my specialties. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. See you later. Yeah. Anna watched him pull the car out of the drive and head toward their cabin. Then she pulled out the hose and bucket of car cleaning supplies to give her vehicle a little TLC. 16. Anna was giving her car a final rinse when her phone beeped. Her sister, Mariah. Heard you had a dust-up with Mom. Anna, good news travels fast. Want to talk? That was all Anna needed. She pushed the telephone icon on the top of the screen. That was fast, Mariah said when she answered. Did Mom call to complain, or did you hear from Dad? Mom, of course. Did you actually tell her she was being pushy and rude? I don't think I used those exact words, but yeah, you have no idea what it's like. She's constantly finding fault with everything I do. Why did they make the trip if it's only to tell me I'm a disappointment? First off, you aren't a disappointment to either of them. It's just that Mom always wants more and better for us, no matter what we've done or accomplished. She thinks you're really good at your job and brags on you with her friends. She does not. I've heard her, and you aren't the only one she picks on. She's constantly pointing out flaws in my appearance, my lack of a social life, as if my job left room for one. She thinks my car isn't fancy enough and my apartment should be larger. It's just who she is. Anna started wrapping the hose neatly inside the reel. Are you serious? She picks on you too? She always acts as if you are the shining star in the tiara of her life. She's always telling me how I should be more like you. Right back at you. You're kidding. Anna had no idea all this pickiness wasn't directed only at her. Sure, when they were growing up, Mariah got her fair share of criticism, but maybe they didn't spend enough time together for her to realize it was still a mutual problem. Nope, she just nitpicks different things with each of us, something it took me years to realize. I do my best to ignore it, but it drives me crazy. Anna stood on her driveway in mid-December and looked out at the spires of the old stone church a few streets below hers. How is it that we've never talked about this before? I've always felt like Cinderella without the handsome prince. Funny, I heard that you do have a prince. Anna thought of Quinn and smiled. Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Get back to me when I've had time to figure that out. And you and Hunter went to the company Christmas party together. That's it. Mom has it in her head that I'm going to marry him and make her beautiful babies. But when Hunter suggested we go together, he made it amply clear that it was an expedience thing, not a romance thing, and he's not my type. Ah, Mom and her dreams. She seemed to like the festival you took them to last night. That's true, though she was shocked and appalled that I would be responsible to clean it up tomorrow, even though I was in charge of it. I heard you were involved, but you're running it? Tell me about it. I've done nothing but research and write torts all week, all month, all century. Anna chuckled. Better you than me. Well, they have this fundraising Christmas festival hosted by the company I work for. Though she hadn't expected to discuss her work, Anna found herself talking about everything she was doing. The people she'd met and community activities she'd attended, everything except whatever was going on with Quinn. She couldn't remember the last time she had enjoyed a conversation with Mariah so much. They should have shared their mutual frustration with their mom years earlier. Having heard almost nothing but good about Mariah for the past decade, at least, and what felt like nothing but bad about herself from her mom, had driven a wedge between them. But maybe it didn't have to be there after all. When Anna finished talking, she listened, really listened to what Mariah was saying. Slash it and what she wasn't saying. Maybe they could forge a better relationship moving forward. Anna wasn't sure what to do about her discussion with her mom. She didn't hear from her parents for the rest of the day, but figured her father was working on calming Darla and trying to get her to see things from Anna's perspective. She had spent the rest of her day dealing with personal email and making plans for the coming week. She left holes in her day for Monday, in case she and her mom worked through the outburst. Anna wanted to spend some time with her parents while they were still in town, if they could do it without the constant belittling. Still, when she went to work on Monday, she wasn't sure what to think about the situation with her mom. She focused all her energy on tearing down the festival instead. Quinn was on site and greeted her, but they had both been focused on their individual tasks, along with community volunteers and a few other employees. Lunch was nearing when her mother appeared on the periphery of the green space, watching the progress. Darla didn't speak to anyone, and Anna didn't realize she was there until Quinn pointed her out. Your mom's over there. Why is she hanging back? She didn't strike me as the shy type. Anna followed his gesture to her mom, who was looking their way. We had a few unhappy words yesterday. We haven't talked since. I better go talk to her. Good luck with that. He gave her elbow a squeeze before returning to his work 2 booths down. Anna stuck her hands in her jacket pockets as she walked over to her mother. Darla didn't appear angry, so maybe they could have a real conversation. Hi. Darla spoke quickly, as if afraid she wouldn't get the words out if she didn't say them quickly. I thought maybe we could take a stroll along this pathway and talk for a little bit, if you can break away. It's nearly lunchtime. Your father could pick up something for the 3 of us so you can eat before you have to get back to work. If you can't break away yet, I can wait. That had been the least bossy thing Anna remembered her mother ever saying. She checked her watch. It was only 5 minutes to noon. I could get away now. Let me go tell everyone to knock off for lunch. She took a quick stroll around and told everyone to be back at 1 to continue. Last, she stopped at Quinn. I'm going to do lunch with my folks. Could you make sure everyone gets out of here for their break? I told them all to take lunch, but Jill doesn't look like she's planning to go anywhere. I'll drag her away. Good luck. Thanks. I'll need all the luck I can get. She returned to Darla. Okay, let's take that walk. You really are in charge here, her mom said. Technically, Jill, the woman over there taking the decorations off the tree, and her sister are in charge, but they delegated all of the bossy fun to me on this one. Dad said you were going to take a soak in your hot springs hot tub yesterday. How was that? Better to ease into the conversation and let her mom say her piece in her own way. Her father had taught her mediation skills for the workplace, but she had never considered using them in her relationship with her mom before. Really nice. I stayed until I turned into a raisin. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anna let the conversation lapse, giving her mom space to broach the subject if she wanted to. After a long pause ensued, she decided to do it herself. Yesterday, I could have been more tactful in how I expressed my feelings. I wish I'd known that was how you feel. I didn't know how to say how I felt without offending you or making it worse. I didn't realize I made you feel like you aren't good enough. Anna didn't know how her mother had managed not to realize her words had hurt. I just want the best for you. You and Mariah don't respond to pressure in the same way, and I should have realized that. Anna debated her next words before picking through the minefield with carefully chosen words and modulated tone. Mariah copes with criticism better than I do, but that doesn't mean criticism is always the most effective way to get a desired end result for either of us. Out of the corner of her eye, Anna saw her mom nod. None of this was technically an apology on either side, but some serious self-reflection had been done, and that would have to do for now. Anna may wish she could get her mom to change immediately, but she knew, on some level, that it would take time for Darla to break old habits and form new ones. Even if this discussion only brought on small changes, that would make a difference. If her mom stopped picking at her and every decision she made, maybe Anna could finally start telling her mom more things about her own life. When they made it back to her parents' cabin, her father was already setting food on the table. There's my girls. I was hoping I'd get back before you got here. Looks like you're making great headway on the tear down. Yes, funny how much more time it takes to put things up than to take them down. The ice rink company will be here this afternoon to take that apart. By the time you leave, the only signs of the festival will be the trampled grass. I saw a flyer downtown about the Nutcracker performance the next 2 nights. You want to go? He asked. I'd love to, but you need to know that the show is an abridgment performed by children ages 5 to 18. It will probably be very entertaining, but not in the way you're used to. All the better. A great chance to get a better feel for your new home, Darla said. Anna smiled and agreed. If her mom was willing to watch amateur ballet, maybe this détente would lead somewhere good. 17. The ballet had been entertaining, though it had mostly been the wee girls going off track and waving to family mid-dance that had kept things entertaining. The crowd had been small, but though the skill level had been wanting, Anna didn't remember enjoying a ballet performance more. Part of that might have been the fact that her mother had not made a single disparaging remark all day. Her parents came to see her before taking off the next morning, and Anna walked them out to their car, grateful now for the impromptu visit. After lunch, she had a meeting with Taylor. New promotional materials in hand and waiting for a long list of places where she could have done better with the festival, Anna entered Taylor's office. "Oh, great. Come on in and sit down." Taylor gestured to the seat across from hers as she finished something on her computer. "Give me a sec." A few keystrokes later, Taylor turned away from her keyboard and screen. "You got your parents off?" "Yes, they left a couple hours ago. Thanks for giving me a little more flexibility than originally intended. They aren't usually so spontaneous." "No problem. Parents will be parents and check in on their little chicks, no matter how old they get. And this is your first time so far from home. Now, I have a list of comments I received from people about the festival." Anna braced herself. Most everything had felt like it went well, but some people would always find flaws, no matter how hard she tried, and there had been a lot of moving parts. Okay, everyone loved it. You did a fantastic job. Anna blinked a few times in surprise. No criticism? Well, one or two minor things, but nothing we could have controlled. The breeze was too cold Friday, the cupcakes were too dry, we didn't have ice skates in a men's size 14. 14? Wow. Yeah, but don't worry about any of that. I'll email you the list of kudos people told or emailed me, along with some interesting suggestions we might want to consider in the future. So, how did the numbers come out? Anna asked. We made almost $2,000 more for the charity this year over last year. And we've already booked 30 room nights in the cabins using the discount code from the promotional materials you handed out. I expect that will increase in the next few weeks. That's fantastic. I went through the feedback forms from the people running the booths and got some very useful ideas to consider for next year. I know you talked about buying the ice rink materials and skates for future years, but when you add in the cost to buy enough ice skates, you may want to hold off on that for now. Too expensive to justify using only once a year. Actually, I was thinking you could rent out the rink locally for parties if we could work out a price that would make it feasible. You may even want to talk to your family about the possibility of making it a permanent attraction on site here. Put it under cover and rent it for parties here instead of having to reassemble it every time you need it. That would make it more cost-effective for people to use it for parties and might pay it off in a couple years, especially if we put a few picnic tables near there for them to have a meal or snacks for the party. I also thought we should put out feelers and see if we can pick up used ice skates during the course of the year. If we could buy a bulk number in assorted sizes at a nice discount from an online auction, that would make a big difference as well. I'll keep that in mind and discuss it at the next shareholders meeting. You know, with my mom and sisters, they are both great ideas. You have an actual shareholders meeting? Anna asked. Required by law. Tramped. Of course, we talk business between meetings, but we have a fun dinner after Christmas and again in early July to discuss business plans, eat good food, laugh. Sounds like fun. Your mom seemed happy about the way the festival turned out. Maybe Anna was fishing for information, but it did seem as if Linda enjoyed herself Friday evening. She was really happy about it. She'll be back to normal strength by the end of the month. You'll see a lot more of her then. I'm looking forward to it. I hear you spent some time at the spa this weekend. Your first trip there? Taylor asked. Yes, just facials and mani-pedis. I'm hoping to work in a massage before too long, especially after the stress of the past couple weeks. Schedule one this week and put it on the Hot Springs account. Consider it a bonus for your excellent work. Also, they're due for a new set of adverts and have a spring promo they want you to work up something for. Jill will go through their full offerings with you. Just set up a meeting. Pleased about the free massage and the opportunity to work with the spa on advertising, Anna nodded. I'll call over and schedule appointments today. Now, about the Valentine's promotions. Anna dove into the next layer of work now that the festival was behind her. She had some great ideas she wanted to try out. Any other business we need to cover? Taylor asked when they had reviewed the promotions a while later. I think that's it. Jill said you and your mom seemed stiff together yesterday. I mean, I'm not trying to pry. Well, she reconsidered. I guess I am trying to pry, but not for hot gossip. Because you're my friend, not just my employee, and I just want to make sure you're okay. Anna believed Taylor really wasn't just looking for gossip, and it wouldn't hurt having someone to talk to. Things have always been difficult with my mom. She's never completely happy about any of my choices. Moving here hits the top of her list of bad choices Anna has made. I finally expressed my frustration with her expectations, and it made things awkward for the rest of the visit. We talked through some of it, so we'll see if it makes any long-term difference. I'm sorry, that really stinks, but hopefully it helps in the long run. Hey, distance actually makes that relationship a little easier. Maybe it will help us figure out how to talk to each other better. I hope the job and town are growing on you too. Taylor picked at her fingernails, though she didn't seem to realize it. Anna had noticed she did that when she was anxious about something. They are. Why do you look so nervous? I noticed you updated your CV online this weekend. On the professional end, you aren't looking for something new, are you? No, not really. I mean, I plan to stay at least a year like we talked about, but it doesn't hurt to keep my CV up to date. I really do like it here. Taylor smiled, but a hint of worry stayed in her eye. Good, we like having you here, and so does Quinn. What's up with you two, anyway? Taylor set her chin on her fist, leaning in to get a better view. Nothing new, Anna said slowly. What little time they had been in each other's presence since Saturday morning had been all business. You mean nothing since he met your parents and ice skated with you Saturday? Did you get that from him or from the grapevine? Anna didn't love how the gossip flowed through town faster than a radiation cloud from an atom bomb. I was there with the basketball team and Chris and saw you cuties together, so spill. We hung out, we skated. My parents invited him to eat with us that night, and since then it's just been work stuff. No calls, no texts? No. He's been busy with work, and my parents were here. I didn't really expect anything, though it had felt weird not to spend any time alone with him after the past few weeks. Taylor appeared to consider that. Not wanting to discuss it anymore, Anna shifted the focus. So you and Chris were together Saturday night. How are things there? Any sparkage? Now there's a complicated situation I don't want to talk about. Have you ever had a hot rock massage? Anna laughed and accepted Taylor's conversational redirect. Twice. It was great. I noticed the spa here doesn't do them. Are they talking about adding it? Jill has been discussing it. Tell me how it went for you. Happy to set all discussion of her personal life aside, Anna settled in and talked about her experiences. It was nice having a girlfriend in town.
Quinn waited until nearly 4 before calling Anna. He wanted to give her plenty of time to get her parents off and to deal with the pile of email and meetings that inevitably came with taking several days away from your desk to deal with a major project. He called straight to her desk phone and wasn't surprised when she picked up. This is Anna at Campbell Springs. How can I help you? You can say you're available for dinner tonight. Quinn smiled at the sound of her voice. Hi, and yes, I am available. What did you have in mind? Just a dinner at Carly's Cafe, and if you like Christmas music, which I know you do, the high school Christmas concert is tonight, and they always do a fun mix of holiday tunes at this time of year. How big could the band be in a town this size? Anna asked. You'd be surprised. Interested? Sure. I was thinking about going, and it would be more fun with company. Great. I'll pick you up at 6. That will give you time to do whatever you need to at home, right? That will be perfect, she said. Date destination options in town were not generally plentiful, especially in the winter, but with the Christmas season in full force, there were plenty of little social opportunities, which he appreciated. He had showered and changed after a day of client yard maintenance and appeared on her doorstep with a potted amaryllis right at 6 o'clock. She looked fresh and pretty, rocking a red sweater with Santa Clauses dangling from her ears. You look nice. Thanks. So do you. This is for you. He handed her the flower pot. You seem like more of a potted flower than a cut flower kind of person. They'll last longer this way and come back, so... Sounds perfect. Cut flowers are nice, but this is definitely better. She found a spot for it on her end table and took a jacket and purse from the hook beside the door. Quinn helped her with the jacket, gathering her long brown hair and pulling it out of the jacket, brushing his fingers across the back of her neck in the action. She shivered at his touch, and he wished he had an excuse to do it again. Instead, he took her hand and led her outside to his car. They headed straight to the school for the concert. The district is just the schools here in town. About the time I moved here, they got a new music teacher, who teaches at all 3 schools. That must be a juggling act. Yeah, but now she's brought the kids up from elementary school into the high school in her band and orchestra classes. It's gotten pretty big. The kids love her, and the classes grow every year, or so I'm told. I went last year and was impressed at how many kids are in the different music groups. That's amazing. Yeah, wait until you hear them. Anna appeared suitably impressed, both with the number of musicians on stage and the quality of the music they produced. She sang the words under her breath when they played Christmas songs she knew and cheered as loudly as any parent in the crowd. Quinn enjoyed watching her enjoy herself almost as much as the music. When it was over, he greeted several friends as the crowd started to head for the exits. "You seem to enjoy it," Quinn said, a little smugness in his grin. "Gotta say I did." Anna looked at the room around her. "Dos Fuentes sure knows how to get a crowd together." "That we do." Most of the people from the school seemed to have relocated to the cafe, but they managed to find a small table in a back corner. Quinn wondered how smart it would be to try to hold a serious conversation with all of these people packed in so close. "Do you just want to order to go? We can take it to my place. It's pretty loud." "That sounds like a good idea." It took quite a while for the order to finish and be bagged up, but eventually they made it to what passed as a dining table at his home. "I'm actually kind of relieved to get away from the mob. It was really noisy there." Anna plated up the burgers and fries, removing the wrappings. Even though she knew it was a little obsessive, she couldn't get away from her mom's obsessive education on the proper way to eat a meal when you were home. "It was? Do you always plate up your takeout in this civilized manner?" He stood at the end of the table, bemused as he watched her set out the napkins and pile the ketchup packets neatly nearby. "Not if I'm away from home, but I wasn't feeling the paper wrappers tonight. You don't mind the dirty dishes, do you?" "No, I have a dishwasher, as you know." He waited until she finished and turned to look at him, and then he moved in, sliding an arm around her waist to slowly pull her closer. "I forgot something when I picked you up," she grinned. "I wondered about that." He lowered his head and kissed her, enveloped in the soft floral fragrance of her perfume, the perfect way her body fit against his, the silk of her hair against his fingers, the smooth glide of lips. He lingered for a moment before pulling back. "Well, you do a thorough job of it when you make up for a mistake." She was slightly out of breath, making him grin inside and out. "I do what I can." He slid out her seat for her and took the one beside it. They ate for a while, talking about things coming up that week for each of them and holiday plans. "I'll go to Aunt Linda's the night before. I told them I can just stay here. I'm less than a mile away, but she says no. She doesn't want me here, alone on Christmas Eve." "That's sweet, especially with your parents taking a cruise. Yeah, you should join us since you're not going back to Boston. Aunt Linda would love to have you." "I couldn't possibly intrude on a family thing like that." "You wouldn't be intruding. She invites other people to join them all the time. Christmas is different than Thanksgiving. I really couldn't. It would feel intrusive to join your family." He wasn't sure if that was her real reason, but decided to mull it over later. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Speaking of family, you seemed, kind of uncomfortable with your mom when she came by before lunch yesterday." Anna chewed her bite of burger far slower than could have been necessary. "We had some words on Sunday," and then she told him about their blow-up and the awkwardness that followed. "So is everything okay now?" "Who knows? Things were somewhat better when they left, but time will tell. Our relationship has never been great, but if she would just quit picking at me every time we talked, I wouldn't avoid her calls so much, and she would like that. I don't know if she'll ever really change, but we'll see." "How did your parents react when you moved here after graduation?" "Well, that was different. I stayed with Uncle Dan for the first couple years, and there was plenty of other family here, so it wasn't like they were throwing me out to fend for myself." "Yes, but I'm not exactly 18 anymore, and I've been independent for a long time." "True." Quinn watched her expression close off and uncertainty appear. "What is it?" "I wasn't sure how to refer to you when I introduced you to my parents. We've never talked about what we want from this or how we see ourselves. I mean, technically, this is our first date." "That can't be true. All of the other times we just kind of ran into each other or fell into an activity after work. We didn't make a plan in advance and go out together." Quinn considered that, deciding she was right. "You have me there. I'm sorry I haven't made it clear to you that I like you, and I like spending time with you, and I'd like to go out with you, and no one else. She nodded slowly, but the wrinkles in her forehead eased. That works for me. It's not that I haven't been enjoying our time together. I just didn't want to presume. Quinn smiled and leaned over to take her mouth with his. 18. I was wondering if you'd be willing to go into Ukiah with me, Quinn said to Anna when he called Friday morning. He had thought a lot about her sitting at that folding table in his dining room, about how wrong the image was without decent furniture. Today? If you have some free time, we could try out Fort Bragg tonight. If we don't find what we need, we could go to Ukiah tomorrow, or we could look online and order something. I need to pick out a few more furniture items for the house, and I'd like a second opinion. He had been debating the decision all week, but maybe it was time he owned an actual dining table and matching chairs. And he could use some office furniture. He could have asked Taylor or Jill, but then he'd come back with all kinds of decorative crap that he'd then have to dust and find places for. Anna's home was decorated, but comparatively minimalist. Maybe that was because she had just moved and didn't bring much clutter with her, but he didn't think so. I could work in time for some shopping, especially if it isn't going to cost me anything. Good then. I can pick you up at home, say 5:30, and we can grab something to eat while we're out. Sounds about perfect. Quinn didn't hate shopping like some men he knew. As long as he didn't have to trail around behind someone while they tried on 500,000 clothes. Still, he hadn't been looking forward to the shopping trip. There were always too many choices, and it all cost 3 times what he wanted to pay. On the other hand, it gave him another excuse to spend time with Anna, which had never been a chore, and he liked the way she had set up her place. It was cozy, but also somehow elegant. Fort Bragg was only about 30 miles away, and big enough to provide a few shopping venues beyond the options in Dos Fuentes. Having lived in LA and Detroit, Quinn had been grateful for the laid-back lifestyle in Dos Fuentes, but he did miss being able to run out and find whatever you wanted reasonably nearby. If this didn't pan out, Ukiah would still be an option tomorrow, but it was 3 times as far away. What's your plan of attack? Anna asked when they were on the road. I thought we could start at a couple second-hand stores. Sometimes you can get really great furniture there, and a dining set can be cleaned up or polished up a bit if it's real wood. If I don't find something I love, we'll move on to the regular furniture store. Good thinking. I'm a big fan of second-hand for some items as well. They hit 2 second-hand stores, where she helped him pick out a set of bookshelves for his office and some desk organizers, but didn't find a dining table and chairs that either of them liked. They walked into the furniture store, a smaller one his aunt had recommended. He could tell at a glance that it was not going to be cheap, but the furniture looked like it was high quality. I really should have thought this through better and waited until after Christmas to do the shopping, he said as they brushed past a group of people leaving. The roads had been gridlocked, the restaurant parking lots overflowing, and the other stores they had visited had been packed with shoppers. Hopefully it won't be as bad here as the other stores, since most people don't get lamps or sofas for Christmas. Anna stopped to scan the room and pointed to the far right corner. Looks like the dinette sets are over there. Off we go, then. She had been right about the crowds being lighter here, but that didn't mean there weren't still plenty of people around. Quinn and Anna skirted around 2 women who were moving from one sofa to the next, Tess sitting on them, a salesman touting the warranty on an electric easy chair, and finally reached the dining room area. Quinn looked over all the options. How do I decide what to pick? What styles do you like best? Do you want something that fits with the architecture of the house, or do you want to go more modern? How do you feel about metal and glass versus wood? I want it to look like it fits in the house. I'm not a fan of the metal and glass thing. Wood is timeless. Okay, then follow me. She led him to an area where he could see 3 different dining table sets that were all wood and looked like they might work in the house. They looked over all of them, and then he studied them. How was he supposed to decide? Anna set her hand on his arm. Gut feeling. Which one feels like the best choice? Don't overthink it. This one because it costs the least. She laughed. Cost is your main criteria here? I mean, it's a factor to consider, but they aren't that far apart in price. Think of it the way you would a landscaping project. Which one will be the most comfortable in the space, add interest without overpowering? Are they all equal, or does one stand out? That was a new way to look at it. Quinn studied the three options again through that lens. They are all nice. Big enough to have a few people over without being too large for the space, though that one would be a little oversized, I guess, when you consider space to get around the table when people are sitting in the chairs. He had the room measurements in his head. Good. Now, what about the other two? You don't have to pick one of them. Remember, we could still look somewhere else, or even go online. The two remaining were different shapes, and he considered the room from a design perspective and from how he would use it. The rectangular one would look best in the space. He walked around it again before nodding. Nice choice, a salesperson said, approaching from the side. It's one of my favorites on the floor. I love the warm oak and that it's all wood and not a veneer. Quinn turned to the 40-something woman. I'm not sure I'm in love with it, but of all the options I've seen, I like it the best. He has a beautiful Victorian house with a few craftsman-style touches, Anna added. The salesperson tapped her lip with the top of her pen, folding the tablet she carried against her chest. We have a floor model upstairs that the boss has been talking about discounting and closing out. Have you been up there? It's a similar shape, size, but with some craftsman details. We have not been up there yet. Show the way, Anna said. The moment Quinn saw the table, he knew it was the one. The wood was darker, with more red and fewer orange tones. The detail work was beautiful, but definitely more craftsman than Louis the V6. With the discount for the floor model price, it came in 30% less than the one he had only liked. Can we take it tonight? He asked. You bet. The salesperson made a note on the sales tag that it was reserved. Anything else you need tonight? In for a penny. I could use some office furniture. The woman grinned. Let me show you the way. In the end, he picked out a desk and office chair in addition to the dinette set, though he would come back for them the next day, since his truck bed was full with the dining set and furniture from the thrift store. When he had finished loading the pickup truck with his new furniture, covered it with old blankets, and strapped it down, he and Anna headed back to Dos Fuentes. Thanks for coming with me. It helped, having your perspective, he said. I'm glad I could help. It was fun. Why have you waited so long to buy something? Mental block, but I think I'm finally getting through it. He was happy to finally be making his house into a home. We all have them. You should consider having some friends or family over once you finish decorating. Kind of like a housewarming party? Yeah, actually. I know you've lived there a long time, but this is a big deal, buying real furniture and everything. Your family has been after you to settle in. You should show them that you took their concerns for you to heart. That was something he hadn't really considered, but he liked the idea. He sometimes had guys over for pizza or to watch a game, but he'd never hosted a party with his aunts and cousins. What do you think of New Year's Eve parties? He asked. I am pro-party that night. That would be the perfect time. I mean, I've never had a party at my house before, and it would feel kind of like a housewarming party, with my new stuff and decorations finally put up. I would need to do a few more things to the house first. Fussy woman things. But no doilies. Your place looks really nice without looking fussy. She squeezed his hand. If you're asking for my help, then I say yes. I'd be happy to help. Funny how everything could fall into place like that. They unloaded the furniture when they reached his home, and she helped him go through the last 2 boxes that had been sitting in the dining room. You've made a lot of headway here, she said as she flattened the last box. The place already feels a lot more lived in, and look, actual furniture. You're the one who spurred me into it. Tell me what else you had in mind for the house and the party. We can talk about what you might still need. Quinn pulled her close and laid his lips on hers. She made him feel so good, so right, here in his own home, in what had become his hometown. He tipped his head to the side and took the kiss deeper, hotter as he molded her to him. She pressed closer, fully engaged in the kiss until he had to let her go or take her down the hall. Well, that was a very nice thank you. Anytime you need to feel thanked, let me know. We'll go for another round. I'll keep that in mind. It was after 9, but it was a Friday night. You want to stay for a movie? I bought kettle corn. She had said it was her favorite last time they had made popped corn. She grinned. What movies do you have on tap? Let's see what we can find. As they snuggled down to watch the latest flick starring Ben Affleck, he thought it had been a very good day.
19. When Anna had moved to Dos Fuentes, she had expected the Christmas season to be lonely so far from home, with no friends and a town that was utterly unlike where she had grown up. Instead, she found her days full of interesting work and new work friendships. A town who did Christmas on steroids and knew how to welcome others. And, of course, Quinn. He had been such a surprise to her. Funny, friendly, a good listener. Things had started out so badly, but they seemed to have worked through that and found common ground. He trusted her judgment and didn't pick at her decisions. He showed up when he said he would and considered her opinions. Anna wanted to get just the right thing for him for Christmas, and time was running out. She had shipped gifts for her family already. She found a collection of vintage Christmas tree decorations she thought Taylor would love for her home tree. They reminded Anna of the ones they had used in the break room. And she put together baskets of amazing toiletries made by a local woman to give to several other coworkers. Now she just had to figure out what to do for Quinn. And he defied understanding. Because Christmas was all but upon them, ordering something online would never work. And she had already combed through the stores in Dos Fuentes, which leaned heavily on touristy shops. After attending the Chamber of Commerce drawing that Jill had headed up on Saturday, Anna headed to Ukiah to see what she could find. December 21st was not the prime day for shopping, if you didn't want to be elbow to elbow with people. Still, Ukiah wasn't all that big or nearly as shopping-crazed as stores had been in Boston, so she stuck it out. Wandering through one store after the next, looking at everything and anything she thought he might be interested in, didn't seem to be helping. After considering and rejecting dozens of items, Anna decided to take a mental break from the craziness and let herself walk into the Christmas department at a big box store and hit pay dirt. Anna was up to her eyebrows creating and scheduling the company's social media posts on Tuesday afternoon. Though it would be a short week with Christmas on Friday, Anna was ready for the weekend to begin. She had taken up Taylor on the extra day off and was staying home on Thursday to putter around the house and work on some personal projects. She was spending most of her evenings this week helping Quinn fine-tune his house for the party, with a little paint in the entry and a few non-fussy decorating details that would take it from blah to interesting. So far, he was on board with most of her suggestions, and the further they got into the project, the better she understood his style so she could make better suggestions. It was surprising how fun it could be to help someone else decorate. Her cell phone vibrated, and she flipped it over to look at the readout and saw she'd gotten a message through the social media app she had been using to network for work since she was in college. She finished typing up the post she was working on before opening her app to read the message. Hi, Anna. I work for Beecher and Rowe Agency in LA. We've been looking for a new advertising and publicity expert for our team, and while I was talking to my old college friend, Amelia Sands, she mentioned you were in California and one of the best she ever worked with. Based on your CV, I'd like to video conference with you regarding the position if you are interested. She posted her email address along with a link to a PR job that had the potential of paying more than double what Anna was getting now. Whoa. She sat back in her chair and looked at the listing again, reread the message. She was still staring at the screen as she tried to wrap her head around it all when Taylor walked in. Hey, are you still here? Everyone else has gone home. Anna hastily darkened her phone screen and set it aside. I was just finishing up some social media posts. I'll want to tweak the feed posts going forward to conform to the new branding plan I'm working on for the company, but we're good through New Year's Day. She scratched out a note on her to-do list for Monday and pushed away from the computer. How was your day? Anything interesting going on this weekend? Maybe. Taylor's grin said there was definitely something special going on, and Anna would bet his first name was Chris. You and Chris are seeing a lot of each other. I had blocked out how much I love him. Being with him again is amazing. Happiness suits you. I'm happy for you. You and Quinn are seeing a lot of each other. Taylor turned it around on her. Yeah, he's pretty great. Who could have guessed we'd hit it off? Oh, I did. I could see early on that you two would get along great if you just gave each other a chance. He mentioned you were helping him prep for the big party. He's never done one before. She cocked a brow. I know, and he's nervous about it, but it's going to be all laid back and fun. Just wait and see. I will. Meanwhile, he's banned any of us from coming over because he wants to surprise us with the changes he's making to the house. Or should I say, the changes the two of you are making. It's nothing that dramatic, but you'll like it. Just wait and see. I have no choice. Taylor shifted back toward the door. Anyway, enjoy the transformation. I'll make sure everything is locked up before I leave. Sounds good. Anna watched Taylor head down the hall before turning on her phone to reread the message and job listing again. The opportunity looked perfect. Anna messaged Laura sharp back that night after spending the evening helping Quinn paint his dining room walls. She hadn't mentioned it to him. She might not get the job, and there was no reason to worry him or Taylor if she didn't get hired. She'd only been in Dos Fuentes for 6 weeks, though it felt like more than that when she considered how well she had settled into life in the tiny town. She would miss them all terribly if she got the job, and Quinn most of all, but some opportunities couldn't be overlooked. She had nearly told him about the interview about 100 times, but she just couldn't say it. Instead, she went home, prepared for bed, and then pulled up her laptop and began crafting the letter. Laura, thanks for contacting me. The job listing is exactly what I was hoping to get into, though I haven't been at my current employment for long and hadn't thought about looking for anything else yet. I would be interested in discussing this very promising position, however. Let me know what time will work best for you, and I'll work around it. You will find my portfolio attached to this email. She signed the note and, after double-checking it again, sent it. It was out of her hands. No doubt, if it was like a normal job interview, she would hear back on an appointment a couple weeks after the new year began. By the time they made any decisions about hiring, it would probably be March. Looking back at the job listing again and dreaming of warmer weather and fancy boutique shopping, she closed her laptop and set it aside for the night. Anna made a note about an idea for a spring promo as Taylor brought the staff meeting to an end. That's it, everyone. Thanks again for your hard work on the festival. The craziest part of the holidays for us is over, so you can enjoy the rest of the season with your families. We look forward to a great upcoming year, Taylor said. She stood to end the meeting, and everyone else collected their things and stood to leave. Anna, will you hold back for a minute? Taylor asked. Sure. She hoped she hadn't done anything wrong. When everyone else had filtered out, Taylor came around the table to join Anna near the door. Quinn mentioned that he invited you to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with our family, but you were afraid you would be in the way or something. I want you to know we would really love to have you. Not just because you're Quinn's girlfriend, but because you're my friend as well. We do have others join us for Christmas sometimes, so don't feel like you're intruding. Are you sure your mom would be okay with it? She's still recovering, isn't she? She's doing just fine. With Jill, Crystal, and me there, she won't have to lift a finger all day unless she wants to. I actually talked to her about inviting you before Quinn told me he'd invited you. She said she'd love to have you join us for the holiday. Anna still felt funny about it, but she'd felt the same way about Thanksgiving, and that had gone well enough. Thanks, I appreciate it. I wasn't looking forward to spending Christmas alone. And no need to. You're always welcome. They walked out talking about Christmas plans. Anna was grateful to not have to be alone for Christmas, but it was December 23rd, and now she needed to buy gifts for Taylor's mom and third sister. She picked up her phone and called Quinn. When he answered, she could hear the smile in his voice. Hey, beautiful, how are you doing today? Good. Do you have a second? Sure do. What's going on? Quinn asked. Taylor just strong-armed me into joining you for Christmas. Not that it took that much twisting. But now I need to pick up something for Linda and Crystal. Do you have any suggestions? Anything you can tell me about them that might help me pick something appropriate? The answers he gave her were surprisingly insightful, but maybe she should stop being surprised by his insightfulness. When Anna checked her email on Christmas Eve afternoon, after spending the morning cleaning and running errands despite the rain, she was surprised to see a response from Laura. In it was an invitation to be interviewed the next Tuesday morning. I know this is soon, so if you need to reschedule for the following week, we'll understand. But we'd like to get this position filled sooner rather than later. Your portfolio is just as impressive as Amelia said it was. Let me know if this day and time work for you. Yes! Anna pumped both fists in the air and did a little dance to the salsa music she'd been playing while she cleaned. When she stopped jumping around, she pulled out her phone and sent her old coworker Amelia a text message thanking her for the recommendation. When her doorbell rang a few minutes later, she salsa-ed her way to open it, a dust rag in hand. She grinned when she found Quinn standing on her doorstep looking like a drowned rat. Hey, I was going through some of my private stock of fuchsia and realized I have more than I need. I wondered if you'd like it. We could put it next to the rose bush. This has a beautiful pink bloom. She felt a little guilty that he was bringing over a plant that wouldn't flower until she was no longer living here. If she got the job, if she took it. That sounds great. You're soaking wet. Do you want to come in? It's just a little rain. Seriously. I've worked in worse, and I don't want to make a mess of your entry. I'll just dig this in. Anna followed him out, sticking to the front porch where she could see what he was doing and stay dry at the same time. He grabbed a shovel from the back of his truck and began digging. They talked while he worked, Anna shivering in the 50-degree weather, a cold breeze pushing through her shirt to chill her while she watched. He really was a sweet guy. +%. You should go in where it's warmer, he said as he pressed earth around the plant's roots. You've been shivering for long enough. I'll come in and use your sink to wash up in a few minutes, if that's okay. Of course it's okay. Come in and I'll get you something warm to drink. Sounds good. Anna escaped to the warmth of her home and began heating water for either tea or cocoa. 20 Christmas morning. Anna woke to her cell phone ringing. She rolled over and slapped her nightstand a couple times until she encountered her cell phone. She pushed the button to accept the call without being able to read the screen through her bleary eyes. Hello? Hey, Merry Christmas. I wanted to be the first to say that to you. Anna grinned at Quinn's warm voice on the line. Merry Christmas to you too. What time is it? 6 o'clock. In the morning, she slid the back of one hand over her eyes. No wonder it was still dark outside. People are already stirring here, and I wanted to greet you first. That's sweet. Despite the insane hour, she smiled to herself. Thanks for that. We'll still see you later this morning. Absolutely, after I get a couple more hours of sleep. Party pooper. That's me. Have a great time. If I must. Sweet dreams. Thanks. They said goodbye and Anna rolled over in bed. She was thinking about getting up and putting the canned cinnamon rolls she had bought for breakfast into the oven when she drifted off to sleep again. Her ringing cell phone woke her a second time. This time she pried one eye open to look at the time. 8 a.m. Well, that was a little better anyway. When she saw that it was her mother on the other end, she nearly didn't answer, but that would be unkind, and at the moment she wanted to at least meet her mom halfway. Things between them had been better since her parents' visit, and she wanted to encourage that. Merry Christmas, Mom. Merry Christmas, sweetie. Were you still asleep? It's only 8 here. Oh, right, of course. We sure did miss you last night. Thanks. Missed you too. Sort of. The evening with Quinn and Taylor was one of the best Christmas Eves she'd had in years. Part of her had missed her family, but part of her had been relieved to have the space, the peace and friendships instead of the crazy pressure she'd felt in past years. Did that make her a bad person? She hoped not. "What did you get for Christmas?" Anna asked. Not having gotten to her own gifts yet, she wouldn't be able to answer if her mom asked, but she was in luck. No questions on that topic. She listened to her mom talk about their gifts. "It was nice seeing you last week. I'm sorry things were so strained. Mariah and I had a long talk after we got back home. I hadn't realized pushing you to be your best was coming across so critical, and that I didn't tell you how great I think you are. I think you did an amazing job with the festival." The heartfelt words meant more to Anna than any gift her mother had ever given her. "Thank you, Mom. That means a lot." Neither of them seemed to know what to say next. This was a whole new thing for them, and Anna, at least, was afraid to ruin it with the wrong words. She was relieved when Darla passed the phone to her husband for a few minutes before he passed it to Mariah. "Thank you for whatever you said to Mom," Anna said. "You're welcome. I'm glad it helped. Maybe it will keep helping. She promised to try not to nitpick with me so much either. So far, points for trying." Anna smiled, and they talked for a few more minutes. After she ended the call, Anna checked out her messages and found a few from old friends, plus one from Quinn sent around 6:30 and another from Taylor half an hour earlier. "Quinn, Linda said to come over as soon as you get up for the day. You can eat breakfast with us, which probably won't be until after 8. Taylor, are you? We're about to start cooking, but we'll save you some waffles and Mom's signature strawberry syrup." How could she say no to that? She sent back a message as she got up to dress. "Just got off the phone with my family. Be there as soon as I get dressed." She put the cinnamon rolls that had been rising in the fridge all night into the oven to bake while she got dressed. After doing something with her hair and makeup, Anna took an extra couple minutes to open her Christmas presents from home and send text messages to her mom and sister to thank them. She packed the presents she had picked out for Quinn and Taylor's family, retrieved the cinnamon rolls from the oven when they were perfectly baked, and headed out the door. Linda's house was as warm and welcoming for Christmas as it had been at Thanksgiving. Anna didn't even reach the door before it opened, and Jill let her in. "Good timing. We are still eating. Wow, those cinnamon rolls smell amazing. I might have to have a sliver of one even though I'm full. Let me take those presents for you, and you go into the dining room to join the others." "I'll be right there." She took the packages and headed back to the family room.
Quinn had been listening for the door and nearly jumped up to answer it, but Jill had called out that she'd get it. Since he was in the middle of an explanation to Linda about how he could fix a drainage issue in her yard without turning it into an eyesore, he stayed seated, at least until she entered the dining room, carrying a tray of cinnamon rolls. Quinn stood and gestured to the chair beside him. "Come, have a seat. I'm glad you made it." "We all are," Linda said. "Cinnamon rolls, that was very thoughtful. Jill just brought in another round of waffles. Have some." "Are those warm? They smell warm," Taylor said. "How does something smell warm?" Crystal's husband Dave asked. "You know, because you can smell them so easily. If they were cool, they wouldn't be giving off that freshly baked scent." "Who wants a cinnamon roll?" Linda broke up the bickering. "I just want a few bites," Jill said. Quinn ignored them all as he sat back beside Anna. Chris walked in with a new gallon of milk, and Anna blinked in surprise. Quinn smiled when Chris took the seat beside Taylor and kissed her. Several others piped up with requests for full or partial cinnamon rolls, while Anna accepted the platter of bacon and the plate of waffles. She doused the waffles with the homemade strawberry syrup and loaded on some whipped topping. "This looks like a feast." "Christmas is all about feasting at our house." Jill took the plate of waffles and added one to her plate, loading it up with toppings as well. "Where's the bowl of fruit?" Quinn sat back and enjoyed watching Dan and Sharon talk with Linda, the three sisters from his generation squabbling good-naturedly, and Anna right there beside him. It amazed him how quickly he had gotten used to spending time with her every day. Breakfast was a mix of laughter and friendly ribbing as they remembered past exploits. After they finished eating and had cleaned up the kitchen and dining areas, They all returned to the family room. Anna passed out the gifts she had bought and opened several gifts from the others. Quinn was relieved when she seemed pleased with the half-dozen Christmas ornaments he had picked out for her from local stores. They are locally made and themed, and they all have this year inscribed on them somewhere. You said you loved the uniqueness of my ornaments. I decided it was time you started a collection of your own. They're terrific, thanks. Anna oohed and ahed over every piece, asking about a few of them. When she had finished studying them all and put them back safely in the box, she handed him the last box from the stack she had brought with her. Quinn laughed when he saw she had also gotten him Christmas ornaments. These were glass ornaments, exactly like the ones she had hung on the tree in the break room at the Springs, only with fewer scratches and flaws. He glanced back up to Anna, who had that self-confident grin he found so endearing. They meant a lot to you, so I found a few more that you could keep to remember your childhood experiences. The flutters and thumpings he had been feeling in the region of his heart broke free in that moment as he fell headlong into love. Oh, crap. That had not been the plan. Still, he couldn't complain about it when it was all about Anna. He leaned over and framed her face with his hands, pressing a firm kiss to her mouth. You found the perfect gift. Thanks. You're welcome. Then she followed up with a kiss of her own. Quinn got lost in it, the feel of holding her near, the new recognition of his feelings for her, the rightness of all of it. They would have lingered longer if a throat clearing hadn't interrupted them. Quinn shifted to look past Anna to see Taylor grinning at them. And to think a month ago, you could hardly stand to be in each other's company. It wasn't that bad, Anna said. Right, you keep telling yourselves that. There's nothing wrong with revisionist history. I have no idea what she's talking about, Quinn said in Anna's ear, pressing his lips to her cheek one last time. Anyway, glad you like your gifts, but we're about to go out back for the Christmas jungle croquet game. Crystal is setting it up for us this time, so it'll be more interesting than at Thanksgiving. I'll save you a couple of balls and mallets. Quinn had played jungle croquet with them on many occasions, the most recent being Thanksgiving. He much preferred the jungle version with all kinds of hoops, not just the thin metals ones that came with the set. The course was every bit as fun as the one at Thanksgiving, even though it was a little more challenging. Watching everyone try to get around the water feature, under a row of bushes, and over a large tree root proved entertaining, even though Jill took first place and Taylor came in second. Anna came in dead last with Chris only a few points ahead of her. Quinn was not far behind his cousins. Do they always win? Anna asked Quinn as they helped clean up after the game. Pretty much, but that's okay, they have to beat me at something. He laughed when Jill protested that they always beat him at everything. Sour grapes, Jill said as she carried a stack of multicolored sticks past them. You know we rule. Just because you're right doesn't make my comment untrue, he called after her. When Anna's stomach growled, Quinn took her hand. Come on, let's go rustle up some lunch. No doubt Linda has a buffet already spread out for us. Sounds good. Quinn couldn't think of anything he wanted more at this moment than to be with her, no matter what they were doing.
21. Anna's interview with Laura and two other members of the company's staff went well. So well that Anna treated herself to a takeout lunch from Tubman's Bistro. The French restaurant was generally outside her price range, even if it wasn't eye-wateringly expensive. She worked on the new branding ideas for the hot springs, spa, and cabins. Fonts, colors, possible branding tags. It was something she hadn't done much of, and certainly she hadn't done it alone before. Laura had said they had two other people to interview before making the decision, but Anna felt very good about her chances. If she wouldn't be at the hot springs for much longer, she wanted to leave them with her very best work and the ability to function while they found a replacement. She finished up her work for the day a little late, making up for the time she spent in the interview, and headed to Quinn's for dinner and to finish adding the final touches to his house before the party in 2 nights. Oh, that's perfect. Quinn came back into the room where Anna had been putting up the pictures he had leaned against one wall. She had played with this last group for a while, deciding on the best arrangement, but she agreed. It was perfect. I hope you'd like it. This wall needed a little something, and this feels like you. Anna had been trying to figure out how to help him get his house decorated for the New Year's Eve party without making the house seem too fancy to fit him. On the other hand, he did have some nice things to display. He just didn't seem to know how to display them. She turned and looked around the room before stepping into the dining room where he had been working. The table and chairs fit the space where the folding table had felt dwarfed, and a colored CAD drawing he had done of the Hot Springs property before he and his uncle had redone the landscaping hung on one wall. A sideboard would be perfect under the image, but she wouldn't push him too quickly. This is great. Taylor and Jill will be so impressed. I finished setting up the office last night. Do you want to check it out? Anna followed Quinn into the office where he had set up the shelves and desk he had purchased. Wow, now you won't even have to do your work at your dining table. And I'll be able to find everything I need instead of having to look around the house for where I set something down. Quinn pulled her into his arms. Thanks for all the help. I couldn't have done this without you. I've been putting off really making this my home for a long time. I think I was just afraid that as soon as I settled in, I would have to leave again. Not that it makes sense when I'm an adult who makes my own decisions, but it always happened when I was growing up, so part of me was afraid to really make this my home. I'm glad I was able to help for what it was worth. It looks like your house is party ready. Do you have everything else you need ready to go? Do you need help with food or setup? I wouldn't turn down an extra hand with the food. How about coming an hour early? I'm your girl. He leaned in and kissed her. Would my girl like some ice cream? Everything in her busy brain had gotten so calm when his lips had brushed against hers. The warmth of his hand on her arm, the scent of his musky aftershave clinging lightly to his skin. It all combined so it took a moment for her to process and respond. I sure would. She followed him into the kitchen and pulled out her phone to check her email. The interview had only been that morning and she didn't have any reason to expect a response that day, but she couldn't help checking. She pulled up the email app and grinned when she saw Laura's email subject. You want the job? It's yours. Holy cow. What is it? Hold on. She held up a finger as a signal to wait, and then began scrolling through the body of the message. We finished our last interview a little while ago, and it was unanimous. We are impressed with the variety of projects you have taken on, both in your job for the ad agency and the company you are working for now. We think you'll be perfect for this job. We do need you to start as soon as possible, mid-January at the latest. You can have the next couple days to decide, but we need to know by end of the day on the 31st if you are taking the job or not. We look forward to working with you. Laura Anna stared at the message, stunned. That was a little over 2 weeks. Sure, she'd moved that fast the first time, but she had been desperate for the work after 6 months of applying all over the place and getting a whole lot of crickets in response. Part of her had believed it wasn't even possible to get something so perfect, ever, never mind so soon. Okay, so what is it? Quinn asked. He was looking over his shoulder at her when she looked up. Did you get a text message I didn't hear? And then it suddenly became very, very real. Holy crap, how do I tell him? No, I got this message from a business social media site I use, and someone who knew somebody I used to work with wants to hire me. She noticed the confusion on his face and paused to regroup. Sorry, I know that was all jumbled. So one of the ladies I used to work with has an old college friend in LA. Laura, in LA, was talking to Amelia and mentioned they were looking for someone in advertising and asked if she knew anyone looking for a job. Amelia mentioned me, and Laura contacted me through social media last week. Last week? He held a carton of fudge ripple ice cream in his hand while confusion and disbelief crowded his face. Yeah, maybe she should have said something sooner. She plowed forward. I didn't expect anything to come of it. I mean, I applied to literally hundreds of jobs before getting this one, but the job posting looked really good, so I applied to be interviewed. Because they asked me to. A new job. You got hired to work somewhere new? but you just started working for Taylor less than 2 months ago. Where is this? I didn't go looking for it. It came looking for me. It's in LA. It kind of fell into my lap. It's exactly the kind of job I've always wanted, like major dream job, and the money will be really nice, more than double what Campbell Springs is paying me. Of course, living in LA wouldn't exactly be cheap. So you're going to take it? Just like that? Have you mentioned this to Taylor? He set the ice cream on the counter, distracted by her words. Anna realized this was probably not the best way to tell him that she might be leaving his cousin high and dry. I haven't said anything. It's only been a week since she contacted me. Like I said, I didn't think I would get the job, and I haven't decided if I'll take it yet. Except it's everything I wanted. The only problem being, it wasn't here, in this sweet little town where Quinn lived. You're just gonna leave? Just like that? What about us? And now Anna understood what his real concern was. What about them? She had been doing her best not to think about that because it gave her a sharp pain in her chest. She shifted her focus to the window to the side of him. We barely know each other. What? What do you call the past month? Playing marbles? You can't seriously plan to just pick up and leave without even talking to me about it. I thought we had something special here. Was I wrong? Pain squeezed her heart until it started to stick in her throat. This has all happened way too fast. I mean, yes, it's special, but you're going to walk away now as if this was nothing, as if you haven't made this your home, as if we were just casual dating here? He was right and he was wrong. How could he want her to give up everything she had been working so hard for? I don't even know if I'm going to take the job. I haven't decided, but this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quinn stepped up to her. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Anna. You and me. He cradled her face between his hands and pressed his mouth to hers. Anna trembled at the hard, angry emotion that spilled over her from him, from the intensity of feeling that mirrored her own so closely. The heat of it blew every thought, every question out of her mind, at least for now. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pulled him closer, afraid this might be it, the last kiss, because she didn't know if he would forgive her when she left, and LA was much too far away for regular visits. When he pulled back, Anna wasn't ready to hear what he was going to say, and she wasn't ready to let go yet, so she grabbed his shoulders, yanking him back against her for another kiss. He didn't protest. When the kiss finally ended, Anna found her back against the countertop, Quinn only a few inches away from her, while they both caught their breaths. Do you honestly think you'll find what you have with me somewhere else? He asked. He couldn't look past his own feelings. Annoyed that he didn't see that she had more to consider than their love life, she nudged him back. Full of yourself, aren't you? No, I've completely fallen in love with you, Anna Gray. If you leave me, you'll break my heart. I can't make you stay, but if my vote counts for anything at all, I vote you don't go. Stay here with me. You have a great job here and we need you. They studied each other's eyes for a long moment. He loved her? Like Big L love? Like storybook romance love? She knew she had strong feelings for him, but that didn't mean Big L love. She nudged him again and he backed off. She stayed in position for several more heartbeats before straightening. I'll keep that as a factor when I make the decision. I should get going. It's getting late. Quinn turned to stare at the clock, which said it was just after 8. Yeah, you'll turn into a pumpkin any minute now. I need time to think it over, to figure things out and decide what. Decide. She walked haltingly to pick up her coat, which he draped over the nearby sofa when they arrived. You do that. I'll see you tomorrow. Sure. He didn't kiss her goodbye. She didn't look back. 22. The next day, Anna couldn't settle at work. She decided getting out and taking a breath or two was needed. She had been growing close to Taylor since her arrival and normally would have gone to her to discuss her personal dilemmas and the situation with Quinn. But how could she do it when she hadn't even told Taylor she had interviewed for another job, and less than 2 months since she had taken this one? That fact alone had her feeling unbelievably guilty, but knowing that going would also hurt Quinn, who Taylor was really close to, made laying it all out on the table to Taylor not an option. Anna turned on Main Street, headed for the cafe she and Quinn had eaten at the night of the gingerbread house contest. Half a block before the cafe, however, her gaze landed on the boot stop. Caitlin. On impulse, she turned into the parking lot and headed inside. She had never been in the store, and based on the size of the storefront, had expected it to be small. As she walked in, though, she was surprised to see that it opened up behind the office next door, ran deep into the block, and had a basement. "Hi, can I help you with something?" a grizzled old cowboy asked her. He was a walking billboard for the company, from his chambray shirt closed in front by a row of pearl snaps, to the Wrangler jeans, the cowboy hat, and boots, which were in top condition. She guessed he was in his 70s, which would probably make him Caitlin's grandfather. "Actually, I wondered if Caitlin is here." "She sure is. Let me get her." He turned and ambled toward an office back behind the cash register. A moment later, Caitlin emerged with a grin. "I didn't expect you. You interested in some boots? I have some seriously cute ones." Anna glanced down at the turquoise pair Caitlin wore. "I do not doubt that, but not today. Actually, I wondered if you could get away for lunch. I was thinking of the cafe. I could really use a listening ear." "Of course. It's been slow. Just let me tell my grandpa. Have you met him?" "Not officially." They walked back over to the man. "Anna Gray, let me introduce you to my grandpa, Gary Erickson. Grandpa, this is Anna Gray. She's the new PR person out at the Springs that Taylor's been so excited about." "Ouch. Well, pleased to meet ya. We always like when new friends move here. Dos Fuentes isn't everyone's cup of coffee, but it's home to us." His grip was strong and sure. "It's a wonderful town," Anna said. "I've really enjoyed my time here." "That almost sounds like you don't plan to stick around." He turned to his granddaughter. "Caitlin, convince her this is the best place on earth." Anna grinned, charmed despite herself. "No need of convincing. I'd be hard-pressed to disagree, especially in the face of such friendliness. Anna invited me to lunch at the cafe. You mind if I take a break? It's been pretty slow today. Not surprising on New Year's Eve." "That'd be fine. You work too hard anyway. I'll call if I get in a bind." She thanked him and grabbed her purse from the office. As soon as they hit the sidewalk, she shook her head. "He won't call unless the building's on fire or a busload comes in, but I've barely stretched my legs today. End-of-year paperwork drives me up the wall." Oh, the joys of running your own business. Which brings me to ask how a specialty shop like yours manages to stay afloat in a tiny town like this. "We do a lot of repeat business from out of town. There are actually a number of customers who plan a vacation up here every year and work in a shopping trip with us. We also sell online, though that's relatively new. Grandpa pushed back on it for ages, but he finally gave in and we're starting to get traction there." "Really? Maybe I'll have a suggestion or two that might help you build your sales." "That would be fantastic." Caitlin held the door for Anna and followed her into the cafe. They talked business while they ordered and waited for their food. Once their orders arrived, Caitlin shifted the conversation. "Okay, you said you needed to talk. What's going on?" Anna couldn't help but glance to make sure the booths next to theirs were still empty. "Okay, here's the thing. I really like it here, and I plan to stay for at least a year before looking for something else." Caitlin's brows lifted. "You have a job offer?" "They know one of my old coworkers. The company does PR for movies and TV shows. The paycheck is great, even after I check the cost of living in the area, and there's room to move up in the company. Plus, it's warmer than here, which is a bonus." "That's true enough, but I just started working for Taylor. I do have the next couple promotions prepped and some finished, so she would have things in the pipeline while she tried to find someone else, so I wouldn't completely leave her in the lurch. But I like working for her. I like the town. I like the ocean so close by. I like that it's so far from the airport that my parents won't be on my doorstep 3 times a year." Caitlin laughed. She saved the one that had kept her up half the night for last. "And I think I might more than like Quinn." Caitlin's brow lifted. "You think it might be love?" "He told me he loves me. Big L. He wants me to stay. I'm not sure if I'm ready to plan a life around him. And no, Taylor has no clue I've even talked to anyone about another job, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention it. I mean, I know she's your best friend from childhood, and that's one of the reasons I thought of you. I need someone who doesn't personally have something to lose here, but who understands the stakes and the people. Those are some pretty big stakes, and some of my favorite people. But you've become one of my favorite people too, and I want you to be happy. So here's the question. Will your happiness at the new job, the balmy warm weather, the insane parking lot traffic, the proximity to the airport for your parents, outweigh what Dos Fuentes has to offer? The community, a boss who thinks you're amazing and loves your ideas, and paid for you to move here, practically carte blanche to do what you want at work, a hunky and very sweet boyfriend who loves you and is just an all around good guy, and, of course, incredibly awesome friends like Taylor, Heaven, Jill, and I. Is it obvious enough which choice I want you to make? Thanks for being so objective about this. But Anna kept her voice light, knowing Catelyn had a point, and that she needed to sit down and figure it out for herself. The fact is that no one can tell you what to do in this situation. It comes down to whether what you think you'll get there is really more valuable to you than what you already have here. Factoring a little more on this side in case that job ends up not being quite what they said it would be, or your boss ends up being a jerk. That's it in a nutshell. Anna picked at her salad, wishing the nutshell gave her an answer. Have you ever considered leaving Dos Fuentes for somewhere else? I went to college, lived on my own for 4 years. It was great, and I had a ton of fun and great experiences. I met Heaven and dated new guys and tried my hand at other jobs, but the fact was, when school was done, there was nowhere I wanted to be but Dos Fuentes. I couldn't imagine putting down roots somewhere else. You never looked back? I mean, you and Scott. Anna had seen bits and pieces of Caitlyn's reconciliation with her ex-boyfriend, but apparently they had worked through all the baggage that had kept them apart for the past decade. I can't say I never looked back exactly. I definitely wondered if I'd made a mistake a few times, and I had plenty of regrets when it came to Scott, but he was right. I couldn't live on the road, and a long-distance relationship wouldn't have been great for us. She took a sip of her soda, a smile playing around her lips. It's funny how things have a way of working out in the end. Anna looked at the new sparkles on Caitlyn's ring finger and understood exactly. I'll keep that in mind. After their lunch, Anna returned to work, but couldn't keep her mind on business. Desperate for some clarity, she cut the day early and went home. Time to make that list. Maybe when she saw it all laid out in front of her, she would know what she needed to do. Preferably before Quinn's party the next day, because if she and Quinn weren't going to spend the year together, she wasn't sure if it was fair to start it off with him. Anna bent her head over her pros and cons list one last time on her lunch break the next day. Quinn's party was only hours away, and she had spent considerable time adding and subtracting items from one side of the list or the other. She added things every couple hours as they came to mind, and rearranged the items in order of importance. Her heart called on her to stay. The long-term plans she had formulated when she was still in college pulled her the other direction. It had been so much simpler before she found out about the job in LA. Her computer dinged and she looked up to see a message from Taylor. Taylor, we love the branding ideas you sent over. Jill has some ideas about combining elements off a couple of them. Mom thinks they are all brilliant. I concur, but number 2 is the best. Can't wait to see how you run this across the entire brand. I'm so glad to hear that. I have so many ideas for option number 2. She reached for her phone to message Quinn about it and had to stop herself. It was surprisingly painful to have news and not be able to share it with him. And then she realized if she took the job in LA, she wouldn't get to implement any of those ideas. She opened the to-do list she had been compiling of ideas for promotions, updates to the websites, ways to bring in new customers. For the first time, she realized that she might have worked on a lot of different accounts at the ad agency, but she did the same kind of work every day. Here, she was always working on different things, new ideas, pushing the boundaries of what she'd done and knew. She took a few minutes to look up apartments within a reasonable driving distance from the office and figure out the commute time. She realized for something nearly as nice as the place she lived now, she would need that bigger salary and she would have nearly an hour's commute time. And she wouldn't have Quinn. Caitlin was right. What she would have to give up wasn't at all worth what she would gain in exchange. Would Quinn forgive her for being such an idiot?
Quinn took one last scan around his home. He'd work that morning and then come home to get everything ready for his party, which had included cleaning the little things he and Anna had missed when they had been putting up his decor over the past week. He hadn't heard from her all day, and he wasn't sure anymore if she was coming. They hadn't exactly broken up, but neither had they figured out anything. The truth was, Anna had all the power here, and he just had to wait to see what she wanted to do. He had begun to see the two of them making a life here in this house. Him and Anna, and maybe a couple of kids. Someday. He couldn't believe he was even thinking about kids, but somehow when he thought of himself and Anna, he saw kids in their future. No way would he mention that to her or anyone else at this point. The mere thought wigged him out enough as it was. And what if she picked the job in LA instead of him? He pulled the appetizers out of the freezer and checked the boxes for directions. When he couldn't focus on anything in front of him, though, he set the boxes on the counter and looked around the home he had finally settled into. He loved it in Dos Fuentes, but could he leave it and everything he'd built here if it meant being with Anna? 23, she wasn't coming. Quinn looked at the clock for the 1,000th time in the past hour. The party was in full swing, and nearly everyone had asked him where Anna was. He was getting really sick of saying that something came up. Taylor had pressed for more details, but he'd given her a back-off look, and she'd taken Chris's hand and pulled him to another couple to make introductions. He was happy for them, for what they had found together, but turned away as it made his chest ache. Anna wasn't coming, and that could mean only one thing. He couldn't do it. Couldn't stand here with a pasted-on smile and pretend that everything was perfect when it wasn't. He crossed the room to Jill and her date for the night. "I need to go check on Anna. Could you hold down the fort for me? I know this is terrible hosting and seriously bad form, but..." "Go ahead. I hope whatever it is that has had you tied up in knots all night gets resolved." "It will be." Quinn headed for the garage door, pulling his keys from his pockets as he went. One glance out the door showed him that he'd been totally blocked in. His driveway was solid cars. Well, it was only a few blocks. Maybe he would figure out what to say by the time he walked there. He went out and headed down his driveway, only to see Anna's car glide up to the house and find a spot in front of the neighbor's home. Quinn held his breath as he waited for her to exit the car and come toward his house. He practically wheezed when he saw her clingy blue cocktail dress, the color of midnight. It sparkled like a field of stars, and she looked absolutely stunning. He stood there in the driveway, taking in every detail. It took several seconds before she noticed him watching her approach, carrying a silver clutch and a narrow, square-wrapped package. Quinn shoved his hands into his pockets, wanting to pull her close, but nervous about what she had come to say. "Hey," he said when she was within comfortable talking distance. "Hey, how did you know I was here?" She pulled her wrap tighter around her shoulders, warding off the cool breeze. The tendrils of hair that escaped her updo waved at him in the air currents. "I didn't. I had decided you weren't coming, so I was going to talk to you." "In the middle of your own party?" He shrugged. "Sometimes you can't wait for a socially appropriate time to do something important." Anna smiled. "Sorry I'm late. It took me a little longer than expected to work everything out." "Did you then? Work it out? You look absolutely incredible, by the way. You look pretty great yourself." She scanned his pale blue button-up shirt, open at the neck, and khaki tan pants, and gave them an approving smile. "So, does your arrival here mean something? Because I had it all worked out. I mean, they need landscapers everywhere, right? So there's no reason I can't start over in LA if it's that important to you. I mean, if it meant we were together, I'd go with you." Her heels were several inches tall, he realized when she stepped closer, and her head was only a few inches shorter than his own. She pressed the palm of her hand against his cheek and brushed her lips across his. "That is the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me. But I don't want you to move to LA. You don't belong there. This is your home, your true home. His throat tightened and he struggled to find words. I don't know how to let you go. Anna handed him the package she carried. This is for you. He took the present, wrapped in silver and white paper and wrapped with a fancy bow. From the bow dangled a little Christmas tree. He wasn't sure if he wanted to see whatever she was giving him as a breakup gift, but glancing back at her face, he saw that it was important to her. He ripped the paper off and found a picture frame. Anna dug her phone from the little purse and used the back light to brighten what was inside. It was mostly text, printed on her computer with little shovels and ice skates and pizza. Containers of popped corn, gingerbread houses circled the words, along with several other things that connected to their courtship. He read it aloud. Pros of staying in town. Quinn looked at her again, but she had a total poker face going on. I love this town. Quinn is dependable. I'm at the top of the food chain in my department. Quinn makes me laugh. I have a great boss and new friends. Quinn makes me feel special and loved. It's a long, inconvenient drive to the airport for my parents. Quinn on ice skates. Pizza night with Quinn. I love you, Quinn. When it came down to it, the things I thought were so important about the job in LA weren't important at all. Not when I weighed them against everything I would be giving up here. He blinked at her, hardly daring to believe. You're really staying? How can I leave when you are my home? She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. He trembled as he wrapped his arms around her. I promise I always will be. Sounds spilled out his front door while they kissed. When Quinn looked up at the porch, Taylor and Chris stood watching them from the railing. Chris's arms wrapped around Taylor, holding her tight. Taylor hooted in celebration. Come in when you're ready to come up for air. The party's great. Anna whispered in his ear. We'll have all the time in the world to be inside. Just a minute more. And Quinn kissed her, secure that she would be his home as well. Thanks for listening to Christmas with the Grumpy Landscaper and Dos Fuentes' sweet, small-town Christmas romance. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.